Chapter 401, Temple of Deities and Demons. Okay. All right. Smart Tomato nodded his head like a broken toy. If he had spoken to Rosette Rose, she would have offered him only 20,000 gold coins. Perhaps even a few thousand extra. She could never be the same as Jiang Fei, who would immediately offer 200,000 cold hard cash. Smart Tomato might be cunning, but he was just an information broker. Fishing someone out of their guild would highly depend on his target sales. In this case, where Imperial Dragon stood. However, his efforts all lay in his words. He would never thought that he could have 200,000 in his hands. Jiang Fei had not been such a generous man since before he had received a several $billion from the potion deal with Han Tianyu and the Zhang family. That was why he could be so generous when it came to money. Having such a lucrative deal was not a deal breaker for Jiang Fei. In fact, with 200,000 cash just floating in front of Smart Tomato, he would make sure that the deals went on smoothly. If he failed, he would be crying so much worse than a baby would. After signing the contract with Smart Tomato, Jiang Fei entered the amount of money into the system and said to Smart Tomato, "Could you please tell me the name of the constructor?" "Ah. Right. His name is Beansprout." Right there and then, Smart Tomato looked up to Jiang Fei like the fortune god. Being friendly was not enough now. From then onward, Smart Tomato would smile from ear to ear whenever he saw Jiang Fei. "Get some time and arrange a meeting with Rosette Rose and have her arrange everything too," said Jiang Fei. "Will do. I will handle it." Smart Tomato nodded vigorously. Even though he liked Jiang Fei for his money, Smart Tomato trusted Rosette Rose, the female butler of Imperial Dragon, so much that he could just bet his life on it. Still, Jiang Fei was still the big boss. Anything related to business had to be discussed with Jiang Fei. Even though Jiang Fei sucked at it, there might be a chance that Smart Tomato failed the discussion with Jiang Fei. In a way of saying, Jiang Fei could never talk his way to persuade someone to leave their guild. It was best to leave the matter to people who knew what they were doing. Once Rosette Rose was called, Jiang Fei had no room to talk. As long as Smart Tomato could pull some strings, Rosette Rose could get things done. Now that there was nothing for him to do, Jiang Fei moved forward and continued his search for a level farming spot outside of Dawnlight City's region. With Isabella hugging Jiang Fei on the skygliding dragon, they could see the entire training grounds of Dawnlight City filled with players. Because of the experience buff, they were all training diligently. It was almost the same as when the game had just launched, where everyone was trying their best to reach the number 1 spot on the level ranking board. Since there were players roaming about on the map, Jiang Fei did not bother to look down at all. If there were players, they would have found a dungeon by then. The news of it would spread and Jiang Fei would not have to search for it. On a level 45 map, Jiang Fei found an NPC on the ground that was waving at him. Odd. Might as well have a look. Jiang Fei was not flying too high, so when he descended, Jiang Fei arrived next to the NPC. "Ah, adventurer. You have come," said the NPC with the name tag Roadside Villager. From the looks of it, it seemed that this NPC had no real intelligence. His speech pattern was just a pre-programmed one. Anyone who played MMORPG games would immediately recognize him as a quest-giving NPC. "What can I do for you?" asked Jiang Fei. It was the most basic speech choice used to trigger a quest. Since these dumb NPCs would only pick up these sort of answer, Jiang Fei would not be able to scare him and cheat him of his belongings. "Oh, brave one. My family went to the Temple of Deities and Demons. However, they have been gone for 3 days and have not returned since. I have heard rumors of ghost sightings there. Could you please help me search for my family?" asked the NPC with the most monotonous voice ever. "Ding! Roadside Villager has a quest for you. The Lost Family. Would you accept it? F***ck me. This is lucky," cried Jiang Fei. From what the NPC had said, Jiang Fei knew that the quest was a dungeon opening quest. Jiang Fei was lucky to have answered the NPC's call earlier. "No problem. I will help you find your family. Where is the Temple of Deities and Demons?" asked Jiang Fei immediately to accept the quest. Please take this map. It will guide you there. Ding! Quest updated. After the system notification popped, Jiang Fei's mini-map beeped with a red, indicating the location of the Temple of Deities and Demons. Jiang Fei cocked his head. The location of the beep was where Jiang Fei had flown over earlier. It was nothing but a plain map. There was nothing that resembled a temple there. Let us head back and have a closer look, said Jiang Fei to Isabella. With haste, Isabella nodded her head and leaped onto the dragon before Jiang Fei could. The dragon rose to the sky and Jiang Fei flew at top speed toward the beep on the minimap. What the hell? There was nothing here when I flew over. Jiang Fei had arrived at the indicated location and what he saw was a new group of buildings that were not originally there. It must be some kind of illusion spell to hide the place. That is why we could not see it earlier, said Isabella. I see. My little Isabella is so smart these days. Isabella's explanation was illusion spell, but in reality, it was just an instance-based map. Those with key items, in this case, the map that the roadside villager had given, could see the entrance. Anyone else could never see the entrance, much less enter it, even if they had a large search party looking for it. Players who could enter the map would be entering a spatial door. Even though the location was on the map, it would be a mirrored map, which was another instance. Let's go. Now that there was a dungeon to explore, Jiang Fei descended and hurried to the cluster of buildings. It was a temple. A traditional Chinese temple with several buildings built close together. There was a plaque hanging at the entrance of the temple. On the plaque, writings that said the Temple of Deities and Demons were carved in gold. Underneath the giant gate was a purple vortex. At this point, even the dumbest player would know that this was the entrance to the dungeon. Ding! You are about to enter the level 40 dungeon, Temple of Deities and Demons. Please choose the difficulty, normal. Jiang Fei chose the easiest to start with. That way, he could still gain experience points and at the same time understand the mechanism of the boss skills. Ding! You are about to enter the level 40 dungeon, Temple of Deities and Demons, normal difficulty. This difficulty can accommodate 20 players. Your party is not full. Do you wish to continue? What the hell? 20 players for normal mode. Jiang Fei was thrown off track. He did not know that at increasing level, group dungeon would become the norm. Continue. Even though it was a 20-man dungeon, Jiang Fei would not return empty-handed. Especially since he was already at the entrance. Chapter 402, The Best Way to Earn Experience Points, Swoosh. A white light flashed. Jiang Fei and Isabella entered the dungeon. As usual, after entering, there was a small safe area. This was where players could prepare themselves, like fully recovering their health points and buffing themselves. Not far from the safe area were two monsters guarding the door. Both the monsters were more than 4 meters tall and looked ferocious. The upper bodies and legs of the two giants were exposed. They were only wearing lotus-shaped short skirts and were holding vidras. One could tell at a glance that they were powerful. Hang and Ha, Giant Race, Vice Leader, Level 43, Health Points 500,000, Attack Power 4,500, Skills, Smash, Stomp, Hung. Ha! Smash immediately deals a powerful blow to the enemy. Stomp steps on the target, knocking the target down and weakening the target's defense by 10%. Hang immediately deals a lot of damage to the target and knocks the target back. Oxnovel.com, Ha, immobilizes the target and causes damage over time. Remarks, Hang and Ha share 500,000 health points. That's pretty interesting. Jiang Fei smiled as he looked at the two small bosses at the gate. It really was no wonder that this was a small 20-man party dungeon. The two gatekeeping monsters were already vice leaders. However, although these two monsters were quite powerful in the eyes of ordinary players, they were absolutely insignificant to Jiang Fei. Let's go! Jiang Fei told Isabella and immediately rushed forward. The two monsters had less than 5,000 attack power. As Jiang Fei had the Lightbringer's armaments equipped, the monsters could only deal around 2,000 damage to him even with the use of skills. Thus, the combined damage of the two monsters was still insufficient to pose a threat toward Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had super high attack speed and super strong lifesteal after he stacked Ruthless Barrage, so he could completely ignore the damage. Isabella did not summon her Demon Flame at all. Instead, she just stood behind and used Abyssal Flame. Even so, the health points of the two monsters decreased rapidly. One of the monsters used a skill which knocked Jiang Fei back. Ha! Following that, Jiang Fei was immobilized by the other monster's skill. While Jiang Fei was stuck, the two monsters immediately turned and charged toward Isabella. Damn! So this is the difficult part. Jiang Fei suddenly realized. If an average party came here, the melee attackers around the monsters would be in trouble as soon as the tank got knocked back and immobilized. So, an additional tank was needed. Once the main tank got knocked away, the sub-tank had to immediately taunt Hang and Ha. However, this did not apply to Jiang Fei and Isabella. Isabella was also tanky. She had high defense and nearly 90,000 health points. She had a stronger ability to survive compared to Jiang Fei. After the immobilizing effect ended, Jiang Fei returned and continued to fight Hang and Ha. Even though the two monsters shared 500,000 health points, both Jiang Fei and Isabella's attack power was high. In less than 30 seconds, Jiang Fei and Isabella killed the two monsters. Ding! You have eliminated Hang and Ha. Obtained 84,000 experience points. Ding! You have eliminated Hang and Ha. Obtained 84,000 experience points. Awesome! Jiang Fei, who had not done solo dungeon runs for a long time, was very happy. As expected, doing solo dungeon runs was still the best way to level up. The two small bosses each dropped a green level 40 equipment. However, these were totally useless to Jiang Fei. He directly disassembled them into enhancement materials. Oxnovel.com. After killing the gatekeeping monsters, Jiang Fei entered the dungeon for real. Samara Ghost, Spectre, Elite, level 42, health points 35,000, attack power 2,700. The normal monsters in the dungeon were not as strong as the gatekeeping monsters. However, they came in groups. There were about 7 or 8 monsters in a group. Occasionally, there would be a large group of more than 10 monsters. Bella, don't attack for now. I'm going to pull the aggro of all the monsters at one go. Jiang Fei smiled at Isabella. As these monsters had less than 3,000 attack power, they could not break through his defense. So, Jiang Fei was too lazy to kill them group by group. Hey! Come on! Jiang Fei yelled as he rushed into the groups of monsters. As he was wearing the Lightbringer's armaments, Jiang Fei had close to 6,000 defense. So, the attacks of these small monsters could not break through his defense at all. Isabella, who was further away, did not join the battle. Jiang Fei generated aggro and charged straight into the depths of the dungeon. When Jiang Fei was nearing the first boss, there were already countless small monsters behind him forming a long trail. Once Jiang Fei stood still, he was immediately surrounded by 3 layers of monsters. God's Wrath. Minus 50,860, minus 50,860. Jiang Fei's vision was instantly filled with damage figures. Ding! You have eliminated Samara Ghost. Obtained 40,000 experience points. Ding! You have eliminated Samara Ghost. Obtained 40,000 experience points. Ha ha ha. Awesome! Jiang Fei was extremely happy when he saw his experience points increase rapidly. He realized that although the cooldown time of God's Wrath was a little long, it was the best skill for killing monsters. The monsters in dungeons had the tendency of chasing players to their deaths. As long as players did not exit the dungeon, the monsters would chase them wherever they went. So, while Jiang Fei casually generated aggro along the way, he was not afraid that some monsters would stop chasing him. When the time was right, He could just use God's wrath and he would immediately gain a lot of experience all at once. As expected, a level 40 dungeon gives a lot of experience. I can probably level up again after clearing one round. Jiang Fei thought to himself with great joy. Normal dungeons were not the same as secret dungeons. Players could only clear secret dungeons once but could clear normal dungeons every single day. Moreover, normal dungeons had 3 different modes. This meant that Jiang Fei could reach level 49 within a day or 2. Then, once he consumed the Abyss Crystal, Jiang Fei would immediately reach level 59. At that time, Jiang Fei would be able to bully anyone because of the level difference. After he kept his excitement in check, Jiang Fei turned his gaze toward the first boss. Temple Manager Ghost, Spectre, Leader, level 45, health points 550,000, magic attack power 7,500, skills, greed, suspicion, jealousy, manipulation. Greed, Temple Manager Ghost asks for your belongings and disarms you for 20 seconds. Suspicion, Temple Manager Ghost enters a state of suspicion and its avoidability increases by 50%. Jealousy, Temple Manager Ghost becomes jealous of your abilities and steals 50% of the target's attack power to strengthen itself. Manipulation, Temple Manager Ghost refuses to fight fairly and immediately summons 4 small ghosts to help in the battle. Remarks, originally a monk in the Temple of Deities and Demons. Due to unknown reasons, his soul still lingers even after his death. It's actually a magic-type boss. Jiang Fei nodded slightly. Before this, he had extremely high physical defense but very low magic defense. This was not the case anymore. Now, the Lightbringer's armaments gave him extremely high magic defense. Chapter 403, Instant Death Skill, come on. Let's kill this boss. After Jiang Fei rested for a short while in order to let God's wrath cool down, he immediately charged at the boss. Jiang Fei could already solo a level 60 lord. So, a level 40 leader boss like this one definitely had no chance against him. This boss that had less than 10,000 attack power posed no threat to Jiang Fei at all. He did not even have to transform. Even though it was a 20-man party dungeon, it was of normal difficulty. So, the difficulty of this boss was also limited. After all, dungeons of normal difficulty were for average players to clear in order to get equipment. Only dungeons starting from elite mode were really difficult. As soon as the boss battle began, Isabella summoned her demon flame and fought alongside Jiang Fei. After a short while, Jiang Fei's ruthless barrage became fully stacked. When both of their attack powers were combined, they dealt more than 20,000 damage per second. The boss' health points decreased quickly. Before the boss even had time to fight back, its health points had already fallen below 80%. Starting from 80%, the boss gradually activated its skills. Its first move was to disarm Jiang Fei. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei's blazing hammer did not add attack power. So, Jiang Fei's attack power was not affected after his blazing hammer was confiscated. Although he could not use bash temporarily, his ruthless barrage was already fully stacked, so Jiang Fei did not need this low damage skill anymore. When this was paired with the weakness exploit effect of the Nephilim King's eyes, Jiang Fei's attacks were extremely painful. Even without transforming, he was dealing about the same amount of damage as Isabella. Soon, the boss who was being bullied entered the enhanced avoidability state. This made things a little more difficult for Jiang Fei. When he attacked, there were misses one after another. Occasionally, his ruthless barrage would be affected, which made his attack power fluctuate. It was very unstable. However, as soon as the duration of enhanced avoidability ended, Jiang Fei's attack power stacked again and the boss health points started to decrease rapidly. When the boss health points fell to 50%, the boss summoned 4 monsters. However, as soon as these 4 advanced elites neared Jiang Fei, he used God's wrath and killed them instantly. After that, although the boss stole Isabella's attack power once, it only delayed his death. In less than a minute, Jiang Fei and Isabella ended the battle. Ding! You have eliminated Temple Manager Ghost. Obtain 120,000 experience points. Obtain 400 gold coins. Jiang Fei casually flipped the boss corpse and obtained 4 pieces of equipment. There were a blue one and 3 green ones. He kept the blue one in his bag. He planned to throw it into the guild storage later. As for the green ones, he immediately disassembled them. TSK. Normal mode dungeons are really just for earning experience. Jiang Fei complained. Obviously, he was dissatisfied with the boss drops. He had extremely high luck and this was even the first kill, but he only obtained 1 blue and 3 greens. If other players came to this dungeon in the future, they would definitely only get 3 or 4 green pieces of equipment. Jiang Fei obviously could not stand in the shoes of other players. Currently, at this level, although average players would have already gotten rid of their white equipment, most of their equipment were still green. Occasionally, if they managed to obtain a blue equipment, it was already really great. Many level 30 players were still wearing level 20 equipment. Even though average players only had blue or green equipment, the level of their equipment could not keep up with their current level at all. Therefore, to average players, a green equipment that matched their current level were also very good. When it came to Jiang Fei, however, he did not even bother to look at the green equipment. He just immediately disassembled them. After the first boss, Jiang Fei continued to move forward. The monsters here had changed. They were no longer Samanera ghosts. Instead, they were Bika ghosts. Bika Ghost, Spectre, Elite, level 45, health points 43,000, attack power 2,900, remarks, a monk from the Temple of Deities and Demons that was killed. However, due to unknown reasons, his soul still lingers. The attack power and health points had increased slightly. Even so, for Jiang Fei, it was the same thing. These small monsters could not break through his defense and could not survive his god's wrath. However, there were more of these Bika ghosts in each group. There were at least 10 in a group. Some groups even had 20 of them. These large groups of monsters would definitely be a challenge for average players. For Jiang Fei, however, the more monsters, the better. It was easier for him to form a long monster trail that way. Hey! Come on! After waiting for his god's wrath to cool down, Jiang Fei continued to yell while he generated aggro. Isabella found Jiang Fei's joyful look to be a little funny. But she did not say anything. She just smiled as she watched Jiang Fei run around, generating the aggro of all the monsters. God's Wrath. Minus 50,860, minus 50,860, minus 50,860. After he gathered all the monsters in front of the second boss, Jiang Fei used his skill to get rid of all the small monsters once again. Ding! You have eliminated Bika Ghost. Obtained 50,000 experience points. Ding! You have eliminated Bika Ghost. Obtained 50,000 experience points. Jiang Fei gained a large number of experience points, which increased up to more than 2/3 of his total experience. It seemed like he would certainly reach level 46 after clearing this normal difficulty dungeon. Vina Ghost, Spectre, Leader, level 45, health points 600,000, attack power 8,500, skills, Whip, Flog, Confine, Death Cane. Whip, Vina Ghost disciplines unruly monks. Causes a moderate amount of damage to the current target, reducing their defense by 10%. Can be stacked 3 times. Flog, Vina Ghost disciplines unruly monks. Causes a lot of damage to the current target. Confine, Vina Ghost disciplines unruly monks. Immobilizes a random target, making them unable to move, attack or cast spells. Death Cane, Vina Ghost disciplines monks who have committed heinous sins. Vina Ghost will randomly mark a player. If that player does anything that generates aggro while marked, Vina Ghost will immediately kill that player. Remarks, originally a senior monk in charge of punishment in the Temple of Deities and Demons. However, due to unknown reasons, his soul still lingers even after his death. Bella, be careful later. Once this guy marks you, stop attacking immediately. Jiang Fei warned Isabella. This kind of instant death skill was the most troublesome. As long as the activation conditions were satisfied, any defense or health points would be completely ignored. The boss would instantly kill the target without any warning. Therefore, even though Jiang Fei and Isabella had a lot of health points and high defense, they still had to avoid these kinds of skills. Otherwise, killing a level 60 lord but dying in the hands of a level 40 boss would be way too embarrassing. Don't worry. Isabella nodded. Okay. Then I'm going in. After Jiang Fei took a deep breath, he immediately rushed toward the boss with wild charge. Chapter 404, Holy Rosary. The boss battle began when Jiang Fei launched wild charge at the boss. The second boss was stronger than the first boss in all aspects. However, other than the instant death skill, all the other skills posed no threat to Jiang Fei and Isabella. Soon, the boss' health points dropped to less than 50%. At the same time, Vina Ghost's body emitted golden light and an abnormal status appeared above Isabella's head. Commandment: no overstepping the limits during the ordination period, otherwise it will bring about severe punishment. Bella, stop! Jiang Fei shouted. By then, Isabella had already turned around, her back facing the boss. Her upcoming attacks were also interrupted because she changed directions. Phew! Jiang Fei sighed in relief. The duration of commandment was only 10 seconds. So, once the time was up, Isabella could continue to attack the boss. Fortunately, this kind of skill prioritizes the boss' current target. If the boss used the skill on me instead, it would be really troublesome. Jiang Fei was very glad that he had such a powerful pet like Isabella. If it really was a solo battle, the boss would definitely put this commandment status on him as there were no other choice. Jiang Fei could also turn away from the boss and stop attacking. However, this skill of the boss was not a channeling skill. After casting, the boss would still continue to attack Jiang Fei. Moreover, Jiang Fei would not be able to fight back. He would not be able to lifesteal or even drink potions, as these actions would generate aggro. If he could not attack, Jiang Fei would not be able to heal himself through lifestealing. In that case, he would die under the boss' hands in less than 10 seconds. However, because of Isabella's existence, Jiang Fei did not have to worry about this. The boss would prioritize the enemy in front of it when unleashing this skill. So, as long as Isabella reacted promptly, the two of them would not face any danger at all. After about a minute or so, the boss' health points dropped to 0. The boss did not manage to use Death Cane on anyone from the beginning until the end. Ding! You have eliminated Vera Ghost. Obtain 180,000 experience points. Obtain 500 gold coins. Jiang Fei was surprised when he flipped the boss corpse. He did not expect that a boss in a normal difficulty dungeon would drop such a good equipment with decent attributes. Holy Rosary, Necklace, excellent, physical attack plus 425, strength plus 35, vitality plus 40, equipment, allows you to acquire the skill Divine Shield. Allows you to immediately enter an invincible state, gaining immunity to attacks and disabling skills. The effect lasts for 15 seconds. 5 minutes cooldown time. Remarks: Divine Shield can be activated immediately in any state. Removes all abnormal statuses immediately after activation. Level requirement: 40, not bad. Equipment with invincible skills are rare. Jiang Fei smiled and kept the necklace. With this equipment, he did not have to be afraid of getting stunned anymore. Needless to say, the remaining 3 pieces of green equipment were immediately disassembled into enhancement materials. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei had no enhancement recipes now. Otherwise, he would have already enhanced his equipment. After getting a new necklace, Jiang Fei replaced his original one. This resulted in a 15% decrease in attack speed. However, as he now had an invincible skill, his own safety was more secured. After his attack speed was reduced, Jiang Fei found it easier to grasp the timing of weakness exploit. Although his damage per second would decrease, it was not too significant. Let's continue. After changing equipment, Jiang Fei's health points increased significantly. His attack power had also increased quite a bit. Although his attack speed was decreased, the damage of every single basic attack and skill attack had increased. After killing the second boss, the monsters ahead were still Bika ghosts, but the number of monsters in each group had increased. Small groups had 15 to 16 monsters, while the numbers in big groups went up to 27 or 28. In 2 days, when most of the players reach level 40, this dungeon will definitely make them suffer. Jiang Fei thought to himself. If it was a guild team that had good teamwork, it would still be fine. However, the average parties made up of random pub players would definitely not be able to handle it smoothly. This dungeon's bosses and small monsters were definitely more than what those pub players could handle. Hey! Come on! Jiang Fei used the same tactic as usual. He ran around to generate the aggro of all the monsters, causing chaos among the monsters in the dungeon. About 300 or 400 monsters tailed behind Jiang Fei. When Jiang Fei stopped moving, the monsters that surrounded him were so tightly packed together that not even a drop of water could get through them. God's Wrath. Minus 53,594, minus 53,594. After changing equipment, Jiang Fei's skill damage increased greatly. All the surrounding monsters were instantly killed. Jiang Fei's screen was once again filled with experience points notifications. Ding! Congratulations player Verger Glider for reaching level 46. All attributes +1. Gain 5 undistributed attribute points, haha. Nice! Jiang Fei laughed. He had already leveled up once after killing the battlefield boss yesterday. He did not expect that he would level up again today in this dungeon. Seeing that he now had nearly 51,000 health points and around 3,200 attack power, Jiang Fei nodded with satisfaction. Although his attack power was lower than other attackers with blue-grade weapons, once he stacked Ruthless Barrage, he would have almost 10,000 attack power. At that time, he would become invincible. Jiang Fei even felt like using the teleportation point to get to St. Light City just to look for Cosmic Dragon for a rematch. Cosmic Dragon's arrogant face was still fresh in Jiang Fei's memory. Now, Jiang Fei could not wait to see the look on Cosmic Dragon's face when he gets smashed by Jiang Fei's hammer and dies instantly. Now, however, the first thing that was about to feel the wrath of Jiang Fei's hammer was not Cosmic Dragon, but the third boss of this dungeon. Jiang Fei had already cleared all the small monsters. Only the boss alone was standing in front of Jiang Fei. Chief Monk of the Temple of Deities and Demons, Spectre, Empowered Leader, Level 45, Health Points 750,000, Magic Attack Power 6,800, Skills, Summon Samanera, Summon Bhikkhu, Exorcism, Chant. Summon Samanera, the Chief Monk of the Temple of Deities and Demons immediately summons 9 close-knit small Samaneras to help in the battle. Summon Bhikkhu, the Chief Monk of the Temple of Deities and Demons immediately summons 9 close-knit Bhikkhus to help in the battle. Exorcism, the small Samaneras and Bhikkhus will not die before the Chief Monk of the Temple of Deities and Demons dies, and their attack power is doubled. Chant raises the morale of the monks around the Chief Monk of the Temple of Deities and Demons, increases their attack speed by 30%. Remarks, the final boss of the normal difficulty Temple of Deities and Demons. The body of the Chief Monk of the Temple of Deities and Demons did not rot after his death due to unknown reasons. Turned into a zombie, he now attacks any intruders that dare step foot into the Temple of Deities and Demons. F***CK. It's no wonder that the final boss attack power is not as high as the previous 2 bosses. This guy is a summoner-type boss. Plus, he can summon 18 monsters at once. What the hell? Was the creator of this boss inspired by 18 bronze men? Jiang Fei cursed inwardly. Chapter 405, Lifesteal Demon Form, Kill Him. After looking at the boss attributes, Jiang Fei called out to Isabella and immediately charged at the boss. Come on! There are intruders! When Jiang Fei arrived in front of the boss was immediately activated. Right at the start of the battle, this summoner boss had already begun to summon minions. Swoosh! A white light flashed and 9 Samara ghosts appeared. Swoosh! Following another white light, 9 Bika ghosts also appeared next to the boss. Minus 1,324, minus 1,597, minus 1,475. All 18 monsters immediately attacked Jiang Fei. With the exorcism buff, the attack power of these monsters doubled. Originally, the attack power of these monsters was not enough to break through Jiang Fei's defense. However, with the buff, it soared to more than 5,000. So, their attacks dealt a lot of damage to Jiang Fei. Minus 8,015 F*CK. After receiving an attack from the boss, Jiang Fei's face changed. One monster's attacks were not worth mentioning, but he definitely could not handle 18 monsters attacking him all at once. When this was paired with the boss attacks, each round of attacks could take almost 30,000 of Jiang Fei's health points away. Jiang Fei could only survive by transforming into his Nephilim form. In this current state, it was impossible to maintain his health points at a safe level with just lifesteal. F*CK. I didn't expect the last boss to be this troublesome. Jiang Fei's brows furrowed. Now, he had 3 choices. The first was the simplest. He could immediately activate his Nephilim form and everything would be solved, but Jiang Fei did not want to waste this skill. After all, he still had to attempt elite mode. The second was to let Isabella generate the aggro of a few monsters for him. His lifesteal was an area of effect skill anyway, so he could still protect Isabella this way. If the two of them split the damage received, Jiang Fei would be able to maintain his health points at a safe level with lifesteal after Ruthless Barrage was fully stacked. However, this was not a safe option because the boss would still chant. Once the boss began to chant, the attack speed of the monsters would increase and he would not be able to maintain his health points at a safe level anymore. Forget it! I'm just gonna go with the third option. That way, I can also see what are the effects of this skill. In the end, Jiang Fei decided to use a skill that he had never used before. Lifesteal Demon Form. This was the transform skill attached to the Crimson Reaper cape. Jiang Fei's attack speed would increase by 50% and his lifesteal effect would reach 200%. The effects lasted for 1 minute. Thump! Black smoke instantly covered Jiang Fei's body. Then, the smoke dispersed almost immediately. However, after the black smoke disappeared, Jiang Fei's appearance had changed tremendously. First of all, Jiang Fei's face became very pale and there was a trail of dried blood at the right corner of his mouth. Secondly, the blazing hammer in Jiang Fei's hand had disappeared and was replaced by sharp nails that were 3 inches long. Jiang Fei's Lightbringer armaments had also disappeared and was replaced by a black tailcoat. Damn! This looks cooler than my Nephilim form. While Jiang Fei admired his appearance, he attacked the boss. Plus 6,785, plus 8,072, plus 9,603, plus 11,725. With Jiang Fei's swift attacks, the effect of Ruthless Barrage stacked up very quickly and the lifesteal effect gradually increased. After just 2 seconds, Jiang Fei's health points reached a safe level. After 5 seconds, Ruthless Barrage was already stacked 10 times. Jiang Fei could absorb more than 17,000 health points every time he attacked. Moreover, when he attacked the boss weak point, his damage and the lifesteal amount would double. Holy sh**t. This is awesome. I should have used this more often. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. Although the duration of Lifesteal Demon Form was only a short 1 minute, the cooldown time of this skill was only 10 minutes. So, Jiang Fei could use this skill quite frequently. With an amazing lifesteal ability as a guarantee, Jiang Fei completely ignored the attacks of the boss and the small monsters. Although the boss and monsters could deal about 30,000 damage in every round of attacks, Jiang Fei's attack speed was way higher. Jiang Fei had an attack speed of about 0.6 seconds, which meant that every time the monsters attacked him, Jiang Fei could attack them 4 times. So, there was no need to worry about his health points. Moreover, with a 50% increase in his attack speed, Jiang Fei's damage output had also greatly improved. The boss' health points could not stop decreasing, as if it was a flood resulting from a collapsed embankment. After 20 seconds, the boss' health points had dropped below 50%. At this time, the chief monk of the Temple of Deities and Demons immediately started chanting, buffing his minions with attack speed. However, at this stage, there was no point in chanting anymore. Even if he called out to God for blessings, he would not be able to survive this battle. After another 10 to 20 seconds, the boss was easily defeated by Jiang Fei and Isabella. The remaining monsters also lost the protection provided by exorcism. Jiang Fei instantly killed them using God's wrath. Ding! You have eliminated the chief monk of the Temple of Deities and Demons. Obtained 320,000 experience points. Obtained 600 gold coins. Ding! Your party is the first to clear the dungeon Temple of Deities and Demons, normal mode. Please enter your party's name. Naturally, after clearing the dungeon, it was time to make an announcement. This opportunity was specifically for the first party to clear the dungeon. Jiang Fei could not help but smirk. He was thinking about how he should trigger the public this time. After a while, a system announcement appeared. Ding! Citywide announcement. The party you guys should level up faster. Solo dungeon runs are boring. Has cleared the level 40 dungeon Temple of Deities and Demons normal difficulty. Please cheer for the party member Verger Glider. After the announcement appeared 3 times, the entire Dawnlight City was quiet. Be it players who were resting in the city or players who were training in the wild, they all fell silent. After a short silence, the entire Dawnlight City went crazy. The F***CK. Should I still play this game? Am still stuck at level 38, how is this guy already level 46? And he has even cleared a level 40 dungeon? Nonsense, can you even compare to Brother Fei? Exactly. Are you new to this game? Brother Fei being the first one to clear a dungeon is not something worth making a fuss over. It's perfectly normal, Brother Fei. Be my sugar daddy please, be my sugar daddy. Am good at warming the bed up. Am petite but I have big B***BS. Brother Fei, you can contact me at XXXX. In addition to these people who were horsing around, Jiang Fei also received a lot of voice messages from the higher-ups of various guilds. These people led by Happy Drunk had a very simple purpose. That was, to inquire about the location of the dungeon. After all, many members of the elite teams of major guilds were already level 40. They probably thought that a level 40 dungeon of lowest difficulty was a 5-man dungeon. It was quite easy for them to form a 5-man party with their abilities. Ho ho, don't just ask for the location without knowing anything. Before that, try to form a complete party of 20 people. Jiang Fei smiled and rejected all these people. He was not planning to reveal the dungeon's location too soon. Although dungeon was not like a secret dungeon and it would not disappear after one clear, the more times the dungeon was cleared, the worse the drops would become. Of course, if he could keep it a secret, he would let his own guild members get the most out of it first. After all, the Temple of Deities and Demons and the bottom of the blood pool were not the same. When the bottom of the blood pool opened, it caused such a big commotion. The entire Dawnlight City was in chaos for a day. It was impossible to keep it a secret. However, the Temple of Deities and Demons was different. As long as the other players had not found the NPC that gave the map, even if they walked to the entrance of the dungeon, they would not be able to see it. So, Jiang Fei was very confident that the elite team of his guild would be able to enjoy this dungeon for a while. Chapter 406, Exorcist Staff. What? It's only normal difficulty, but we need a party of 20 people? Sure enough, Happy Drunk and the other heads of guilds were dumbstruck. Forming a level 45-man party was not the same thing as forming a level 40 20-man party. As the configuration of classes in a party was a problem, one guild might have 100 members who were level 40 but would still be unable to form a 20-man party. Clerics and tankers were at the center of this problem. Players of these two classes leveled up the slowest. So, to form a dungeon party with clerics and tankers, it would take at least a week. After pushing the frustrated leaders of major guilds away, Jiang Fei focused his attention on the drops of the final boss. As it was the final boss of the dungeon and Jiang Fei got the first kill, there was a great chance that the chief monk of the Temple of Deities and Demons would drop purple equipment. Swoosh! Purple light flashed. As expected, Jiang Fei's high luck did not disappoint. Exorcist Staff, Epic, Magic Attack plus 1024, Intelligence plus 35, Spirit plus 20, Vitality plus 10, Equipment, allows you to gain the status skill Exorcism. Increases the attack power and defense of allies within 40 meters by 10%. Upon activation, Exorcism consumes 50 mana points per second. Level requirement, 40, awesome. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. He did not expect that the boss would give away its signature skill. Of course, a skill that was attached to an equipment like this one was definitely a simplified version of the boss' original skill. It could not possibly be as powerful. Even so, a status skill like this that enhanced both the offensive and defensive aspect was quite powerful. A level 40 support class definitely had 5 or 6,000 mana points. After they equipped the staff, they would surely be able to use Exorcism for up to 2 minutes. One could easily imagine how beneficial this was to the whole party. It's that fatty Jiao Feng's lucky day. Jiang Fei nodded. As Gale Eversummer was a hidden class, she had a weapon with growth, so there was no need for her to replace her weapon. Moreover, the skills of clerics already consumed a lot of mana points. If they equipped a weapon like this which consumed even more mana points, they would run out of mana points very quickly during battles. The little fatty Jiao Feng could not heal and his various support skills did not consume much mana points. So, this staff was perfect for him. He would be able to greatly enhance the party's strength and this did not affect his ability to use his own skills. At this time, Jiang Fei was already starting to have plans to give equipment to the members of his guild's elite team. Basically, regardless of whether it was the set equipment of the 4 mythological creatures or equipment that he had obtained from dungeons, he would consider if there was anyone in the elite team who needed it. After all, Jiang Fei could not always bring others into dungeons personally. Only by arming them, the members of the elite team could challenge more difficult dungeons by themselves instead of waiting for Jiang Fei to bring them. According to Jiang Fei's plan, he wanted to continue to clear the elite mode of this dungeon. He and Isabella's transformation skills could still be used anyway. Elite difficulty would not be a problem at all. However, Rosette Rose suddenly sent him a message. "Ah Fei, come back for a while. I'll wait for you at the tavern near the east gate." "It's urgent," Rosette Rose said. "Okay. I'll be there immediately." Jiang Fei nodded, then directly tore a return scroll. Currently, Rosette Rose had pretty much given up on leveling. She invested all her time into the management of the guild. She would not bother Jiang Fei without a reason, so Jiang Fei did not dare to delay. He and Isabella arrived at the tavern near the east gate immediately. After forming a party with Rosette Rose, Jiang Fei realized that Rosette Rose was not waiting for him in a private room inside the tavern. Instead, she was in the main hall. There were 2 people beside her. One was Smart Tomato. As for the other one, Jiang Fei had not met him before. Beansprout, human, constructor, level 12, health points 1,350, remarks, member of the Guild Valley of Glory. "Why didn't you book a private room?" Jiang Fei asked curiously. "We just came out of the private room. Everything's settled. I just called you here to sign and finalize things." Rosette Rose laughed. Her efficiency was amazing. After negotiating just once, she had managed to pull Beansprout over. Sure. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he took the electronic agreement that Rosette Rose handed him and signed it immediately. Ding! Beansprout has joined the guild. After Jiang Fei signed, the agreement came into effect. So, Beansprout immediately left Valley of Glory and joined Imperial Dragon. Well, since you've joined our guild, we're family now. I want stand on ceremony. From now on, you're in charge of the construction matters of the guild. You can talk to Rosette Rose about the construction materials. If it's in relation to the materials you need to level up your own skills, talk to Big Brother Bear. He's responsible for taking care of all the needs of profession class players in terms of skill leveling. Jiang Fei smiled at Beansprout. Ho ho, no problem, I've been wanting to use my skills for a long time. Ever since I advanced into a constructor, I never had the chance to. Now that I've joined Imperial Dragon, I naturally have the opportunity to show everyone what I've got. Beansprout was also extremely happy. Although he transferred to a hidden class, Beansprout had no opportunities in Valley of Glory. It was like how the world's best jewel meister and engraver lived in a poor small village and had never even seen glass before. Even though he had amazing talent, there was no chance for him to show it at all. Everyone overlooked his talents every single day. Anyone in his situation would feel depressed. However, after joining Imperial Dragon, Beansprout would have a place to showcase his talents. Imperial Dragon was one of the two powerful guilds in Dawnlight City that had a guild territory. Only here, he could utilize his strength. Beansprout had changed guilds and was now in charge of building Imperial Dragon's territory. However, Jiang Fei's job was not done. He and Rosette Rose still had to deal with the aftermath of the situation. After all, Beansprout was a profession class player supported by his previous guild. So, he had signed an agreement with Valley of Glory previously. Now that he had changed guilds, he had breached the contract, so there was a huge mess to clean up. Originally, Jiang Fei intended to leave it all to Rosette Rose. However, Rosette Rose insisted that it was necessary for Jiang Fei to be present because it involved real money compensation. This was to prevent gossips. Rosette Rose had a commercial business dealing background, so she did things with the utmost care. She was very concerned about the fact that people might complain if she did not handle this kind of thing properly. She only stayed on by Jiang Fei's side so that she could achieve her dream. At the same time, she could improve her skills. She did not want to let others get the wrong idea and think that she was lining her own pockets. After following Rosette Rose around and dealing with the compensation for breach of contract, Jiang Fei looked at the time. In another 30 minutes or so, it would be time to go offline. There was no time to attempt the elite dungeon anymore. However, when Jiang Fei returned to the guild base, his originally low mood was swept away as soon as he saw the guild's construction progress of the guild. After Beansprout joined the guild, the construction speed of Imperial Dragon's territory had increased by at least 10%. The defense towers and the walls were also way stronger than before. It's worth it. Jiang Fei nodded. It had been a long day and he had spent a huge amount of money. However, now that Beansprout was part of the guild, Imperial Dragon's guild territory would surely be impregnable. Chapter 407, Zhuge. In the morning, Jiang Fei logged out of the game. As it was the weekend, Jiang Fei did not have to go to school. After breakfast, he made up an excuse of paying a visit to his classmate's home and slipped out of the house. Jiang Fei's mother was very supportive of him taking the initiative to play outdoors. After all, her baby son had been very hard at work in the school and even participated in various competitions outside of school, which both made her happy but also worried about Jiang Fei. Now that he was able to go out and have fun, she felt at ease as it meant that Jiang Fei had not turned into a complete bookworm. After leaving the house, Jiang Fei immediately hailed a taxi which brought him to the suburbs. He looked for a place where there was no one else and retrieved the anti-gravity hoverboard. He would soon be on his way to steal uranium ore from the Australian ore mine. As 0541 had been giving warnings that its energy would be depleted within a few days, Jiang Fei knew he had to make a move immediately. As the anti-gravity hoverboard moved at an extremely high speed, Jiang Fei arrived at an Australian ore mine in the afternoon on the same day. It's an open-air treasure trove of ore mines. 0541 was equally surprised after scanning the vicinity. Does that mean there is sufficient energy here for us to steal as we please? Jiang Fei asked as the corners of his mouth lifted. As these are all unrefined ores, the energy they contain is at least 500 times the amount of energy from the radioactive energy sources. 0541 said after some calculations. That's great! Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. Once the deal was done, 0541's energy reservoir would be enough to sustain his search for Braveheart's engine room. Let's get down, Jiang Fei said as he proceeded to lower his altitude. Don't rush it! 0541 stopped Jiang Fei. What's the matter? Jiang Fei was stunned. The surrounding radioactive energy in a 100-mile radius was significantly over the safety limit. There were no other habitants apart from some technicians from the nuclear energy company. Jiang Fei thought that nobody would be able to stop him even if he openly robbed the ore mine. Therefore, he could not understand why 0541 stopped him in his track. I detect a higher form of life below us. There is a level 4 metahuman and 5 level 3 metahumans. 0541 explained. D*MN. Jiang Fei was shocked. Free lunch doesn't exist after all. To be fair, it was such a huge industrial mining zone. The company would have arranged for guards to be on standby in the area. However, only metahumans would be able to sneak in and withstand the radioactivity to a certain extent. Since any form of invasion could only be accomplished by metahumans, the guards on standby would undoubtedly also be metahumans rather than normal human guards. Could I possibly sneak in with the invisibility effect? Jiang Fei wondered. That's not possible. The radioactivity is too strong here. Both optical distortion and mirror refraction methods would be affected by the radioactivity. It's very easy for you to be discovered. 0541 explained. What can I do then? Jiang Fei said and frowned. According to my calculations, Captain, your chances of sneaking into the ore mine without being discovered is less than 5%. When confronting the enemies, your probability of success is less than 3%. The best way forward is to retreat. 0541 gave the most sensible recommendation. No way! I've come all this way. How could I just leave empty-handed? Jiang Fei waved dismissively. The trip had cost 0541 a significant amount of energy. If he were to return empty-handed, 0541 might enter hibernation mode before he even arrived at home. I've got an idea! Jiang Fei exclaimed. Captain, what's your plan? 0541 asked. Holy *T. I had been able to use scare tactics in the game. I believe I can do the same here in the real world. Jiang Fei smiled devilishly. Captain, please tell me your plan. I will calculate your rate of success. 0541 was not very convinced. There's no need to calculate. Do as I say. I need some equipment. Jiang Fei immediately ordered 0541 to produce some equipment. The equipment were mostly simple items used for cosmetic purposes. They did not involve a lot of technical difficulties and therefore was a piece of cake for 0541 to conjure. Soon enough, Jiang Fei was done transforming into his new appearance high up in the air. Jiang Fei no longer looked like a 16-year-old teenager that he was. Instead, the mask on Jiang Fei's face made him look old and wrinkly. He even had strands of beard hair as white as snow dangling under his chin. Jiang Fei was also no longer dressed in his casual clothes. He now wore a traditional Chinese overall with a crown on his head and a sword behind his back. He looked exactly like a martial artist who had come from the Wudong Mountain. What do you think? Do I look the part? Jiang Fei asked. Your appearance is fine. However, your voice would give it away. Here, put this on. 0541 conjured a voice-changing tool for Jiang Fei to be placed on his throat. The tool was a small black dot which looked like a birthmark when placed on his throat. Nobody would suspect it to be anything otherwise. Undefeatable master. Do I look the part now? Jiang Fei's appearance was very sufficiently deceptive. It should be enough to fool those foreigners who do not understand Wuxia's culture. 0541 said. That's great. Let's go. Jiang Fei nodded as he steered the gigantic saber to a lower altitude and soon entered the ore mine's vicinity. Jiang Fei then kept the gigantic saber away and walked toward the center of the ore mine. Shuffles, Jiang Fei had only just appeared in the mining zone before a group of 6 big men appeared from the side. All 6 of them were wearing protective equipment. Although these metahumans had a certain resistance to radioactivity and did not need to wear a full set of protective clothing, they still needed to be equipped with some form of protection against the radioactivity. Who are you? The leader of the pack was carrying a huge golden sword, which was not any smaller than Jiang Fei's gigantic saber, on his back. Undefeatable master. I am Zhuge Shanjin. Young one, do you understand Mandarin? Jiang Fei asked with an authoritative tone. Although he was perfectly capable of speaking to the Caucasians in English, he pretended not to know the language. Based on the traditional Chinese costume he presented himself in, he would be exposed the moment he spoke English. What does that mean? Does anyone of you know what he just said? The big Caucasian man was stunned as he turned to look at the followers behind him. I think he was speaking in Mandarin. One of the followers said. Bullsh *T. Do you think that I did not know he was speaking in Mandarin? I was asking about what he said. The big Caucasian man said angrily. We do not understand. The 5 followers all shook their heads. A bunch of useless trash. Find someone who can translate. The big Caucasian man scolded angrily. What's all the fuss about? Why don't we just shoo him away? One of the followers said, annoyed. Idiot! Can't you see this fellow does not have a single piece of protective equipment on him? If he could walk into this radioactive zone so effortlessly, do you think he is a normal human being? He looks like one of Wuxia's elite martial artists. If we acted harshly without getting the facts right, are you sure we would be able to defeat him? The big Caucasian man said unhappily. All the other factions of metahumans had always been troubled by the difficulty of measuring Wuxia martial artists' capabilities. As Wuxia martial artists contained inner strength, nobody would know how strong they were unless they attacked outrightly. However, one of the most commonly accepted ways of gauging their capabilities was through their age. As Wuxia martial artists improved their cultivation through training, the older they were, the stronger they were naturally. Therefore, when he saw Jiang Fei as an old man, the big Caucasian man decided not to act rashly against Jiang Fei. Hee. Jiang Fei was secretly overjoyed. These Caucasian men were misled to believe that Jiang Fei could not understand English. Hence, they were not wary of him when speaking in their common language. Now, Jiang Fei had an idea of how his plan would go. The first step of fooling these men had been a success. They were now more or less wary of Jiang Fei. If these men were to attack Jiang Fei without even hearing him out, Jiang Fei would have had to escape right away. Chapter 408, Public Robbery. One of the Caucasian fellows went away. He must have left to look for a translator. The remaining 4 Caucasian men were gesticulating with their hands for Jiang Fei to follow them into a meeting room within the ore mine for a private discussion. Although these Caucasian men were all wearing some form of protective equipment against the radiation, they could not wear full sets of equipment like the other workers as they needed to retain their agility during fights. While the simple protective equipment they had on were effective, the equipment were all incomparable to Jiang Fei's mysterious ring. Now that they were in an exposed area within the ore mine, the radiation was way over the safety limit. Even high-level metahumans would be harmed if they were exposed to such levels of radioactivity for extended periods. All right. Jiang Fei nodded as he followed the Caucasian men into a building in the ore mine. There were a few blocks of buildings in the area. Naturally, the buildings here paled in comparison with the tall buildings in the city. The buildings here were mostly 2 to 3 stories tall with walls as thick as 2 meters. The reason for the thick walls was to protect the inhabitants on the outside from the strong radiation. After entering the building, the Caucasian men seemed to be much more relaxed. They removed the protective equipment on their bodies. Although the level of radioactivity in the building was still above the safety level for normal humans, it could barely harm metahumans. Jiang Fei waited in the meeting room with the other Caucasian men for nearly 20 minutes before the Caucasian fellow who left earlier returned with a translator, as their voices could be heard from a distance. The translator whom he brought along apparently spoke terrible English and could barely form a complete sentence. Very soon, the door to the meeting room was flung open as two men entered from the outside. One of them was the Caucasian fellow, while the other one made Jiang Fei frown. The other man, like Jiang Fei, had a full head of black hair and black eyes. He looked very much Asian, but was exquisitely ugly with unibrows, dog-like eyes, a huge onion-shaped nose, and thick sausage-like lips. His mouth was especially huge. One could not tell the difference between his lips and a big piece of Chinese steamed bun. "Boss, this guy is a guard from Tokyo's Edo Company. He happens to understand Chinese," the Caucasian fellow whispered into the ears of the level 4 metahuman. "All right. I don't care who he is as long as he can translate." The level 4 Caucasian guy nodded. He had initially prepared for the company to send a proper translator over. However, that would have taken at least another hour or two. Since there was someone in the mind presently who could act as a translator, that saved him a lot of time. Coincidentally, when Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu ambushed the Japanese's nuclear experimental base in Africa, and Jiang Fei had stolen their nuclear materials, the Japanese had actually used it as an excuse to continue importing nuclear energy from the Australian mining company. The Japanese promised not to refine the nuclear energy and gave the simple excuse that they only needed the energy for their nuclear plants to run. Although the excuse was almost laughable, the Australian Caucasian counterparts bought it without questions. They guarded themselves heavily against Huaxia, refusing to sell any ore minerals to the Chinese people, but were completely lax with the Japanese folks. Clearly, they had forgotten how the Japanese once screwed them over. "Humph. Didn't you refuse to sell any of the minerals to us? I am here to claim my stake and I won't even pay for it." Jiang Fei chuckled to himself. "Can you speak Chinese?" the big Caucasian man asked the Japanese translator. "Yes, I can." The Japanese translator's English was so horrible that Jiang Fei almost wanted to smash him with a teacup nearby. From the looks on the faces of the Caucasian men present, they could barely tolerate the Japanese translator's poor English as well. "All right then, help us translate." Since there was no other choice, the big Caucasian man had to make do with whatever that was available. "A pleasure to meet you. I am the safety manager on site, high-tier shrine warrior Kazas. May I ask why you have come here?" After the big Caucasian man was done speaking, he signaled to the Japanese translator to do his job. "Chinese man, this is the high-tier shrine warrior Kazas. You'd better spill out the reason why you have come here or else we will kill you on the spot." The tone that the Japanese man used was completely different from the intended meaning of the original words. "What a man! He actually wants to provoke us." Jiang Fei's facial expression changed. It seemed that this Japanese fellow had no good intentions. He was trying to make Jiang Fei fight with these Caucasian men. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei happened to understand English. 0541, what is this Japanese man's capability? Jiang Fei asked in his heart. "He is a level 2 biohuman." 0541 answered. Piece of **T. Have the Japanese started appointing biohumans as guards for the big players? It seems like they already have pretty sophisticated biotechnology. Jiang Fei frowned. Although he was surprised by the Japanese's progress in biotechnology, he did not give two hoots about the level 2 biohuman. As Jiang Fei tightened his right fist, energy began to accumulate in his right hand. Force punch! No one expected the saintly-looking Jiang Fei to lash out. The immediacy of the impact from the force punch meant there was no chance for someone to react in time, including the level 4 high-tier shrine warrior Kazas. Bang! The punch landed on the Japanese fellow's chest. Soon after, the Japanese fellow's chest crushed inward and the clothing material behind his back exploded. After the Japanese fellow was flung outside, Kazas and the others discovered that there was a huge gap in the Japanese fellow's chest. The internal organs, such as his heart, had all been crushed to a pulp. Seeing how Jiang Fei had killed the Japanese fellow with a single punch, Kazas and the rest did not know how to react. They also could not understand why this kind-looking old martial artist would suddenly kill their subordinate. However, since Jiang Fei lashed out on their home grounds, they all took the stance of resistance in preparation for a fight. Humph. Jiang Fei snorted coolly as he turned around to land a punch against the wall. Penetrating chi strike. Bang! As the penetrating chi strike induced an internal explosion within the wall, the thick and strong cemented wall instantly exploded, leaving a huge gaping hole in the center. Quickly, put on your protective equipment. Right then, Kazas could not care less about Jiang Fei killing someone right before their eyes. He immediately called out for his subordinates to put on their protective equipment as the gap in the wall created by Jiang Fei now exposed them to the radiation. Gigantic saber. Jiang Fei summoned his huge sword, which floating outside the meeting room. Jiang Fei leaped out of the meeting room through the gap in the wall and, as the meeting room was on the second floor, landed squarely on the gigantic saber which was floating midair. You bunch of fools. Why would you ask a Japanese fellow to become a translator? Don't you know he would try to stir things up the wrong way? Consider yourselves lucky that I am big-hearted enough to let you off the hook. I will take away some of your belongings as a form of punishment. If you want them back, ask your leader to find me in Waxia's Zhongnan Mountain. Jiang Fei spoke in English as he rode to the intersection of the ore mine on his gigantic saber. 0541. Snatch as much as you can. We do not have much time. Jiang Fei said in his heart. He had to steal as much of the uranium ore as he could while these Caucasian men were still in the state of shock. What did I just see? A flying sword? Could the tales of Waxia's fairy legends be true? Kaza's mind went black for a moment. He had forgotten all about the Japanese fellow who died just a few moments ago. He was a living witness of a Huaxia elder flying across the sky on a giant blade. He felt almost as if he was dreaming. Chapter 409, Not a single drop left. Seeing Jiang Fei enter the ore mine made Kaza's heart beat wildly. Drops of sweat fell steadily off his chin. At that moment, Kaza's was truly fearful. Ignoring the fact that he was a level 4 metahuman. There is truth in the saying that the higher one's level, the more fearful of death one is. Besides, Waxia's martial artists were already a cloak of mystery to the Western metahumans. The most notable Huaxia martial artists were people like Old Man Hai, who were all level 4 martial artists. Everyone knew that the Waxia's people were good at concealing their true talents, and therefore what was apparent would most definitely not be their true strongest state. According to news garnered by the Western folks, Waxia's peak level 4 martial artists were sometimes capable of using their Qigong techniques to leap into the air and hover for extended periods. However, no one had ever heard of any of them flying on blades. Although the Caucasian men did not understand how the Huaxia elder could fly with his blade, they made a guess based on the common understanding that anyone who did not need wings to fly was a level 5 celestial metahuman who could go against the natural order. Therefore, the wisest decision would be to run away from such people. Moreover, the old man apparently understood English. However, he refused to communicate with them in English at his own discretion. Now, Kazas was very glad that he did not attack the old man. If he did, he would have been asking for his own demise if the level 5 opponent decided to fight back. After close to half an hour, Jiang Fei flew away from the ore mine on his gigantic saber and disappeared into the direction of Huaxia. Kazas and his technicians then made their way into the ore mine. Regardless of what had happened, they needed to find out what the Huaxia elder had done in the ore mine. That's it. Take off your protective equipment. There isn't a single trace of radioactivity left in this place. He did not even leave a single drop. The technician exclaimed as he threw away the gauging meter in his hand. He seemed to be completely dumbfounded by what he had just witnessed. What do you mean? What did he do in our mine? Kazas asked, confused. After all, he was a mere combatant who had no knowledge of ore mining. What do I mean? I mean that this ore mine had just been completely depleted. There isn't even a single drop left. We can pack up and leave. This ore mine is useless. The technician finally lost his temper and started complaining outrightly. The shock he had experienced today was far more than he could bear. That's impossible. Didn't you predict that we could harvest the ores here for at least 100 years? How could he possibly deplete the entire ore mine in just half an hour? Kazas was in a state of disbelief. Humph. I didn't believe someone could fly off on a blade. But, how did that Huaxia man leave? The technician who had nearly gone mad completely forgot about the fact that Kazas was his superior. He was now rambling unreservedly. It seemed that the shock was simply too great for him. Kazas was silenced by the technician's uncontrolled rambling. Flying on a sword was something even he could not understand, let alone this mere technician. However, it was difficult to tell if the old man was truly a level 5 existential being. A level 5 metahuman was deemed to be a godlike being who was strong enough to violate the natural laws of the universe. Therefore, nobody knew what these level 5 metahumans were capable of, or rather what they were not capable of. Boss, do you still remember what he had said? One of Kaza's subordinates asked. Yes. Kaza suddenly experienced a moment of eureka. All the while, he was occupied by the shock of witnessing Jiang Fei's flight on the blade. Now that his subordinate mentioned it, he recalled Jiang Fei's words back in the mine. As Jiang Fei had spoken his last words in English, Kazas was able to comprehend every single word he said. Jiang Fei stated very clearly that the Japanese translator had meant to stir things up the wrong way. That was why he had decided to end the Japanese fellow's life, since he was the one who provoked Jiang Fei. Not only was the Japanese fellow killed, but Kazas and the rest were also dragged into the mess and blamed for their carelessness. Jiang Fei clearly acted out of anger, which explained why he had emptied the entire ore mine. He even preempted them that if they wanted the ores back, Kazas would have to get his big boss to find Jiang Fei in Huaxia. For a level 4 metahuman like Kazas to be treated like a nobody, the so-called big boss must certainly be a level 5 metahuman. However, there was not a single level 5 metahuman in the nuclear mining company. Kazas would have to report the incident to the European Luminous Vatican. However, would the Pope be convinced to travel all the way to Huaxia for such a small matter? Would the Pope even be able to solve the mess if he went personally? In an instant, Kazas thought of ways to solve the problem. However, there was not a single solution he could think of that might actually work. Forget it. I shall report whatever that had happened as it is. Kazas sighed helplessly. Thankfully, there was a recording system in the meeting room. If the Japanese fellow was truly trying to stir up a fight, Kazas would be able to shift the blame onto him. If they could not get the ores back, the Japanese people would have to bear the loss. At that moment, Jiang Fei could not care less about how Kazas would report the incident to each level of his superiors. He was beyond happy with the outcome of his actions. Initially, he had only planned to pretend to be a level 5 metahuman, showcase a few of his sword skills, and subsequently borrow some of their ores. After all, Jiang Fei believed that they would have surely been pressured by his pretense as a level 5 metahuman. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, with credits to the Japanese fellow's interference, he had the opportunity to rob them clean instead of merely borrowing a small number of ore minerals. Moreover, he was able to do so under the guise of punishing them. Indeed, Jiang Fei's ruthlessness and the way he flew on a blade certainly gave Kazas and the rest a good scare. These people did not even have the guts to test Jiang Fei's capabilities. To be honest, it was not their fault at all. If someone else were to step into their shoes, they would probably react the same way when faced with a supposed level 5 metahuman. Who would dare to initiate an attack on someone so dangerously powerful? 0541. How's our energy storage doing now? Jiang Fei asked excitedly. As long as you, Captain, Do not engage in a battle with level 5 metahumans and only focus on producing items. The amount of energy should last us for quite some time. In other words, we won't need to worry about energy depletion anytime soon. 0541 reported. That's wonderful news. Jiang Fei was extremely glad. This was the first time he had heard from 0541 that he would not need to worry about its energy running out. As for fighting against level 5 metahumans, Jiang Fei was not that dim-witted to do such a silly thing. By then, the sky had already turned dark. If he were to return home right away, it would be past midnight by the time he reached. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to give his mother a call to tell her that he would stay over at his classmate's house instead. His mother nagged him briefly but did not seem to be too concerned. After all, she was merely a housewife and had no reason to believe that her baby son would travel thousands of miles away to rob or mine clean. When Jiang Fei returned to the suburbs, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. He found a place to land and removed the equipment on his body. He then kept all of the equipment in his spatial ring. With sufficient energy, Jiang Fei did not worry so much about storing items in the spatial ring as he did before. Besides, he would still need the costume in the future if he were to impersonate his made-up master. Chapter 410, The Tragic Fall of Planet Namek, 0541. Now that you have some energy, do you think you can make me some energy crystals and elemental water? That was the most important thing to Jiang Fei. Affirmative. Materials needed are adequate for production. I can start manufacturing them now. Make me one of each first, said Jiang Fei. The potion effect cannot be stacked. Having more would only be a waste. Plus, if manufacturing other things would require the same material, he would have to start to search for more. Might as well just make one for now. Production of energy crystal and elemental water has started. Estimated completion of order should be 3 hours, said 0541. Items that Jiang Fei requested required the use of individual factory and lab, hence the time needed for production. Potions were easy enough to make as 0541 could easily whip out a few truckloads of them in just half a second. Alright, time to wait then. Even though waiting has never been his forte, there was nothing he could do to speed up the process. In that 3 hours of waiting, Jiang Fei conversed with 0541 about nothing and everything. 0541 was the genius product of planet Namek. There was almost nothing that 0541 did not know. Even in the wild outdoors, Jiang Fei was able to log into the game. However, he was in the middle of the field then. Entering the game would force Jiang Fei into a deep slumber. Jiang Fei did not want to have insects of critters come crawling into his body. Right, you mentioned something about Braveheart being the pinnacle of technology of planet Namek. Such a ship, like Braveheart. Just how many of them are there in planet Namek? Asked Jiang Fei. Braveheart is a deep space exploration and civilian transport ship. There was no other ship like it. It cannot be. If the ship was so powerful, why didn't they build more of it? Could it be that you just didn't know about other ships' existence? Perhaps they built more of them after you left planet Namek, said Jiang Fei condescendingly. If the ship was as flawless as 0541 had said, why build only one? It was simple. When Braveheart set out into space, it was a means of escape. In that crucial seconds, only the captain and a few other crew members were on board the ship. All the rest of planet Namek and its inhabitants were destroyed when the planet collapsed, said 0541 monotonously without any sadness or grief. What happened? Asked Jiang Fei as he got onto his feet. It was a piece of jaw-dropping news. How could a planet with such an abundance of technology be destroyed? How is it that out of billions of inhabitants of the planet, only a handful of them managed to escape? They had even perished mysteriously in Earth's atmosphere and even crashed the ship. Technology was the catalyst to both progress and destruction, said 0541. What does that mean? Resources was scarce and the scientists had come up with a plan to use the power of spatial singularity and harness its power for the use of the people. Singularity, a black hole. When the scientist was conducting one of their experiments with an in-lab generated black hole, they had failed during the containment of its infinite gravity force. It happened in less than a fraction of a millisecond. The Hawking radiation that was released from the black hole had instantly killed every living being that was in the experiment lab. 1 millisecond later, the black hole consumed every bit of matter within a 10-kilometer radius. Within seconds, the black hole grew to the size of a baseball and all of planet Namek had already been destroyed. The captain and the crew members were already on board the ship, preparing for a test phase and were in a safe orbital zone when the entire incident occurred. Other ships that were in close orbit to the planet were unable to escape the gravitational pull of the black hole. Oh my god. So that's how an advanced planet perished. Jiang Fei was thrown off track. He had thought about the planet destruction and other causes of it, but never because of a failed experiment. Perhaps there were other survivors who were in the cosmos when the incident occurred. Perhaps they were safe and sound. However, by now, I have calculated that the massive gravitational pull has already consumed all planets within the system itself. Naturally, all the space colonies that were in orbit around the star system has perished, even colonies. All those people had died. Jiang Fei cringed at the thought. Imagine how they felt when all they did was relaxing at home when a powerful force dragged them to their deaths. No one from Namek would have known that it was the fault of a few scientists that had caused the destruction of the planet. Jiang Fei continued asking many general things about planet Namek, and before he knew it, 3 hours was up. 0541 then informed him about the completion of energy crystal and elemental water. At that point, Jiang Fei felt a little lost. Usually, 0541 was always hibernating. Now that it was able to remain active for a longer time, Jiang Fei felt glad that he was able to talk to 0541 and get to know about its origin planet. It was like listening to a sci-fi story. Right. Can I have the potions, please? It did not take long for Jiang Fei to completely put the things about planet Namek at the back of his mind. The energy crystal and elemental water were far more important to Jiang Fei, as they would literally give power to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei then took out 2 bottles from the ring's inventory. One was transparent and the other was a pale yellowish fluid. The yellow one would be the energy system activator and the transparent one would construct the energy circulation, 0541 explained. Right, am supposed to drink the yellow one first? Asked Jiang Fei. Even though the name was energy crystal, but it did not resemble anything of it in the game. However, Jiang Fei was already used to it. Almost everything that Jiang Fei took out of the game never retained its original look. That is accurate. Here goes nothing. Gulp. Jiang Fei had prepared himself to taste something horrible, but little did he know that the potion tasted sweet with a hint of sourness. It was similar to citrus juice, but a little less fruity. After drinking the potion, Jiang Fei could immediately feel its effect taking place. He could feel energy flowing and circling around his central qi. After a few moments, the energy spread out to all of his veins in his body. 15 minutes later, the feeling subsided. Jiang Fei jumped around and tried a few kicks, yet there was no difference. Hey, is this the real thing? Asked Jiang Fei as he rolled his eyes. This potion constructs pathway for the energy to flow. There has to be energy in the first place. It is like giving you a car with no fuel to drive. What do you use the car for? Well, I can show it off to my friends, said Jiang Fei as he rolled his eyes again. He understood what 0541 meant. The yellow potion had only created a pathway for energy to flow. What he needed to do next is to consume the transparent potion to create energy circulation. That way, his body could generate energy forever. Gulp! Blur! What the hell? At first glance, Jiang Fei had assumed the transparent potion to be tasteless. However, after gulping the entire potion down, Jiang Fei felt sick because it tasted like a mix of vodka and whiskey. He began to feel a burning sensation in his throat all the way down to his stomach. After that, he cleared his throat and every breath he took after was smoother. As if all the airways were opened wide for easier breathing. One moment after that, Jiang Fei felt something. After consuming the transparent potion, he felt the effects of the first potion again. This time, he could feel the energy inside him starting to spin clockwise. It spun continuously and Jiang Fei could feel something else in his body. Chapter 411, Martial Skill. Half an hour later, Jiang Fei could literally feel his chi pool filled to the brim. He clenched his fist and channeled chi energy to his arm. At that moment, his entire fist was covered with a white visible cloud of energy. Excited, Jiang Fei punched his fist toward the sky. Unfortunately, instead of ripping itself apart and clouds bursting away, literally nothing happened to the sky. The energy that was enveloping Jiang Fei's hand stayed the same. Captain, your current level is only attack and defense increase. It would seem that you would need some form of skill set to be able to utilize the energy inside of you to strike an enemy far away, huh? Do you have anything of that sort? There would be information about skill books of that matter in the main data library of Braveheart. However, it is likely that that main data library was destroyed during the crash. There is a possibility of recovery if you decide to scour the world for its wreckage. Could you just make one skill book from the game? Said Jiang Fei. Theoretically, it is a possibility, but it requires the calculation of a powerful computer to generate and decipher such data. My current level of computing is insufficient as it is only a backup model. The Braveheart Data Management Center, currently still at large, should not have a problem in calculating and computing such data. Jiang Fei sighed heavily whenever 0541 explained its inability to do anything without the other parts of the ship. How and when on Earth would he be able to find the other parts of the ship? Suddenly, he had an idea. If he could not make 0541 create a skill book, what about the ones from China Martial Artist Alliance? Theoretically, it is possible for you to gain such a skill set from the aforementioned sources. Your current energy is the most basic system. Such energy has no attributes, which basically means that you can use it for almost all sort of skill sets. The downside of it is the potency of the output power. I see, said Jiang Fei happily. Finding the lost parts of the ship or the data management center were tasks that depended highly on luck. On the other hand, heading to the China Martial Artist Alliance was something that was completely doable. When he was in the Hidden Dragon Village, Jiang Fei had sent a complete list of all items that could be exchanged for contribution points. There were plenty of skills that required chi to train. Before gaining a chi pool, Jiang Fei was not interested in those skill books. Now, he was a different man and it was about time for him to pick up those skills. Even though those skill books would require a good number of contribution points, Jiang Fei did not fear it since he could easily produce potions and ant milk to exchange for points. Right, I should talk to Old Hai when I have the chance and get 1 or 2 skill books. While Jiang Fei was enjoying his time, entire Europe, the Luminous Vatican, and the entire society of metahumans was rattled. The main cause of this event was one simple report by Kazask. In that report, there was a man named Zhuge Shanjin, a China martial artist. The name was reported being cited to use the legendary sword gliding skill and was identified as a true level 5 fighter. In a blink of an eye, the news about a level 5 fighter spread through the world. It was a level 5 fighter. A legendary existence. It was almost a rare sighting as a young maiden in her undergarment. Everyone knew what it looked like, just not with their own eyes. Rumors had always been circulating about the existence of a level 5 metahuman, but no one had ever ascertained that fact. Hence, when Zhuge Shanjin came out, the entire metahuman community was rattled. The one that took it most seriously was the Luminous Vatican of Europe. In Kazask's report, they had accidentally wronged the great level 5 master, even though it was the fault of a Japanese prick. Kazask and anyone associated with him was wrongfully blamed. The Pope was greatly displeased of what had happened. In public, he had always declared himself as one of the legendary level 5 metahuman. However, he knew that he was merely the pinnacle of a level 4 metahuman. He was only able to defeat other metahuman with special tools. Not even he had that level of confidence to face off with an actual level 5 metahuman. Even though he had lost one of the priceless uranium mines, it pained him to say that he would be challenging a god if he dared to even find this Zhuge Shanjin to have him pay the damage. Fine. This should be the price of a valuable lesson, said the Pope as he gave up any plans to fix the problem. Your Holiness, there has to be a way to fix this. This cannot be let go even though we were partially involved, said a red-robed bishop. Right you are. Contact Kazask and tell him if the Japanese want to buy uranium, they would have to buy it 100 times the price. The payment that we have received from a batch of uranium will be accepted as compensation. No more minerals would be given out to them. At this point, the Pope's hate for the Japanese had grown so much. Kazask's report contained the meeting room's recording, and they had proof that it was that Japanese bugger who had instigated the fight. It did not matter if he had died. The problem was that he was the root of the problem. The red-robed bishops sighed heavily. They knew that the Pope was having a bad moment, but increasing the price of uranium by 100 times would mean that the Japanese would not be buying from them. It was a loss for them as well. Not to mention that there were only very few uranium mines left. However, a lesson was learned here, that is, the Japanese could not be trusted, even for a simple transaction. The metahuman community had strings attached to almost all corners of the world. Even though there were still very few confidential information that they could not get their hands on, the news about Zhuge Shanzhen was rather public. The appearance of a level 5 martial artist had spread faster in the metahuman community, especially since some of them could communicate via telepathy. It was important since they would want every single bit of information regarding the China martial artist. Since Jiang Fei had mentioned to Old Hai about his master being Zhuge Shanzhen a very long time ago, when the news had finally reached the China Martial Artists Alliance, they immediately drew a conclusion. The mysterious level 5 master of Jiang Fei's had been identified. Whenever Jiang Fei's name was mentioned, everyone would know that he was the youngest level 4 martial artist with an unknown level 5 master supporting him. Now, the word unknown could be removed from context. The sword gliding technique, as well as the ability to remove a mountain of uranium in an instant, was something no ordinary metahuman could achieve. That would mean that Zhuge Shanzhen had reached a level that would explain the prowess of a level 5. Jiang Fei's journey to Europe had earned him a good haul. Not only had he obtained a ridiculous amount of raw energy for the ring, he had also managed to create a solid background of himself. Next time, whenever someone tried to fight Jiang Fei, they would have to reconsider since he was supported by a level 5 master. If his identity was not known, people might still take a chance and go for it. However, the identity and capabilities had been revealed. Unless there was a way to completely suppress information, having his master know about Jiang Fei's defeat would definitely anger the gods. Chapter 412, Grand Restore Pill and the Evil Purging Pill. Time passed quickly and it was already morning. Since Jiang Fei had already informed about his absence from home, he did not return immediately. Instead, he took a ride to the city center and had Han Tianyu pick him up. Even though Jiang Fei could contact Old Hai via the honorary elder command plate, Jiang Fei felt that it was better to talk to Han Tianyu. First of all, his relationship with Han Tianyu was strong and good. Even though Jiang Fei could see that the man was a little secretive, Jiang Fei knew that he had no hostility towards Jiang Fei. That was Han Tianyu. A man with principle and would not work without benefits since he was a businessman. He would not make a move without any reason. To say that Han Tianyu would take care of Jiang Fei because Jiang Fei had saved his life would be believable when Jiang Fei was just a kid. Now that Jiang Fei had already learned many things about the world, it would be natural for him to suspect hidden motives. That was why Han Tianyu had always moved in the light. It was to let Jiang Fei know his every move to reveal that there was nothing hidden in his sleeves. That way, Jiang Fei would trust him more and both of them would understand each other. Jiang Fei had also gained a sixth sense. The third eye, or the eye of the mind, for certain people. After getting involved in many events with the China Martial Artists Alliance, Jiang Fei had gained much knowledge about how society worked. It could be said that it was all thanks to the ring's ability, but mental maturity was not something that could be simply gained. Jiang Fei knew himself that even after 10 years, he could never play mind games with the old foxes in the Alliance. That was why whenever he reasoned with the people of the Alliance, he would do so from the perspective of a businessman. Getting emotions involved would hurt one's transaction. If everyone cooperated well and went with the flow, things would not be a mess. He would never want to be eaten alive by the old foxes. Hence, Jiang Fei had Han Tianyu to be the middleman between him and the Alliance. This big brother was still a member of the alliance and also a weapon manufacturer. Jiang Fei would want him to be his representative to avoid being talked into something he did not want to do by the old foxes. You said high-tier martial skills? Asked Han Tianyu when Jiang Fei explained his request. Yes. My master had advised me to learn more arts to grow better, said Jiang Fei at a whim. I see. I see, said Han Tianyu even though he was frowning. What Jiang Fei said was wrong. To gain more knowledge was good, but from the perspective of a martial artist, one should not fear the man who practices 1,000 kicks, but the man who practices one kick 1,000 times. Martial artists focused on one art style and not many. That saying had been taught to Han Tianyu on the first day of his training as well as many other grandmasters. That was why he did not agree with what Jiang Fei was about to do. However, it was the advice of a level 5 master. There was no reasoning with that. Perhaps even the other elders in the alliance would have nothing to say about it. Do you have enough contribution points? Those skill books don't come cheap. In fact, I recalled many early level 4 fighters risking their lives to be able to earn a skill book, said Han Tianyu as he frowned. He was genuinely worried about Jiang Fei at this point. Many had died while in missions. From Han Tianyu's perspective, he wanted Jiang Fei to live as long as possible. It was hard for Han Tianyu to have such a strong support, and that support had the support of a level 5 master. He would not want any harm to befall Jiang Fei. If anything happened to him, Han Tianyu would lose all connections to that level 5 master. There's not much to worry about me. I have my master's pill to exchange, said Jiang Fei. What kind of pills? Asked Han Tianyu curiously. It's the same one that you had before, only in liquid form. Remember the life-saving potion that I gave you? That was just the pill being mixed with water, said Jiang Fei. Since Zhuge Shanjin had been exposed, it was best to mix in a few extra information. A China martial artist making Western potion was a little off, hence Jiang Fei added something extra to make it seem believable. As for the pills, 0541 had no problem in converting the health potions into pill form. They were, after all, the same thing only in a different form, just like what Jiang Fei said, only in liquid form. I'm afraid that potion of yours could not be exchanged for many points, said Han Tianyu. What? How is that possible? Jiang Fei was stunned. He had never thought that Han Tianyu would say something like that. Ha ha ha. Stupid brother. Did you forget that high-tier martial artists normally don't get injured? However, when they do, the enemies would leave their own chi in them. We have already tested your potion and it was not that good against internal damage. Your wonder potion was useful for normal people. That was why the military had an eye on the potion. Han Tianyu explained. I see. Jiang Fei suddenly remembered about the fight he had with Tokugawa Nara. He was poisoned and even had Nara's chakra invading his body. Han Tianyu was right. Using regular health potion was not going to do much. Luckily, Jiang Fei had another miracle potion to use. Well, if you want to sell that kind of potion, might as well change it into liquid form and sell it to the army. That's the thing, I don't really need cash right now. In fact, the truckload of cash that I had gotten from the deal with Zhang family is still untouched, said Jiang Fei. However, fret not about that. I have here another kind of pill that my master had made. It could neutralize poison, kill virus, and remove even enemy's chi from inside the body. To summarize it, as long as there's something wrong inside you, you will be cured instantly. A true, all-cure miracle potion. However, the healing power for an external wound is not as strong as the previous potion. For the best effect, it would be better to eat the Grand Restore pill with this evil purging pill. The Grand Restore pill was the standard potion which Jiang Fei had been selling to Han Tianyu. The evil purging pill was just ant milk being repackaged as a pill. What the F***ck? Such pill exists, cried Han Tianyu. He was so shocked that he yelled into the phone. Well, mind you, I don't have that many evil purging pills. My master was really strict with this pill. I have only a handful of them to begin with, and I want to keep some of them for my own protection. Jiang Fei was no longer the naive little boy. He knew the value of the ant milk. There was no way he would just sell them as he did with the health potion. All right. That evil purging pill of yours, how many could you spare? I will help you fight for as many points as possible, First, I have tons of Grand Restore pill. A single pill could be mixed with water and make at least 10 bottles. If you take it in the pill form, the effect would be faster and better. I have a total of 30 evil purging pills and I want to keep 10. I can spare 20 of them, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not expect the Grand Restore pill to have that much of a value, but the evil purging pill simply could not be sold. Done. It'll help you to exchange as many skill books as I can, said Han Tianyu. Jiang Fei then hung up the phone and waited for Han Tianyu to pick him up from the city center while waiting for the good news. Chapter 413, A Plate Full of Pet Eggs. In the end, Jiang Fei decided to not have Han Tianyu pick him up. There was no reason for him to do that anymore. Jiang Fei returned to Manda Square by himself and it was already noon. There was no need to talk to Han Tianyu since the matter was already discussed over the phone. He did not want to bother Han Tianyu, for he should already be up and away to talk with the China Martial Artists Alliance. Where did you go this time? Looks like you're grown enough to stay in someone else's home. Don't tell me you're in some girl's house last night, said Jiang Fei's mother. Jiang Fei was bombarded by his mother the moment he entered the house. He did not even have time to remove his shoes yet. If it was his father who said that, Jiang Fei knew that a beating would come after. However, since it was his mother, there was nothing to worry about. His mother pampered him well. Whose house did I go? Zhao Feng's, of course. Who else would even let me in their house? Asked Jiang Fei. He had been using Zhao Feng as an excuse for many times now. Back when he was much younger, the two of them would play games together until sunrise. Naturally, it went both ways. Zhao Feng would head to Jiang Fei's house and play, vice versa. Don't be cheeky here. If you have a girlfriend, you have to let me know. It'll help you check if the girl is worth your time. Young girls these days are very cunning. You cannot let yourself be cheated by them, said his mother with a playful smile. I'd better go back to my room and study, said Jiang Fei as he quickly removed his shoes and slipped past his mother. Compared to Jiang Fei's father, the mother was never going to stop talking until she got an ultimatum from Jiang Fei. It was better to just run away from her. It was the weekend and there was no need to go to school the next day. Jiang Fei took a long bath and properly cleaned himself. He needed a good rest since he had not had any sleep yesterday. After dinner, Jiang Fei went to his room and prepared for the game. Han Tianyu had not contacted him yet and Jiang Fei did not want to bother him so soon. Jiang Fei logged into the game knowing that if Han Tianyu needed to talk to him, he could contact Jiang Fei easily in the game. When he logged in, he noticed that Han Tianyu was not logged in. Even Qin Shi did not know where Han Tianyu went to. Jiang Fei felt impressed. His big brother was so efficient at work that he would even skip sleep to discuss the skill books with Old Hai and the other old foxes. Jiang Fei noted that after the Great City War, Imperial Dragon was still neatly managed by Lady Casanova and Rosette Rose. There was hardly any mess at all. Billy Boy was in a battlefield map with members that preferred PvP warfare. After a quick discussion with Lady Casanova, Jiang Fei understood that Billy Boy had been in the map for several days now to farm as much points to equip the general's medal. With an army behind him, the entire battlefield was dominated by Imperial Dragon as well as other pug players who were sticking to the guild as well. In the end, when Twilight City players saw Imperial Dragon, they would immediately leave the map since it would be hopeless to make a stand against them. When the players of Twilight City left, Billy Boy was left hanging. It could not be helped. Imperial Dragon was too strong. The outpost general and the NPC soldiers of Dawnlight City were strong. Unless Twilight City rallied together and gathered an army, there would not be much players in the battlefield. That was the news about the battlefield. As for players who did not care about honor points, Lady Casanova as well as 7-star Warrior had teams open for members to join to farm level. With the permanent buff gained from the rewards of killing the enemy's general, the team was farming levels happily and merrily. "Miss Casanova, could you please come to the bank?" said Jiang Fei asked Lady Casanova. "Will do." Even though Jiang Fei did not specify what was going on, Lady Casanova was fine with leading the team members on their own and head back to the city. "Could you please distribute these eggs to the elite squad as well as the main party of the guild?" said Jiang Fei as he transferred a large quantity of ant eggs to Lady Casanova. After some time, Jiang Fei's personal bank was filled with over 1,000 ant eggs with more white grade than green grade. They were pet eggs, and pet eggs were hard to come by. If all members of the elite squad had a pet with them, they could farm at the Temple of Deities and Demons easily when they reached level 40. So many, Lady Casanova was shocked. She was so shocked to see so many of them that she was lucky that one did not slip off her fingers and fall to the ground. Jiang Fei had sold a few of them before, but since he was not in need of money at the moment, Jiang Fei had never sold anything anymore. Lady Casanova knew that Jiang Fei had several eggs in the store but never over 100. "I'm giving you 100 of them for now since I'm sure that your inventory could not hold any more. Don't worry about it though. I have a bank full of it," said Jiang Fei. The Ant Queen was such a dear to him since she could produce 100 eggs a day. Jiang Fei had even forgotten to collect them sometimes. If he had, the bank would not have enough space for him. Lady Casanova drew a blank. They were pet eggs. Even though their grades were low, they could still be sold for several thousand to tens of thousands. The green grades should be given to the elite squad. The white ones go to the main party. You should be able to handle the distribution yourself. Right, I'm leaving this to you now. I've some other matters to tend to first, right? Right. Lady Casanova nodded. Like a machine, she quickly deposited them into her own inventory and stuffed them later in her bank for several times before she could finally take all 100 eggs from Jiang Fei. Lady Casanova was completely thrown off her feet. This new guild master was just too godly that he would do something that no one could in just a matter of days. Little did she know that Jiang Fei built the territory in the swamp area to dominate the entire secret dungeon where the Ant Queen resided. "Okay. You have this many now. When I have too many in my hand, I will contact you again," said Jiang Fei as he left the spellbound Lady Casanova alone. He summoned the dragon and flew toward the Temple of Deities and Demons with Isabella. He did one round in normal difficulty as a warm-up for the elite mode. Since it was not the first time he cleared it, the dungeon drops were rather shit. Besides the boss drop, there were hardly any good items. All the blue-grade equipment were kept while the green ones were deconstructed immediately. This time around, Jiang Fei was able to earn as much as half the experience gauge. He was already at level 46 with 90% experience points. Reaching level 47 was only a few steps away. "Hello! If I can finish elite mode, I should be able to reach level 48, said Jiang Fei happily. If he was not able to defeat the heroic mode, he could just wait until the next day when the dungeon entry reset. Either way, he was down to reaching level 49 either by today or tomorrow. After that, he could finally use the abyssal crystal and shoot straight to level 59. At that point, heroic difficulty would be a piece of cake. And if there was a nightmare mode, it would be easy peasy for him as well. Ding! You are about to enter the Temple of Deities and Demons, Elite Mode. This is a 40-man dungeon. Your party is not full. Do you wish to continue? Oh damn, 40 man? How many would it be for the heroic mode? Wondered Jiang Fei, a little disheartened. However, he still entered the dungeon. What the hell? It's now the 4 heavenly kings. When Jiang Fei entered the dungeon, the first 2 monsters had changed into 4 boss-level monsters. Chapter 414, The 4 Demon General, Who? The designer of this dungeon sure has a good taste and style, said Jiang Fei after seeing the 4 monsters waiting for him upon his entry. In normal difficulty, the entrance monsters were just 2 random monsters. Now, In elite difficulty, there were the 4 demon generals of Grand Pipa, the 2nd sword, the 3rd fox, and the 4th umbrella. Even though they were monsters, they were actually almost at the same level as a vice leader. Also, the number of monsters doubled in elite mode, and their levels were up to level 45. These monsters' attack power is quite high and they have many skills altogether. Unless the party has 4 tanks, it would be difficult to separate them, Jiang Fei thought to himself. He did a thorough calculation on the boss skills. Even though he had already defeated the dungeon once at an easier mode, he had to prepare himself for the elite squad of his guild to make it easier for them to raid this dungeon. Not everyone could do a dungeon run like Jiang Fei. "Bella, I need you to match Rain of Fire with my skill," said Jiang Fei. He took note of all the skills of the monsters and charged. Wild Charge. Minus 12,955. Jiang Fei zoomed into the middle of the 4 monsters. God's Wrath. Minus 54,159. Minus 54,159. One use of God's Wrath and the 4 monsters had already lost 25% of their total health points. "Bella, kite them," said Jiang Fei as he used his lifesteal demon form. In an instant, Jiang Fei morphed into a handsome, vampire-like creature with claws as hands. Although Jiang Fei did not have many AoE skills, he had Lightbringer armament which had 100% attack range as well as 80% cleave effect. When Jiang Fei clawed in, all 4 monsters received damage. Minus 9,852. Minus 7,582. Minus 9,872. While all the monsters received large damage, Jiang Fei had green numbers popping above his head. 200% lifesteal effect was so powerful that as long as Jiang Fei did not take any damage higher than his maximum health, he could never be killed. At this point, Isabella's Rain of Fire came in. Many football-sized meteors came from above and rained down on the monsters, inflicting further damage. Half a minute later, the monsters were killed. The 4 monsters together were as strong as a level 40 leader tier boss. Still, they were just as easy to kill. Phew! As expected of an ancient tier skill. Praise to the lifesteal demon form. Jiang Fei was really loving the Crimson Reaper cape. Compared to the demon morph, Jiang Fei found the lifesteal demon form much better. Even though the demon form was strong and powerful, the cooldown duration was 4 hours long. It was a hiccup when it came to dungeon runs. He would have to choose one boss carefully before using the skill. On the other hand, the lifesteal demon form was better. Even though the active duration was only a minute long, and the buff was only attack speed and lifesteal, the skill had only a 10-minute long cooldown period. If he timed it right, he could use that form on every boss. The 4 monsters had each dropped a blue-grade equipment with only average stats. Still, it was better having a level 40 drop than a level 30. Random players in the guild could really use a hand with equipment. Jiang Fei picked them all up and stashed them in his inventory. Jiang Fei continued on in the dungeon. The Samanera Ghost had changed into the Vengeful Samanera Ghost. Their numbers had increased as well, with each group having no less than 30 of them. "This is brilliant. I like it." Facing a large group of monsters was a test for the average tank and the party's group kiting technique. Jiang Fei was neither a party nor average, hence, those monsters were just a pile of experience points of him to take. HNNGG. Jiang Fei grunted loudly as he kicked off to start a trail of monsters chasing after him. Before reaching the first boss, Jiang Fei made sure to run closely to all possible monsters to draw their aggro. Once he saw the boss, he quickly turned around toward the center of the monsters. God's Wrath. Minus 54,159. Minus 54,159. At one point, the entire screen was just a disco scene. Even though the monsters in elite difficulty were slightly stronger, their attacks were still too weak to cause any damage to Jiang Fei. Their health points were still high enough that Jiang Fei's single use of God's Wrath was not enough to instantly kill them. "Bella, kite them." Jiang Fei's strongest AoE skill was God's Wrath. Plus, the skill had a 5-minute-long cooldown. If Isabella did not help kite the monsters, he would not die, but it would take too long to kill them all even with his cleaving effect. Understood, Isabella went to the middle of the group of monsters and cast Rain of Fire. Thankfully, all the monsters were killed. Ding! You have killed Vengeful Samantha Ghost. Obtain 60,000 experience points. Ding! You have killed Vengeful Samantha Ghost. Obtain 60,000 experience points. Ding! You have killed Vengeful Samantha Ghost. Obtain 60,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 47. All attributes +1, obtain 5 attribute points. Nice, said Jiang Fei as he clenched his fist when the golden light flashed. Now that the monsters were settled, it was time to kill the first boss. As expected, the Temple Manager Ghost had upgraded to become the Vengeful Temple Manager Ghost. Its skills were the same as when it was in normal difficulty, but the overall stats were much higher. Nothing new about the boss besides having more health points and attack power. Jiang Fei shrugged and charged in his lifesteal demon form. Even though the boss was several times stronger, it was still unable to defeat Jiang Fei in his lifesteal demon form. In no time at all, the boss was left with less than 50% health points. Once the smaller monsters were summoned, Jiang Fei quickly used God's Wrath. Like the previous monsters, they did not die, but Jiang Fei managed to pull them to his side. With cleaving effect, they were quickly slain. The entire battle was short and dull. Jiang Fei could not help but feel that the 4 monsters at the entrance of the dungeon were stronger than this boss. Ding! You have killed the Vengeful Temple Manager Ghost. Obtained 880,000 experience points, 800 gold coins. The entire fight was less than 2 minutes. Jiang Fei shrugged again. He did not feel excitement from fighting this boss. It was just too easy. If there were other players watching the fight, they would start screaming at Jiang Fei. He had it all too easy. The boss might be strong, but Jiang Fei was just so much stronger. What level was he then? What equipment was he wearing? The man was level 47 and the boss was only level 45. Jiang Fei was even wearing the Godly Lightbringer armament. Of course it would be easy for him. Other players would normally be level 40 to 42 with a poor mix of green and blue grade equipment when they tackled this elite difficulty dungeon. Jiang Fei was wearing a full set of level 40 gold grade equipment set. That, with the ancient tier cape and many other buffs from his own special race. If he had it hard, no other player would get past this first boss. Chapter 415, Vengeful Temple Abbot. The first boss had a good drop since it was the first kill of elite difficulty. There were 1 violet grade leather wrist and 3 blue grade equipment. All were collected and to be given to the guild. After progressing a little, Jiang Fei spotted a group of monsters which were then killed instantly by Isabella and himself. The second boss had a skill that could cause instant death, but Isabella and Jiang Fei had a counter for that already. Hence, it was relatively easy for Jiang Fei to kill the second boss without breaking a sweat. 1 hour into the dungeon and Jiang Fei had already defeated 3 bosses of elite difficulty. He had collected 4 violet equipment and more than 10 blue grade equipment. Alright. After this group of monsters, I should be level 48, said Jiang Fei happily after the third boss had fallen. At this point, the dungeon would end if it were normal difficulty. In elite difficulty, there was still much more to explore. Vengeful Fighter Monk, Spectre, Advanced Elite, level 45, health points 110,000, attack power 3,700, skills, roundhouse kick, deals damage to the surroundings and has a fixed chance to knockdown. Damn, they have CC skills, Jiang Fei frowned. The upgraded monster had a skill that could knock him down. He could not do the kiting technique anymore. If he were knocked down even once, he might not be able to get back up. There's no other way around this. We have to clear each wave one by one, said Isabella. Indeed, said Jiang Fei sadly. At his current strength, there was no way to counter the knockdown effect. There were around 10 vengeful fighter monks in a group. Although they had lower attack power, the average party member would still surely be in a pinch due to the knockdown effect. Still, they were no threat to Jiang Fei. Since Jiang Fei was killing the monsters wave by wave, God's Wrath was not used as it would be a waste of that skill. Instead, he was using instant ice burst all the way because the movement speed reduction was very efficient in kiting. With Isabella attacking, the waves of monsters were defeated rather quickly. Ding! You have killed Vengeful Fighter Monk. Obtain 90,000 experience points. Ding! You have killed Vengeful Fighter Monk. Obtain 90,000 experience points. As always, being the only player in a 40-man dungeon, the experience points gained was very high. After several waves, Jiang Fei gained a level. Ding! You have killed Vengeful Fighter Monk. Obtain 90,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, player Verger Glider, for reaching level 48. All attribute +1. Obtain 5 attribution points. Nice, gaining another level, Jiang Fei felt a surge of excitement. One more level and he could use the Abyss Crystal. After a few waves of monsters, Jiang Fei reached the 4th boss of the dungeon. Vengeful Temple Abbot, Spectre, Enhanced Lord, level 50, health points 1,100,000, attack power 13,500, skills, Demon Subduing Staff Technique, Buddha's Deafening Roar, Summon Disciple, Rohan's Descend, Enlightenment. Demon Subduing Staff Technique strikes a target 3 times in a row. The last strike will cause a knockback effect and also clear the aggro list. Buddha's Deafening Roar deals average damage to all targets within 50 meters. Inflict silence for 2 seconds. Summon Disciple summons 9 vengeful monk fighters to assist in battle. Rohan's Descend summons the power of Rohan, gaining increased attack and defense. Enlightenment randomly pick up a player from the back and inflict brainwash. During the active duration of the skill, the picked target will gain double attack power and health points. Effects last for 10 seconds. Note: the remains of the deceased temple abbot. Due to unknown reasons, the spirit of the abbot did not move on. The last boss of elite difficulty of Temple of Deities and Demons. TSK, a level 50 boss. 1,000,000 health points and over 10,000 attack power is not going to make things easy, said Jiang Fei after analyzing the boss stats. How do we fight this one? Asked Isabella. Bella. I need you to return to the pet slot first. I should handle this myself, said Jiang Fei bashfully. And why is that? Said Isabella as she crossed her arms. She never liked being in that empty black room. The boss has a skill to control the enemy. I cannot bear the thought of you attacking me, said Jiang Fei as he frowned worriedly. The last thing he wanted was Isabella turned into the enemy and attacking him in melee form. If Isabella attacked him with her black fireballs, though painful, it could still be managed since Jiang Fei had the lifesteal effect that lasted until the boss skill wore off. On the other hand, if she came in to claw Jiang Fei, it would just bring death closer to him. Jiang Fei's attack had the cleaving effect. With such a high attack power, Isabella would not last for 10 seconds. However, if Jiang Fei stopped attacking, he would lose the lifesteal effect and would be the one to perish under Isabella and the boss. Jiang Fei did not have skills that could hex the enemy or stunning skills like other classes had. In the end, the best way to avoid any complication was to have Isabella withdraw from the battle. This way, Jiang Fei would be the only one facing the boss, preventing the boss from picking him as the target for brainwashing. The skill Enlightenment would then be nothing but a waste of slot. Very well, although reluctant, Isabella obeyed Jiang Fei and returned to the pet slot. Unlike Jiang Fei, who was scared of dying, Isabella could not bear the thought of attacking Jiang Fei. Alright, since there are no plans to fight in heroic difficulty today, I'll go with my strongest form. When Isabella was gone, Jiang Fei chose to use his greatest form to fight the boss. If the elite difficulty could fit in 40 men, would the heroic difficulty fit 100 men? If that was the case, Jiang Fei could still fight the boss but not the monsters that came in waves. Even the monsters in elite difficulty had almost broken past Jiang Fei's defense value. Naturally, the monsters in heroic difficulty would break his defense and deal much more damage. The calculation for defense and attack in Dawn Break involved a very complicated equation. If a monster with 100 attack power failed to break a player's defense, the damage taken would be just 1. However, when the monster's attack power was 101 and it broke the defense, the damage taken would not be 2 but 30 or even up to 50. The reason behind it was after defense break, the defense value would turn into damage reduction. It was not something as simple as 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. At this point, Jiang Fei was lazy to even think of that, as his main priority was the abbot. Crack! A flash of violet thunder struck Jiang Fei, instantly morphing him into his demon form. The short hammer in his hand instantly turned into a 2-meter-long sickle. Chapter 416, Easy Peasy Dungeons a Breezy. In the first few seconds, the boss was completely overwhelmed by Jiang Fei's attacks. Before the boss could even activate any skill, Jiang Fei had already whacked 10% of his health points. Buddha's deafening roar. Minus 5,000. The skill damage was nothing significant, but the silence effect was a little annoying. To Jiang Fei, it only meant a 2-second delay in activating his skills. Usually, he would just attack normally, especially since his attack had the ignore defense effect. Once he had Ruthless Barrage stacked, each hit could deal more than 20,000 damage. The only downside of having a large sickle was that it was just too large and heavy. He was not able to activate Weakness Exploit as easily as before, hence, making fewer critical hits than usual. Even so, since his attacks ignored all defense values, fighting a boss was really a breeze. In 30 seconds, the boss had already lost 30% of his health points. Demon Subduing Staff Technique. Minus 8.752. Minus 8,864. Minus 11,252. 3 consecutive strikes landed on Jiang Fei. The attack was obviously powerful and lethal since he took close to 30,000 damage despite the fact that he had double defense in his demon form. Luckily, Jiang Fei had 140% lifesteal effect in his demon form. That amount of damage meant nothing for him. Damn. Thank God this skill is not used repeatedly. Luckily, I'm quite the tank myself. If others came in, how many tanks would they need to bring in, said Jiang Fei. Average tanks would have at most 30,000 health points or slightly more when they were level 40. Unlike Jiang Fei, who could gain double defense with his demon morph, it was safe to say that any tank would be instantly killed by this skill. However, there was a warning action before the skill was used. Players that could pick up that subtle move could easily save the life of the tank. When the boss was about to use the skill, a hunter or a summoned pet could use taunt on the boss and draw the boss to use the skill on the pet instead. Still, it was a lesson that could definitely cost players their lives. Players that fought this boss the first time would surely be unprepared for such an attack. Once the tank was killed, the secondary tank would not be enough to fend off attacks, which would result in a complete team wipe. Dying in the dungeon was not as severe as compared to dying in the open field. However, dying would still cost experience points. Hence, to prevent unwanted deaths, Jiang Fei memorized the boss attack pattern and planned to sell this information off for a price that cannot be lower than a few violet-grade equipment or a gold-grade equipment. Come to me! Fend off this intruder, cried the boss as a large group of vengeful fighter monks rushed out of nowhere toward Jiang Fei. God's Wrath. Minus 71,530. Minus 71,530. Jiang Fei's ultimate AoE skill was not really useful against bosses, but it was extremely useful against monsters. Jiang Fei had been waiting for the boss to use the summon skill to use God's Wrath. In that instant, all the vengeful fighter monks lost more than half of their health points. Although Isabella was not there to help kill the summoned monks, Jiang Fei's 2-meter-long sickle had become useful here. Although weakness exploit could not be activated many times, its range was doubled with the Lightbringer armament, making the killing of those monsters a breeze. It only took Jiang Fei a few slices of his sickle to kill all the summoned monks. To Jiang Fei, they were nothing but a few flies that posed not much of a threat to him. Trade places with an average team and they might be facing a team wipe since they were all advanced elite tier monsters. Healers would be out of place and tanks would be lost. "Oh great Buddha! Grant me strength," cried the boss when his health points dropped below 40%. In that instant, the boss raised his staff high and it glowed with a bright golden hue. The golden light spread out and turned the entire boss gold as well. After Rohan's descend, the boss attack and defense was greatly increased. Even so, it was not a problem for Jiang Fei. The only thing that Jiang Fei had to worry about was the 30% increase in attack. Even so, it was still not much of a threat. By the time the boss used Demon Subduing Staff technique, he had 5% less health points. King Hell. This boss fight really does test a party's durability as well as their overall output damage, cried Jiang Fei. The staff skill was not activated based on health points but time. Since the start of the battle, the skill was activated once every 20 seconds. One cannot compare to Jiang Fei for he only took 3 skills before the boss died. An average party did not have his level of DPS. He had literally killed the boss in more or less a minute. To put it fairly, each time the boss activated the staff skill, he would surely kill one player. Even with Jiang Fei's information and many hunters and pets. If the party did not kill the boss within 3 minutes, they would be looking at a total team wipe. Additionally, Jiang Fei's level was high. Average players would only enter the dungeon when they were level 40 or 41. Even though there would not be any level suppression going on, the larger the level gap, the larger the damage reduction would be, especially when the boss activated Rohan's Descend. With increased defense, players' DPS would surely be reduced. Hence, if a party did not have players with ignore defense attribute attacks, defeating the boss within 3 minutes would be extremely hard. Once the battle strategy was recorded, Jiang Fei did not bother to wait any longer. After a few more hits and slashes, the boss was killed. Ding! You have killed Vengeful Temple Abbot. Obtained 1,500,000 experience points, 800 gold coins. Ding! You have killed all the bosses in the Temple of Deities and Demons Elite difficulty. You have cleared the dungeon Temple of Deities and Demons Elite difficulty. Ding! You are the first party to clear Temple of Deities and Demons Elite difficulty. Please enter your party name. A window prompted. What sort of name should I put in? Said Jiang Fei as he stroked his chin. Aha! Jiang Fei snapped his fingers then tapped on the hovering keyboard with a large smile on his face. Ding! City announcement, sigh. Easy peasy dungeons a breezy. Party has successfully cleared the elite mode of the Temple of Deities and Demons dungeon. Let us congratulate Verger Glider. The announcement was made 3 times. Unexpectedly, the entire city of Dawnlight was calm. There was rustling, but it was only the usual. How and why did everyone react this way? They had all already gotten used to it. Ho ho. I really thought that he had cleared the elite difficulty yesterday. Haha. Looks like I overestimated him. I think you misread yesterday's announcement. That must be it. It's only a level 40 dungeon. That's nothing for Verger Glider, haha. That's right. I think the next one should be the heroic difficulty now. I'd bet he would clear that alone too. Only sometimes would Verger Glider's name be mentioned. Everyone had already gotten used to how Jiang Fei dominated the dungeons. The reason why the city was rattled was because it was a level 40 dungeon. Level 40 aside, there was nothing much going on that could rattle the people of Dawnlight City. Chapter 417, Enhancement Recipe, alright, dungeon's over. Boss is dead. Time for the loot. Jiang Fei gleefully skipped his way to the boss body. With a flip of the dead body, a golden light flashed. Oh yeah, Jiang Fei's jaw dropped as his heart sank. Formula: Weapon Enhancement, Exorcism, use, grants you the skill Weapon Enhancement, Exorcism, requirement, Advanced Enhancer, Weapon Enhancement, Exorcism, increases 30% damage to specters. Gain 10% chance to stun when dealing damage to specters, ineffective against bosses, oh my. An enhancement recipe. Jiang Fei cried with joy. As a divine blacksmith, he had obtained the ability to enhance weapons after gaining a tier. Sadly, he had never been able to obtain any enhancement recipes. Because of that, he had many enhancement materials in his inventory but not a single piece of equipment that had been enhanced. Seems like this enhancement recipe effect is designed specifically for this dungeon. It was neither good nor bad. There were not many specter type of monsters around Dawnlight City. On the other hand, a player could be enhanced to be a specialist for the Temple of Deities and Demons. A 30% damage increase would make the entire dungeon run much easier. Especially for AoE skills used on waves of monsters, magicians could trigger stun on the monsters. That would lighten the burden on the main tank. Naturally, the enhancement recipe effect was effective on monsters. Even if there was a player of the Spectre race, the effect of the enhanced weapon would not apply to that player. Players were considered to be human or humanoid types. The same went for the other races. Jiang Fei, as part of the demon race, was also considered to be a humanoid type. At the moment, Jiang Fei felt the sudden urge to flip a table. Arg! No wonder they say all enhancers are rich folks. A simple enhancement like this would need me to disassemble 5 level 30 or 4 level 40 green grade equipment, said Jiang Fei angrily as he carefully examined the UI. 5 counts of level 30 green grade equipment would cost around 30 to 40 gold coins. What about the service fee? Were the enhancers scattered around the map? An enhancer would require to break down so many equipment in order to gain that little bit of class experience points. How many of those enhancement materials were needed just to enhance one single equipment? In summary, this class is a class that burned, not a hole in the pocket, but the entire pants. If the enhancer charged a player a ludicrous amount of gold coins, he would be killing himself slowly. The enhancement recipe that he had just obtained could charge up to 100 gold coins. That was the bare minimum that Jiang Fei could fork out to not be losing money. Luckily for Jiang Fei, his hidden class, the Divine Blacksmith, allowed him to skip the restriction of many recipes. In fact, he could use all the recipes that were available to his class. That way, the overall cost would be much lower. About 20% lower. Thankfully, the only thing that was certain about an enhancer was that there was no success rate. In enhancing, there was no chance of failure. As long as the conditions were met, enhancement would succeed. Compared to other profession classes, enhancement materials were harder to get, not to mention their recipes. In the end, the recipe was still important. Having 30% extra damage to specters would help the members of Imperial Dragon in the Temple of Deities and Demons. For his guild, Jiang Fei would not incur any charges. Still, the service fee and the material cost must still be paid for. All right. Let's give it a try, said Jiang Fei. Right then, he had adequate materials to start enhancement for his hammer. Hee. There's a glowing effect, said Jiang Fei after he was done with the enhancing process. The hammer that was given to him when Jiang Fei became a divine blacksmith was a chromatic evolving weapon. However, that hammer was dull and uninteresting when compared to that of other hidden classes. There were 2 small points on the hammer that gave out a rainbow glow, but since the hammer itself was small to begin with, the points were smaller. After enhancement, the entire hammer gave out a golden metallic luster that did not overlap with the color scheme of the hammer itself. The bright shadow and light effect of Jiang Fei and the hammer made his entire character much cooler. It is such a pity that the exorcism effect would not work in players. I would need a stronger recipe, said Jiang Fei, a little disheartened. Jiang Fei turned to the boss and obtained 1 violet equipment and 2 blue grade equipment. Sadly, none of them could be used by Jiang Fei. Hm. Xiao Feng should grovel at my feet by this point, said Jiang Fei as he sulked. Most of the drops in this dungeon run were all magician-based. At the very least, Jiang Fei was helping Little Rain and Zhao Feng, the magicians of the guild. After all the drops had been collected, Jiang Fei came out of the dungeon. Instead of returning to the city, he wanted to give the heroic difficulty a go. Ding! You are about to enter Temple of Deities and Demons, heroic difficulty. This dungeon allows 100 players to join. Your party is not full. Do you wish to enter? I knew it, Jiang Fei had guessed it right. The heroic mode was indeed a 100-man dungeon. Proceed, said Jiang Fei verbally. He did not have plans to finish the dungeon that day. He had only entered the dungeon to try and see what was waiting for him inside. With a bright flash of light, Jiang Fei entered the dungeon. Oh foo! When Jiang Fei opened his eyes, he was completely stunned by what he saw. Translator note, disclaimer here, I'm pretty sure that the author just pulled a Batman belt effect here. It's really confusing here about races and species. The first wave of monsters that waited for him at the entrance were the 28 generals of the Cloud Terrace. Although they were monsters, each of them had unique skills. Additionally, they were all level 48 Vice Leader tier. *T. How am I going to fight those? Jiang Fei frowned. It was a 100-man dungeon and the first 28 monsters were almost level 50 bosses. It would take an elite team of 100 men to conquer this dungeon. I'm sure that the drops in this mode would be awesome, said Jiang Fei. With so many mini-bosses waiting for him, if each of them dropped one blue-grade equipment, it would be a total of 28 drops. The problem was, who could fight them? Without wasting any time, Jiang Fei turned around and returned to the city. Once he stepped out of the teleportation circle, he saw that many random players from Twilight City had set up shops in the streets. Even though players could never truly be safe in a foreign city, no one dared to kill anyone within the city boundaries. At this point in the game, no players could fight and survive the NPC guards. Once they were caught by the NPC, they would lose their safety levels and end up being locked up in prison. Chapter 418, Dwarven Assassin. When Jiang Fei called Isabella out to go roam around aimlessly, Qinshi contacted Jiang Fei. What's up? Did brother you come around? I have no idea where that lazy bum went. He's not even online now. Anyway, I need your help. Wait. Did I hear it right? Are you asking me for help? Said Jiang Fei, a little shocked. Qinshi had always been a lone wolf. If she could do it alone, she would. If she were to ask Jiang Fei for help, it must be too tough for anyone to do it on their own. Help on what? I got a class advancement quest. I tried but failed. I need someone to take the hits, said Qinshi nonchalantly. Don't you have your own guildmates? Go find a tank there. I did. You dimwit. Not even the strongest tank in the guild could tank that. What sort of monster are we looking at? Said Jiang Fei. A boss. A level 50 enhancer leader tier. It's an open field boss. However, the map is small. I can only bring 2 more players. I brought a healer along. No wonder, thought Jiang Fei. An enhancer leader tier level 50 boss would be as hard as the last boss in the elite difficulty of the Temple of Deities and Demons dungeon. So? Coming, said Qinshi, irritated. Sure. Send a party invite, Jiang Fei laughed. Qinshi wanted his help but acted all high and mighty. The truth was that she could not do it without him. It must have been a blow to her pride. Once in the party, Jiang Fei realized there was one other priest. I'm sorry, but this guy is out. No offense, said Jiang Fei. None taken, said the priest. Why not? Qinshi immediately chimed in. I've been doing dungeon runs for so long and even taken so many first clear achievements. Did you see me bringing other players? Said Jiang Fei. True, Qinshi kept quiet after that. After Qinshi apologized to the priest and kicked him out of the party, Jiang Fei headed out of the city. Give me the location. "It'll be there in a jiffy," said Jiang Fei as he was already in the air. Jiang Fei flew to the location Chen Shi forwarded to him. After flying north for some time, Jiang Fei arrived at an abandoned mine. There were hardly any monsters around. The few there were scattered everywhere. Not only were they hard to defeat, they would also drop nothing but air. Hence, players would be here defeating these monsters to protect their fellow miners. Besides that, there was hardly a reason to stay in this map. When Jiang Fei arrived, Chen Shi was seen sitting down on the floor, waiting. "What's your advancement?" said Jiang Fei. "It should be something good since the quest was too hard for her." "It's a rare class." "An advancement of assassin," said Chen Shi, not intending to hide anything from Jiang Fei. "Huh. What sort of perks does the class have?" Jiang Fei asked. There was very limited information about rare class information on the internet. Most of the time, players would have to find the information themselves. After advancement, I could only equip swords. The class has high accuracy and high critical rate, much like a ranger. However, I can only equip cloth-type equipment. Both physical and magical. Jiang Fei nodded at her answer and scanned the area. There was nothing within the vicinity besides black rocks. "What's the quest asking you to do? See that flat arena there? Once you're ready, I will summon the boss there. If we can't win the fight, we can just jump from the arena and the boss would be unsummoned. This can be repeated as many times as we want until we win," said Chen Shi as she pointed to a large area of flattened black rocks. Jiang Fei turned to look at the area and sulked immediately. "That's the arena? Doesn't look much like one." "If you didn't say anything, I would have thought it was just an area with some sort of flattened rocks that had been cleared for construction." When Jiang Fei descended from the air, he did notice the arena but thought that it was there for another reason, not for fighting a boss. "The boss is bandit class with high attack speed and attack. Are you sure you don't want to bring a healer?" Chen Shi asked. Although she acknowledged Jiang Fei's strength, she still had her doubts since it was concerning her advancement quest. Perfect. You should only worry if the boss is a magical type," said Jiang Fei with a smile. "All right then. I take your word for it. Let's go." Chen Shi gave in when she saw how confident Jiang Fei was. If even he could not defeat the boss, they could just jump away from the arena and it would over immediately. "Take the lead," said Jiang Fei as he gestured Chen Shi to go ahead. "This area is weird. The area is not elevated enough that players below the arena should be able to heal the players on the arena. However, when that happens, the system would notify the healer that the target is not in sight. The same goes to anyone who tries to attack the boss from below the arena," said Chen Shi as she summoned the boss. "This is to limit the number of participants. If that technique works, everyone could take on this quest easily," said Jiang Fei. The arena was not large nor was it tall. The entire arena was shaped like a triangle where Jiang Fei, Chen Shi, and Isabella each took a corner. The boss was summoned and it appeared in the middle of the triangle. "The battle starts now," cried Chen Shi when the summoning ritual was completed. With a large explosion and a small mushroom cloud, a small, dark dwarf appeared. Smash! -2602. -2602. -2602. Rose Cutter. -1040. -1040. God's Wrath. -55,288. One after another, Jiang Fei landed skills to quickly stack up Ruthless Barrage. Naturally, God's Wrath was used when Ruthless Barrage had reached its maximum stack. That sudden burst of damage had completely sealed the boss aggro on Jiang Fei. No matter how much Chen Shi or Isabella attacked, the boss never took his eyes off Jiang Fei. Only when the boss was locked on Jiang Fei did he take a good look at the boss stats. Dwarven Assassin Gargolin, Dwarf, Enhanced Leader. Level, 50, Health Points, 1,000,000, Attack Power, 9,800, Skills, Cut, Evade, Lethal Pierce, Malicious Attack, Bone Pierce, Cut, Slice Up a Target, Inflicts Bleeding. Evade, increases 50% evasion for 10 seconds. Lethal Pierce, gain 100% critical rate after a successful evasion. Effect wears off after one attack. Malicious Attack, deals powerful damage and inflicts 1 count of chained attack. Can be stacked up to 5 stacks. Bone Pierce, deals powerful damage. Increases 20% damage per chained attack. Qin Shi. There's no need to worry about this boss. Just attack leisurely, said Jiang Fei with a big smile. The boss attacks might not exceed 10,000, but his attack speed was ridiculously fast. The boss' overall damage output was not weaker than the Vengeful Temple Abbot. Lifesteal Demon Form. Even though Jiang Fei himself had passive lifesteal effect, he could not handle the amount of damage that he was receiving. Gargalin's attack speed was just too fast even though his attack was low. However, even though Gargalin has a high critical hit rate, Jiang Fei was not afraid of that sort of attack since the damage was not lethal. It was those that had slower attack speed but extremely high attack power that worried him. One critical strike and a player would die. That sort of attack pattern was what Jiang Fei feared the most. Chapter 419, Too Deep. Even though Jiang Fei had never fought the boss before, he was in complete control of the battle. In less than half a minute, the boss was ultimately killed. Ding! You have killed Dwarven Assassin Gargalin. Obtain 550,000 experience, 400 gold coins. Jiang Fei was a little disheartened when he read the system notification. He had gotten too used to fighting bosses alone and had not need to share experience points with anyone. The boss had dropped a total of 2 items. Proof of Bravery, quest item, normal, note, a proof of Gargalin's defeat. Allows advancement to an advanced class assassin. Charm of Evasion, accessory, legendary, physical attack plus 525, vitality, plus 40, strength, plus 40, evasion chance, plus 5%, equip, grants the skill Silent Step. Increases evasion chance by 100%. After successful evasion, gain 100% critical rate chance. Effect lasts for 5 seconds. 1 minute cooldown time. Level requirement, 50, the quest item is mine. You can have the other one, said Qin Shi as she just picked up the proof of bravery. She had never liked accepting help from others. Even though Qin Shi was the one who had summoned the boss. The entire battle had been completely dominated by Jiang Fei alone. Hence, it was fair to have Jiang Fei take the loot besides the one that Qin Shi needed. On the other hand, Qin Shi was at the point where she did not really care about equipment since she was undergoing her advancement quest. Okay. I won't hold back then, said Jiang Fei with a smile. The equipment was a level 50 accessory. He could equip it immediately tomorrow after the dungeon run. If Qin Shi took the accessory, she would have to train for a whole month before she would reach level 50. After stashing the loot, Jiang Fei left Qin Shi to herself and left her to do her quest. Jiang Fei and Isabella hopped onto the dragon and continued north. He had no clear objective then. He had only read about a new kind of boss that would spawn randomly at the mines. This boss would not drop equipment but large quantities of rare minerals. Since he was already at the mines, he might as well roam around the place and see if Lady Luck was on his side today. After 1 hour of aimless roaming, Jiang Fei did not find anything that resembled a boss. Perhaps Lady Luck had her eye on someone else. Ah Fei, come to my place tomorrow, said Han Tianyu the moment he came online. What's up? Are the old guys interested in my master's pills? Said Jiang Fei. Ha! You betcha. They were practically high on cloud 9, it was true. When Old Man Hai and the other elders heard from Han Tianyu about the miracle pills that Jiang Fei's master had produced, they were happy and wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, the name Zhuge Shanjin was like a huge warning sign. A level 5 master would be hard to confront. So, what's the result? What is the price about that? There's no consensus about it yet. What's going on? Things got complicated because of me, said Han Tianyu. The matter was caused by Han Tianyu for being a little too greedy. Because of his greed to help Jiang Fei to obtain more benefits from the transaction of the pills, he had accidentally involved unwanted parties. It was known that the China Martial Artist Alliance was a sparse group. Members were given freedom as they were neutral. Those that Jiang Fei had come across, such as Old Man Hai and two other elders, were the leaders of the northern faction. This time, to increase the bargaining, Han Tianyu had involved the people from the southern faction. The relationship between the northern faction and the southern faction were only linked due to their names. Although Jiang Fei was acknowledged as the youngest level 4 fighter in the alliance, his activities had only been in the north. The southern faction had only supervised his movements and activities but did not have a direct relationship with him, nor did they contact him. When the appearance of the evil purging pill came, the southern faction thought that they had enough. The pills were scarce, and even though there were more of them in Jiang Fei's hands, it was the direct concoction of Jiang Fei's master. Technically speaking, Jiang Fei could have an endless supply of the pill. That made the southern faction decide to make a move to contact the boy. Oh damn, Jiang Fei's heart sank a little after listening to Han Tianyu's explanation of what had taken place. Jiang Fei himself was staying in northern China. That was why he only knew Old Man Hai and the other two elders. In fact, only those 3 elders were considered as level 4 martial artists. What Jiang Fei understood was that the China Martial Artists Alliance held a high position amongst the metahuman society. It was impossible to have just the 3 old elders to lift the entire alliance to that position. There had to be others that were more powerful than them. That was what Jiang Fei had been wondering about. At that moment, Jiang Fei had just realized that the 3 elders were in charge of handling matters that were considered to be foreign to the northern faction. Han Tianyu and his own masters were considered to be part of the alliance, but they only moved in the shadows and never in the light. Old Man Hai and the other 2 elders were the ones that were publicly known. Their rankings should be the same as the Human Torch Schroeder of the Mutants Brotherhood. Oh man! My view of the world is too narrow. How could I have underestimated other people in the world, thought Jiang Fei. To be honest to himself, he had dwelled too long in the light of fame. Because of that, he might have slightly underestimated the other metahumans. From Jiang Fei's perspective, the other metahumans were just meh. He could just nod politely and have casual conversations with level 4s. Level 3s were easily beaten to a pulp. Unless Jiang Fei confronted a level 5 like Phoenix, there was no one in the entire of metahuman society that Jiang Fei would be scared of. That day, after Han Tianyu had given more information about the alliance, Jiang Fei had realized that he had been too obnoxious and ignorant. What Jiang Fei knew about the metahumans was just surface level. Who knew just how deep the entire metahuman society was? Han Tianyu would never know that Jiang Fei finally had his eyes open to the truth of the world. It was supposed to general knowledge. Hence, even when no one talked about it, it was common knowledge that everyone knew. Jiang Fei was perhaps the only one that did not know about it. Luckily, Jiang Fei realized this. It was even luckier for him that nothing bad had happened. Since the southern faction had gotten involved in this, what is going to happen to me? Asked Jiang Fei as he prepared himself. Well, it was feared that since you have mingled in the northern faction for too long and might have sided with the northern faction instead of the whole alliance, the northern faction and the southern faction had come to an agreement. Everyone would put together their skill books and you will select 4 of them. The faction would then decide on the distribution of the evil purging pill based on the books you choose. If you so happen to pick all the skill books from only one side, the other would be the unlucky one, said Han Tianyu. What Han Tianyu did not tell Jiang Fei was that when Jiang Fei went to select the books, there would be representatives of the factions approaching him. It was for the sake of the miracle pills here. Even the strongest one then would be willing to lower him or herself to win Jiang Fei over. Ho ho! This might be good for me after all. Fair and square. I like it. Jiang Fei had failed to see the deeper end of things as he was already satisfied with the outcome. Chapter 420, Sea Tying. After the talk with Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei felt a little disheartened. He could not wait to have those books. However, it was the middle of the night. If he did inform the elders that he wanted the books right away, it would paint him as someone desperate. That would not be good for business. No matter how much he wanted those books, it was best to just wait it out. At this point, there was nothing Jiang Fei could do to eliminate his boredom. While others were farming levels with their best efforts, Jiang Fei would only need one more dungeon run to reach level 49 and level 59 once he could use the Abyssal Crystal. Spending extra time farming open field monsters would not be enough. In the end, Jiang Fei was so bored that he joined Billy Boy to kill some Twilight City players. It was rather dull as well since there were not many players in the battlefield map. Once the battlefield was dominated once more by the Imperial Dragon, the enemies decided to just quit the map. With so few enemies left, players of Dawnlight City could not kill even if they wanted to. Still, it was fun to join the large group of players play catch with the enemy. One might not be able to farm many honor points, but it was still entertaining. Jiang Fei spent the rest of his time in the battlefield before the system forcefully logged out everyone in the game. While Jiang Fei was having his breakfast, he suddenly remembered that it had been a week since he had went back to school. Oh, the gods have answered my prayers. The great Jiang Fei has returned to school, cried Zhao Feng when he saw Jiang Fei sitting at his desk. He. I had some matters to attend to, said Jiang Fei, laughing. There were many things that Jiang Fei kept hidden from Zhao Feng. Even though he had never looked down on the fellow, the two were not on the same level anymore. It was best to keep some things from him or there would be trouble. The teachers had always treated Jiang Fei as a nobody, so they were shocked to see that Jiang Fei had returned to class. But even so, they did not care much about that boy. Almost all the grown-ups in the school had only treated Jiang Fei like air and dirt. While the teachers did not care, the students were scared. Most of them treated Jiang Fei as if he were a delinquent. Hence, it got really boring in class. He understood now why Han Tianyu and other people of the same situation would not stay in school. After enduring the boredom of school, Jiang Fei walked back home via the same old empty street. When he saw the pool, Jiang Fei smiled with delight. This little girl is sure as hell entertaining, said Jiang Fei as he pretended not to notice her presence and walked straight on. Hey thug! Look where you're walking. When Jiang Fei walked past the pool, the same girl jumped out of the bushes behind the pool and toward Jiang Fei. She took a stance and thrust her fist straight toward his face. The poor girl had been waiting there for several days. Ever since the day she was bullied by Jiang Fei, she had found herself a trainer. After she was thoroughly trained, she was determined to have her revenge on Jiang Fei for humiliating her. She then waited at the pool for 4 days straight, but since Jiang Fei had not been to school for a week, she was close to giving up when Jiang Fei did not show up. That day, she wanted to test her luck, and if Jiang Fei did not show up again, she would just give up on fighting him. Lo and behold, just when it was her last day of waiting, Jiang Fei showed up. From the looks of her stance and punch, Jiang Fei determined that she had been training hard. He saw good precision and aim. It was no longer the random haymaker and straight punch that a common street thug would throw. Her attack style was similar to that of actual military martial arts. However, this was Jiang Fei she was fighting against. No matter how strong her became, Jiang Fei was recognized as a level 4 fighter. Not even a level 3 metahuman could fight him toe-to-toe, what more a normal little girl. With a simple twist and turn, Jiang Fei dodged the punch easily. He could even do it with his eyes closed at this point. After that, a simple thrust forward, Jiang Fei flashed behind her and held her at an arm's lock. Jiang Fei had only needed to exert a little bit of strength to completely dislocate her shoulder. Naturally, he did not want that. Stupid thug! Let me go! It was the end of the fight. No matter how much she screamed and struggled, she knew that the difference in strength between Jiang Fei and her was too much. There was no hope. Ho ho! Since you're standing here, I'll use the same place to punish you. Same old, said Jiang Fei. The fight was only a few feet away from the pool and Jiang Fei did not have to move. He sat down, pressed the girl on his lap, lifted his right hand, and slapped the girl's bum. Slap! 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 Jiggle, hee hee. All right. I think I should just double the punishment since you did your best and still failed, said Jiang Fei as if he was giving a lesson to the girl. Stupid thug, this time, Jiang Fei did not slap as hard. The girl herself did not kick and struggle anymore. She softened her whole body and fully accepted the punishment. Jiang Fei did not feel that angry that day, hence after only a few strokes, Jiang Fei decided to let her go. I guess, this is it for me, said Jiang Fei as he helped her to her feet. To be honest, when the girl was screaming and kicking, Jiang Fei had this feeling that he could dominate and tame the girl. However, when the girl just stopped struggling and accepted the slaps, Jiang Fei felt wrong and stopped. The girl was shocked when Jiang Fei had given up so quickly. She was genuinely shaken, but her voice had an underlying tone of disappointment. Perhaps it was just a misinterpretation. We have been fighting for some time now. I guess we can call each other acquaintances? Could you please tell me your name? Said Jiang Fei as he glared at the blushing girl. Jiang Fei had forgotten just how many times she had tried to ambush him, yet he did not know her real name. Humph. Don't get too conceited. This is not over, said the girl as they turned around and left. Oh well. I did try to ask. What a disappointment, said Jiang Fei as he shrugged. Don't forget this, you stupid thug. One of these days, you will be defeated by my hands. See tying, said the girl after she had taken a few steps. After that, she turned around again and disappeared. Ho ho. See tying, Jiang Fei nodded happily and thought highly of the girl. When Jiang Fei met the girl for the first time, he could faintly hear a huge butler address her as Little Rome. Now that he thought about it, it might be her nickname. No matter. It did not concern him too much. On the way home, Jiang Fei called his mother to inform her that he would be going to Zhao Feng's to do some school assignments that he had missed. After that, he went to Manda Square and entered Han Tianyu's office. It was like his own turf. When he pulled the doors open, the beautiful secretary there gave him a simple nod. She had already been notified by Han Tianyu that Jiang Fei would be coming. Holy shit! Could you please learn how to knock? Cried Han Tianyu as he jumped to his feet. I thought you'd have gotten used to it by now. Besides, I'd be doing a favor to the innocent girl that you might be having in here, said Jiang Fei as he got comfortable on the sofa. Hold up, don't get too comfortable. We are going off to the Hidden Dragon Village with the helicopter, said Han Tianyu as he packed his stuff on the table. Like, right now, now. Get your butt to the roof, sheesh. You don't have to be so moody about it. The helicopter on the roof of Manda Square was prepared. Although the engine was on, the propellers were not yet spinning. Since it was a matter of the alliance, Jiang Fei had to pilot the helicopter himself. Do you have any last-minute advice for me? Said Jiang Fei. Nothing much. Though I must say that I hope that you could be biased toward the northern faction. However, the southern faction would surely be investing a lot of money in order to win you over to their side. In a way, I don't want to hinder you from getting more profit, is that so? Chapter 421, Bronze and Brains. To be honest, Jiang Fei felt stressed whenever Han Tianyu was with him. He was just too smart, or rather, he had too much experience compared to Jiang Fei. He knew when to shut up and when to talk. The kind of intelligence that was hard to cultivate. Moreover, his objective was clear and straightforward. He had a good relationship with Jiang Fei for so long yet. Why didn't the elders in the alliance make use of that to influence Jiang Fei's decision? The hidden truth was that Han Tianyu had his own agenda. Even though he was part of the northern faction as well as amongst the masters, Han Tianyu considered himself to be self-centered. Not being selfish, but having his needs met before others. The Han family was a powerful force to reckon with in the normal society. Even so, the martial artists would need a lot of resources. Hence, Han Tianyu was elected amongst the masters. If the old Hai and the other two elders were the managers of the northern faction, Han Tianyu would be the logistics manager. His main purpose was to bridge the world and the martial artist alliance. Even though Han's family was really strong, they were only considered as second-rated in the martial artist's perspective. He was not deserving attention. When the masters were not giving him attention, yet Han Tianyu had a level 4 brother and a level 5 godlike existence behind him. As a businessman, Han Tianyu should be in a complicated situation. If Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu had swapped positions, he felt that he would literally be torn into two. On one hand, he had his brother, a good friend. On the other hand, he had his master to please. Once both sides had a conflict of interest, something would go wrong. Ask Han Tianyu and he would tell you differently. Although it was not made clear, Han Tianyu had always thought of himself before others. Once he was in a predicament, he would only stand on the podium of his own and judge which side would have the largest benefits. With that problem-solving method, many problems would be solved easily. The masters behind Han Tianyu might not be weak, but they would never compare to a level 5 master. As a matter of fact, Han Tianyu was much closer to Jiang Fei than he was with his masters. Hence, if Jiang Fei were to have a conflict with the masters, even if the entire northern faction was on the opposing side, Han Tianyu would always stand by Jiang Fei. One of the reasons was that Jiang Fei had his level 5 master to back him up. In fact, Jiang Fei himself was strong enough that he would not lose in a fair fight. Hence, Han Tianyu would never lose anything if he stood by Jiang Fei. To be fair, Han Tianyu was neither a good man nor an evil person. He was just a businessman. When the chips were down, he would conduct his manner professionally with no emotions involved. If there was a side that offered good enough benefits, the rational side of him would readily give up anything emotional and choose the side with benefits. You're reading on.com. Thanks. Han Tianyu's acts and thoughts were purposely exposed to let Jiang Fei know. Naturally, Jiang Fei learned to pick up those signs. This big brother of his might not be truly genuine. However, no matter what happened, Han Tianyu would never bring harm to him nor his family. That was one fact that Jiang Fei knew. He also knew that Han Tianyu stood by him because of the sheer benefits he could provide. If not now, it would be in the future. Hence, from the perspective of a brother, Jiang Fei felt a little hurt. However, he would still place his trust and life in the hands of Han Tianyu. This sort of relationship was what Han Tianyu desired. The two talked for a good 1 hour as the helicopter zoomed past the city and into the mountains. The hidden dragon village was too far for Jiang Fei arrived in the village before he felt tired. Once Jiang Fei got out of the helicopter, he was greeted by a large party. It was inevitable. Jiang Fei's identity and position were known to the entire alliance. In the beginning, everyone had doubted he was the disciple of a level 5 master. Now that had been made that clear, everyone's respect toward him had turned genuine. That and the fact that he had the life-saving miracle pills in his hands. There were at least more than 30 people present at the welcoming party. Jiang Fei had only needed a moment to glance through everyone to know that it was a party of bronze and brains. Unlike the elders and young disciples, the welcoming party consisted mostly of level 3 fighters like Luo Zhan and Yang Feng. Naturally, Han Tianyu was the weakest of them all. "Haha, this must be Brother Jiang Fei," said one of the men who was at the frontmost line. Old Hai and other elders stood behind 2 other men. The one who had approached Jiang Fei was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He had a large face, wide mouth and nose, and an appearance that was very spirited. 0541, what is this man's power level? Asked Jiang Fei in his mind. Scanning. Answer, this man's strength is considered to be the middle tier of a level 4 metahuman, 0541 replied. Must be stronger than Old Hai, thought Jiang Fei. He ought to be careful. Even though he was shocked, he maintained a straight face on the outside. Since the person had greeted him, it was polite to answer. Nice to meet you. My name is Jiang Fei. May I know who am I talking to? Asked Jiang Fei politely since he knew that the man was a middle-tier level 4 fighter. Hello! I am Zhao Ganming. One of the elder managers of the Songshan faction, said the middle-aged man with a bright smile. Jiang Fei was thrown off. This was where Jiang Fei's knowledge of the world lacked. Someone like Jiang Fei, who had mingled in the society of both the metahumans and the martial artists, should have known about the existence of others. Even if he did not, he should have said something vague like, "It is an honor to finally meet you," or even, "It is my greatest pleasure to be able to meet such a person like yourself," as a courtesy. Not HMM. Now, back to the cruel reality, Jiang Fei was a kid who never learned manners. He was the kind of kid who grew up playing games and being an outstanding antisocial boy. How would someone like him know about manners? If he had panicked and kept quiet, things would have turned out just fine. However, Zhao Ganming stood there awkwardly since he did not know how to respond to him. Master Zhao is a reputable elder in the alliance. He is a powerful fighter as well as a saint with the sword. The Songhan sect is a famous school of martial arts, said Han Tianyu quickly to save Jiang Fei from embarrassment. Even if it meant explaining who Zhao Ganming was, it was better to make him appear stronger than he was. "Oh! Oh! This small one is honored to meet Master Zhao," said Jiang Fei awkwardly. He did not know how to address the man, and since his position was not known. Luckily Han Tianyu had addressed him as Master Zhao, hence, saving him from being embarrassed. "Ah! Please don't. Brother Jiang Fei, we are but level 4 fighters. Let us call each other brothers," said Zhao Ganming. When Jiang Fei went silent, Zhao Ganming grew annoyed. He thought that Jiang Fei was being obnoxious and was looking down on him. However, when he saw just how awkward Jiang Fei was at responding to him, Zhao Ganming could see that the boy was still very young and had yet to learn about many things. Hence, the negativity in him dispersed immediately. On the other hand, when Jiang Fei addressed him as Master Zhao, he felt immediately scared. How could someone like him be addressed as Master? That would mean that he was standing at the same level of Jiang Fei's level 5 Master. If he had taken the salutation, he would be having challengers coming to his doorstep. Tee-hee-hee, at that moment, there was a laugh that sounded like many bells. Jiang Fei turned around. It was a pair of young twin girls laughing. Those two were no younger than 15 years of age. In fact, Jiang Fei could tell that their age was the same as his. With a quick scan, 0541 informed that the girls were actually high-tier level 3 fighters. Chapter 422, Martial Skills Obtained. "Hee, you're so cute, little brother," said one of the twin sisters. Jiang Fei turned toward the source of the voice. When he finally landed his eyes on the girls, he had a minor shock. They were so incomparably beautiful. They were living, breathing models carved from marble. Better yet, their similarities were uncanny that you could analyze it with a magnifier and still fail to find any differences between the two. Luckily, their uncanny similarities were only limited to their appearance. One of them had a cheerful smile, a sunshine personality, while the other girl was cold. If winter could be anthropomorphized, she would be the human version of that. The way she looked at Jiang Fei was as if Jiang Fei owed her $1 million. "Little Qing! Don't be so rude," said the quiet, solemn girl to the cheerful one. "It is our honor to meet Brother Jiang. We, sisters, are from the Jiangnan, the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace. My name is Yang Pe and my sister here is called Yang Qing." The colder one of the twin might have a stare that could freeze your entire soul, but she was the polite one, for she greeted. She dragged her cheerful, talkative sister and forced her to bow to Jiang Fei. Yang Qing, the supposedly cheerful one, took the chance when her sister was not looking and made a funny face at Jiang Fei. Haha. Before Jiang Fei could respond to that, Han Tianyu laughed bitterly. He then bent down and directly whispered into Jiang Fei's ear, "The southern faction must have a lot of knowledge of the northern faction. My advice to you is to stay away from the sisters. I don't think there's any good if you don't." It has been established that Jiang Fei was more fixated on the northern faction since he had only been talking to Old Hai and the other two elders. Hence, to shake the stance, the southern faction had arrived in order to gain a more biased opinion from Jiang Fei. After thinking of methods to do so, there was one way. Zhao Ganming was there due to his position in the faction. Since Jiang Fei was just a boy of 16 years of age, how would he be talking to a 30-years-old man? Hence, there was a simpler method. In the same faction, the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace had sent 2 of their fighters who had the same position as Zhao Ganming. Compared to the old man, the girls would have a better chance at striking a relationship with Jiang Fei. "The honor is mine, sisters," said Jiang Fei as he saluted back. Jiang Fei was better at saluting others now, for he had learned his lesson from Zhao Ganming. The problem was when Jiang Fei saluted the girls without flinching, Zhao Ganming felt a little sour. When he greeted Jiang Fei, the boy flinched, but when the girls did it, the boy smiled and greeted them without a problem. What the hell was that level of different treatment? Even so, Zhao Ganming was a man of experience. He immediately understood that the boy was very new in this society. He knew that Jiang Fei had done it unintentionally. If Zhao Ganming had a grudge, it would be toward his own southern faction for sending him here when there was nothing for him to do. Jiang Fei himself might not be powerful yet, but he had a strong background. Even then, having an old man try to talk to him would be useless. Might as well just send the twins instead. It was not that the northern faction was lacking young men and women. Now that the girls had made their debut, Jiang Fei might be drawn to them. Or so it seemed. Once both factions had greeted Jiang Fei, everyone proceeded into the village. Almost everything was made of wood and stones instead of bricks and cement. The designs of the house and buildings were loyal to the architecture of ancient China. For those who studied martial arts, having to stay here was better as it was closer to nature. On the way into the village, Han Tianyu took the chance and pulled Jiang Fei aside to explain the situation about the twins to prevent any further embarrassment. Aquamoon Heavenly Palace was considered to be a large sect in the southern faction. There was a rumor that there was one level 5 master within that section. However, till this day, there was no proof of his existence. Yang Pe and Yang Qin were the last 2 students of the master of the section. They were thought to be the next leaders of the section. The 2 sisters had very different personalities. One was serious while the other was always playing around and loved to prank others. That was why Han Tianyu had warned them, since the 2 would never separate. The twin sisters were smart and gifted, as they were the last disciples the sect leader took in. 1. With sufficient resources and teachings. The growth rate of the twin sisters was fast and strong. At a young age, they had already become level 3 fighters. In comparison, Han Tianyu, a man approaching the age of 20, was only at the peak of level 2. "I know that I'm weak. But know this, I am a businessman. I don't have the talents like others, or like you. In fact, even if I were rich, I can never have the resources that the twins have. Besides, I'm always busy with other stuff. I cannot devote myself to martial art training all the time. Jack of all trades, master of none. Well, technically, I am a master in trades." Ha ha ha. Han Tianyu had to explain his stature, since after he had done talking, Jiang Fei gave a disapproving look. After walking some distance, everyone entered a large building and sat down on the floor according to their positions. Jiang Fei was calm and cool, even though he knew that it might take a while. He had already informed his mother about coming home late. Even then, he would still have to go back before the next day. "Apologies, masters, brothers, and sister, I have things to tend to later. Could we jump straight to the main topic?" A straightforward man. I like that attitude. At first, Zhao Ganming wanted to start with a few ceremonial speeches, but since Jiang Fei had taken the leap, he had decided to play along friendly to gain some points with Jiang Fei. The speech that he had prepared was thrown aside. In his mind, he was thinking that he should not have been there if the faction's purpose was to befriend the young man. There is a total of 10 books of different arts and styles. Brother Jiang, please choose 4 out of the 10. The cost of the 4 books you choose would be 20 evil purging pills, said Old Hai as he carried a tray that was filled with wooden plaques with names and the descriptions of the martial arts engraved on them. Please allow me to help myself, said Jiang Fei politely as he looked through the wooden plaques. This was accounted for. There were many people in the martial art community who could memorize an entire book just by skimming through. Handing out plaques instead of the actual book was to prevent someone like that from stealing the content. Once he had looked through the plaques, Jiang Fei himself knew that these were not the strongest arts or styles that the schools could offer. Even so, it was enough for Jiang Fei, at the moment. Jiang Fei understood that the sects would never surrender their greatest styles just for the pills. Even if the kung fu was strong. At the same time, they required just a beginner's level of chi mastery to master the skill, which was very suitable for Jiang Fei since his total energy output was low. He was perhaps weaker but almost the same with Han Tianyu. All he needed then was to have the blood of a high-level metahuman. 0541 could then manufacture a more potent ant-egg essence to further increase his power. The matter of procuring the blood of a high-level metahuman must not be known to the other martial artists. The China Martial Artists Alliance was a society with rules and morality. If they knew that someone like Jiang Fei wanted the blood of another human to increase their potential, Jiang Fei and his master would immediately be placed in a blacklist. If things got worse, Jiang Fei might even be expecting an attack by them. After careful consideration, Jiang Fei selected 4 art styles: Lightning Palm, Pulse Cessation Finger Technique, Gliding Saint Step, and Tornado Kick. These 4 arts required the circulation of qi but cannot project qi outside of the body. The mastery of qi of the skills was low, which was suitable for those of level 3 or lower to practice. Amongst the 10 books offered, 9 of them were the same. Only one of them could use qi as a projectile means. However, since Jiang Fei had yet to fully master his qi flow, it was best to leave it out. Lightning Palm was a simple skill that performed just like Jiang Fei's Force Strike. It relied on inner energy and might have a weaker effect. The benefit of it was that it did not need charging nor did it have cooldown. The Pulse Cessation Finger Technique was an acupuncture technique. When he was training with Old Hai, he learned about the human anatomy and the places of the acupuncture points. The Gliding Saint Step was a kind of qigong that allowed fast movements. It was essential to Jiang Fei since he was always slow in running or moving. Tornado Kick was the style that required the least amount of qi. However, it possessed the strongest damage output. Translator note: the last disciple. A sect leader usually would take in more disciples, and in this case, the sect leader had decided to not take in any more students as she had already decided a successor. In this case, the twin sisters. Chapter 423, Zhao Ganming's Request. I have chosen these 4, said Jiang Fei as he handed the 4 wooden plaques. When Old Hai came to retrieve the plaques, Jiang Fei pretended to reach into his pockets to retrieve the pills. In truth, he had 0541 to make them at that moment. At this moment, 0541 had enough energy to make the pills easily that it could make a warehouse full of the pills in just 1 second. The exchange was smooth. Jiang Fei handed the bottle containing the pills as Old Hai handed over 4 books to Jiang Fei. All right. I thank everyone present today for this event. My apologies as I must take my leave now, said Jiang Fei as he did not want to spend a second longer in that room. Brother! Where's the fire? There's no need to rush out like that, said Yang Qing as she flashed in front of Jiang Fei to stop him from leaving. Little Qing! You're being impolite, cried Yang Pe as she quickly tried to pull her sister away. They had never really got to know Jiang Fei. Who knows that Jiang Fei might be a tempestuous man and could immediately attack Qing Yang for standing in his way. The young man was a level 4 fighter who had a level 5 master. If he did attack, the sister might not be walking away without a broken bone. Relax. Brother would never hurt me. Isn't that right? Right? Brother, said Yang Qing as she made a funny face at her sister. Apparently, even though they were twins, Yang Qing was the little one and Yang Po was the elder. After that, Yang Qing pulled herself free from Yang Pa's grab and skipped her way to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei could smell a wonderful, fragrant scent coming from the little girl. It was very pleasant. She had even stood on her toes just to make herself taller. Even then, she was only at Jiang Fei's neck. Jiang Fei had no idea what the girls were up to, and he quickly took 2 steps back. He then glanced at the surrounding spectators as a mean to ask for rescue. "You're reading on .com, thanks." "Ha ha. Ha ha ha. You moved. You blinked. Ha ha. You lose," cried Yangqing happily as she spun around merrily. Brother you. Could we just..." Jiang Fei understood why Han Tianyu had warned him about the sister. He had no idea that the young Yangqing would be so lively. One would never know what she was thinking nor what she would do next. "Brother! We came here from so far away and you're going to just leave like that after that boring meeting? Could you please just stay for a little while," said Yangqing as she pouted and pulled Jiang Fei's sleeves. This time, Yanpa did not even bother to stop her sister. Even if they were rivals, Zhao Ganming had just laughed it off at the side. They had come all the way here to take the pills and also to gain friendship with Jiang Fei. The pills were an expendable product that would run out one day. Jiang Fei was the source of the pills and no one would wish to lose him. Now that Jiang Fei wanted to leave, no one would blame Jiang Fei if someone stepped forward and stopped the twins. However, they were so cute and pretty that it would be a crime to do so. Even Jiang Fei was speechless then. That was when Jiang Fei had to turn to the audience for help. However, most of them did not want him to go just yet. Naturally, they would not intervene. Han Tianyu was part of the audience. He did warn him earlier. However, now that the scenario had unfolded, there was nothing he could do, especially since the girls were level 3 and he was only level 2. Ugh. Fine. I'll stay for a little while longer, said Jiang Fei reluctantly. He had complicated feelings. What could he do when the cutesy little Yangqing was holding his sleeves, not letting him go? "Brother Jiang Fei, I heard from little you that you still have some pills with you, yeah? The kind that heals external wounds." Zhao Ganming had nothing else to talk about. The health potion that Zhao Ganming was talking about was indeed good. However, from the point of view of a man who practiced martial arts, they would definitely have the same kind of medication. Even though theirs could never be compared with Jiang Fei's super fast healing potion, the effect was still the same. Because of the efficiency of how it healed, the military had eyes on him. Naturally, the Martial Artist Alliance had paid attention to him because of how cheap it was, from a certain point of view. Nevertheless, it was all-powerful since it was helpful to the society. Even so, Zhao Ganming was never interested in the pill, yet he chose to talk about it since there was nothing to talk about. His rival faction had already sent out 2 beautiful females who were the same age as he. If he stayed quiet, it would be really hard to pull Jiang Fei to his side. "Yes. It's the product of my master. He'd usually make these when he got bored of making other pills," said Jiang Fei as he tried to place the attention on the master of his. "I have a request for you. I wish to acquire a few of those pills. Naturally, I would not be taking them for free. I am willing to give you this as an exchange," said Zhao Ganming as he took out a small plate made of jade. This is the black jade made by the Songshan sect. Anyone who comes into the Songshan sect with this in hand would be treated as an honored guest. This plate would serve as a payment for one unconditional request, said Zhao Ganming, emphasizing on the word unconditional. This is too much, brother," said Jiang Fei. Even though Jiang Fei did not know much about Songshan sect, having them fulfill an unconditional request should be a huge deal. Jiang Fei knew the value of the health potion of, by the current term, Grand Restore pill. Han Tianyu had informed him that the pills would be useful in the normal world where fights and wounds would not have unnatural wounds. Right now, the reason why Zhao Ganming was willing to hand over something too precious to Jiang Fei was just to please Jiang Fei to garner his favor. It was his trump card. His rival had used theirs and it would make sense to use his. Yangpa might be cold and unsociable, but Yangqing was cute and all sunshine and rainbow. Being the naive little boy Jiang Fei was, he might actually be reeled in by the southern faction. The girls were girls. And Zhao Ganming was nothing but an aging man. He had to put out his greatest offer, or he would lose Jiang Fei. Ho ho, brother Jiang Fei. I will be frank. Besides the pill, there is something that I needed for help with, said Zhao Ganming. How may I be of service? Asked Jiang Fei, politely. To be honest, Jiang Fei was very intrigued as well as interested in the dark jade. Even though he had 2 scars on his arms that could summon Phoenix for help, he would not want to waste such a powerful deus ex machina anytime soon. Here is the situation. The previous Martial Artist Alliance task was completed by Old Hai and the rest. In the next month, it was our turn, the Songsan sect, to receive a task. However, we could not send out young trainees at the moment. There are other fighters, but neither one of them could handle such a task. That is why I am now asking you for help, said Zhao Ganming with a weak smile. I will see what I can do, said Jiang Fei, frowning. The reason why Jiang Fei had agreed to help in the previous, aforementioned task was because of the nuclear power that was available. If Jiang Fei was not in dire need of energy, he would not have even participated in the mission. Han Tianyu had talked about the alliance before. When there was a mission, the alliance would arrange the assignment of fighters. It was a cycle, turn-based arrangement. When the Japanese had come into the nuclear power plant, the alliance had assigned Old Hai to handle the situation. Those level 2 and level 3 fighters who had participated were their own disciples. In the next month, it would be Songsan sect's turn to receive a task. When it was their time, the young fighters of Songsan sect would be dispatched. Normally, the task would only involve minor risks and threats. The appearance of a level 4 or level 5 metahuman was rare, but there was still a probability. If there was a prediction of either a level 4 or level 5 enemy being involved, the alliance would personally select powerful fighters to fight. Right now, Zhao Ganming did not mean that his students were weak. It was only an excuse to get Jiang Fei into the Songsan sect, indirectly. When everyone was good with each other, they might even be friends. The excuse of not having enough members was only a lie. Having to do a mission with the Songsan sect was not really a bad thing. It really depended on the outcome. If there were benefits in doing so, Jiang Fei would not mind showing his face in the fight. However, when there was nothing to be gained, why would he risk his life to get involved in a fight which he did not know of? Chapter 424, Han Tianyu's lecherous idea. No. Little brother had quietly agreed to play with me next month. When Jiang Fei was contemplating to accept Zhao Ganming's request, Yang Qing had jumped in between and rejected on Jiang Fei's stead. Huh, cried Jiang Fei. Since when did I agree to play with you? However, Jiang Fei turned around and saw Yang Qing winked quietly behind him. From the looks of her cheeky expression, Jiang Fei understood that she was helping Jiang Fei. She knew that Jiang Fei was not comfortable in accepting the man's request and had decided to lend a hand. I seem to have forgotten about that, said Jiang Fei as he bowed to Zhao Ganming apologetically. Currently, 0541 had enough energy. He would not have to act with the lower-level fighters. What Jiang Fei said was completely impromptu. Just then, he saw Han Tianyu's face went rigid. When Yang Qing jumped in, he came in as well to stop Jiang Fei from saying anything foolish. However, Yang Qing had used her qi to suppress Han Tianyu from moving. If Jiang Fei did not have the equipment, he would be the same as Han Tianyu. That was why when Yang Qing made her move, Jiang Fei did not notice anything. Only when Jiang Fei had finished talking did she let Han Tianyu go. Oh, my stupid little brother. I had already warned you about that girl. Why did you go and dig your own grave? Cried Han Tianyu in his heart. Even though he wanted to pull Jiang Fei out of his predicament, he did not dare to oppose the girl. When Jiang Fei did not notice her movements, she had clenched her fists and purposely leaked out a small amount of qi to let Han Tianyu know that she was being serious. That is unfortunate. No matter. Do come to the Songsan sect for a tour when you could. About the Dark Jade, please hold it. It serves as proof that you are not an outsider when you decide to visit, said Zhao Ganming. He was not stupid. He was a professional level 4 fighter. Every little move that Yang Qing had made was clearly noticed by him. However, when Jiang Fei himself had nodded to her claims, it was already too late for him to do anything. You're reading on .com, thanks. To hand over the dark jade to Jiang Fei was merely a friendly gesture. The next time Jiang Fei decided to talk to him, he could at least strike a conversation. When Jiang Fei had finally noticed Han Tianyu's frozen expression, he had finally understood that the little brat was cunning. He had accidentally fallen into her trap. He had recognized that he was ignorant and oblivious. It was obvious that he could never outwit the girls or the man. At this point, he should just leave the place. Brother Yu. Let's go, said Jiang Fei as he pulled Han Tianyu by his arm and left the building. Little brother. Don't forget our promise. Next month, said Yang Qing as she waved them goodbye. All that was needed had been done. There was no need to stop Jiang Fei from leaving. We will be in your care, brother Jiang Fei, said Yang Po, who was sitting quietly by the side. Go! 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 Fearing for what might happen next when Yang Po finally opened her mouth, Jiang Fei quickly dragged Han Tianyu further from the building in case if they decided to chase after them. Ho ho ho! Little brother Jiang Fei might be something after all, said Zhao Ganming after seeing Jiang Fei fleeing the scene. Huh? What do you mean, old fart? Are you saying him mean? Yang Qing snorted. Little Qing! Manners! Yang Po roared as she flashed in front of Yang Qing. She then turned around and bowed apologetically to Zhao Ganming. Please forgive this stupid sister of mine. She had been pampered too much by the master, it is all fine. I take no offense in this trivial matter. Now that our brother Jiang Fei has left, there is no reason for me to stay here as well. I shall take my leave, said Zhao Ganming as he got up and laughed. Naturally, a man of his stature would not express his displeasure with two young girls. However, right before he left the building, he looked at Yang Qing and gave her a thumbs up. Cheeky little girl, aren't you, for trying to steal Jiang Fei away like that? Yang Qing understood what the man was thinking with a single glance and snickered away. Zhao Ganming had already used his trump card, the Dark Jade, yet he had lost to simple words. It was only natural that Yang Qing would be delighted. At the meantime, Jiang Fei got into the helicopter with Han Tianyu and roared, Brother Yu, why didn't you tell me that Yang Qing would be that cunning? What the actual F***ck? I did warn you. When we got down from the helicopter, I immediately warned you to stay away from the girls, said Han Tianyu angrily. Arg! Then why didn't stop me from agreeing with her, said Jiang Fei as he slapped the dashboard of the helicopter. Jiang Fei had regretted immensely. From Han Tianyu's response and Yang Qing's cheeky attitude, he knew that his future would be filled with troublesome events. Stop you? How could it? Look at this, said Han Tianyu as he removed his shirt. It was completely drenched in sweat. See this? The girl was using qi to suppress me completely. It's lucky that I'm still talking to you right now. Stop you? I couldn't even stop myself from being suppressed. Han Tianyu was pissed. Not at Jiang Fei but at the girls. He was only a level 2 fighter. The gap between him and the girls was large. When Yang Qing decided to use qi, that was when Han Tianyu would lose. What am I going to do? Are they really coming to meet me next month? Oh my god! Brother Yu, you can't just leave me alone. Please help me, cried Jiang Fei as he pleaded for help. Ugh! This is the first time I really cannot help you, said Han Tianyu as he laughed bitterly. He had already prepared Jiang Fei as best he could, yet he had completely thrown away all the effort. From one point of view, Yang Qing might have genuinely wanted Jiang Fei to just hang out with her. On the other hand, if she wanted Jiang Fei to stay, there was literally nothing in the world that Han Tianyu could do to stop her. F***ck me. F***ck my life. Oh my god! What am I going to do now? At this point, Jiang Fei was just one step away from crying. Fine. Look here, I have an idea, but I'm not sure that you could pull it off, said Han Tianyu with a smile that Jiang Fei recognized immediately. What kind of brilliant idea this time, said Jiang Fei as he calmed down. Right. You're 16 years old. A growing young man with needs. Those girls are kinda cute, aren't they? And they're twins. I think you know what you should do now, said Han Tianyu as the smile got more and more sinister. Jiang Fei could not bother replying. There was a thought that came to his mind that fitted perfectly to what Han Tianyu was describing. When Jiang Fei had that thought, he blushed a little. Yang Qing and Yang Po were indeed beautiful. They had the face and the body. Perhaps due to martial arts training, their complexions were built to perfection. Being twins was a bonus that no man could reject. Jiang Fei could not deny that the two were really cute. Jiang Fei was a boy and he was the same as any other young boys who were growing into an adult. Yang Qing and Yang Po would be the kind of girls that guys found nice to look at. That was the limit. To what Jiang Fei should do next, Jiang Fei did not know how, when, or who. Before Jiang Fei had even picked up the ring, he was a normal boy who grew up with girls only from school. He had never been challenged physically nor intelligently. There was no need for improvement. Or so he thought. Right now, he was completely defeated by a young girl. Since the start of their encounter, Jiang Fei was teased and played by Yang Qing. Even with Han Tianyu warnings and increasing his own guard, he was still trapped by the girl. Sixth sense? Third eye? Those useless things could not even help him. Now that Han Tianyu had reminded Jiang Fei about the girls, Jiang Fei could not help but recall the beautiful girls. Before Han Tianyu mentioned them, Jiang Fei had no opinion about them. But when Han Tianyu smiled like a pervert and invoked a lecherous idea, Jiang Fei could not help but think it the wrong way. How about that? Take the chance. Dominate the girls. Make the sisters yours. They came to you now, didn't they? Said Han Tianyu. Brother you. I'm seriously hoping that you're joking. What sort of lecherous ideas are you planting in my head? Am I like you? A huge Casanova, asked Jiang Fei as he rolled his eyes. Despite his angry words, Jiang Fei was actually thinking about what Han Tianyu had said. However, as a poor cheery boy, it would be hard or rather impossible to court the twins. Huh? Are you, perhaps scared? Hee. Don't worry. You might beat me with a single pinky, but when it comes to courting girls, I could easily beat you with a single glance, said Han Tianyu as he smiled and laughed lecherously. Chapter 425, Isabella's New Skills. When Jiang Fei returned home, he decided not to think too much about what had just happened. At the age of puberty, Jiang Fei could not help thinking about girls. With Han Tianyu giving him the nudge, even if he did not want it, he had it. Lucky for him, he would not be seeing them until the next month. Putting them behind his mind was an easy task as he had other things to keep himself occupied. The game, for example. After his dinner and bath, it was bedtime/gaming session. Even though he had 4 martial art books, training the skills at home would not be a good idea. Today's the day, cried Jiang Fei as remembered that he was already at level 48. Just 2 more run in the Temple of Deities and Demons. It was about time for him to use the Abyssal Crystal. In about 1 hour's time, Jiang Fei had cleared the normal difficulty of the dungeon, filling up his experience gauge up to 75%. After 20 minutes into the elite difficulty, after the defeat of the second boss, Jiang Fei reached level 49. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 49. All attributes +1. Obtain 5 attribute points, haha. It's time. Jiang Fei laughed. He took out the Abyssal Crystal and used it immediately. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 50. All attributes +1. Obtain 5 attribute points, ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 51. All attributes +1. Obtain 5 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 59. All attributes +1. Obtain 5 attribute points. Freaking awesome this is, shouted Jiang Fei from the top of his lungs. Right, let's see how strong I've become, said Jiang Fei. He quickly equipped the charm of evasion on and removed the black dragon scale. From this moment, the black dragon scale was only useful to Jiang Fei for its fear effect. When he needed to use it, he could just hot swap it over. After the massive level gain, defeating all the monsters and bosses left in the dungeon was a walk in the park. After he had easily paced through the elite difficulty, he went in and tried the heroic difficulty. Ding! You are about to enter the Temple of Deities and Demons, heroic mode. This dungeon allows 100 players to participate. Your party is not full. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, said Jiang Fei without any hesitation. With high level advantage, Jiang Fei would not have to worry about the smaller monsters. Bosses could be easily dealt with his 2 overpowered morphing forms and even Isabella's dragon form. Since Jiang Fei had jumped 10 levels in an instant, Isabella's dragon form had received an upgrade. The duration of the skill lasted up to 10 minutes. If needed, Isabella could still push it to last for 12 minutes. If that was the case, in the next 48 hours, Isabella would be weakened. Isabella herself had received 2 additional skills. Psionic Flame that was in her human form and Time Distortion in her dragon form. Psionic Flame was a type of buff that increased 20% attack and defense. Due to the skill's very short cooldown time, she could basically maintain the buff up indefinitely. Time Distortion was overpowered. It was a CC skill that covered a large area. It affected both allies and enemies. The skill had a 500-meter AoE size. Enemies who entered the AoE range would suffer a 50% reduction of movement speed as well as attack speed. On the other hand, allies would only gain 50% increase in movement speed as well as attack speed. The skill was not a one-time attack but an aura effect. Hence, as long as Isabella was in her dragon form, the effect would automatically be active. Oh my Isabella, you're getting stronger, Jiang Fei could not help himself but praise Isabella. Instead of the all-powerful Time Distortion skill, he was more intrigued by the Psionic Flame. Despite being an ultimate level skill, Time Distortion was a little bit of a waste. Which enemy would still be within range when Isabella morphed into her dragon form? If they were not killed, they would have turned into ash. Previously, when he faced the group of 28 boss-level monsters, Jiang Fei immediately gave up on attacking and quit the dungeon. Now, what was there to fear? Even though they were level 48 monsters, Jiang Fei had already surpassed their level so much that there was bound to be a level suppress. Moreover, under the effect of Psionic Flame, Jiang Fei had over 7,600 defense points. These boss could not even leave a scratch on him. Welp, time to sweep the trash, said Jiang Fei as he walked toward the 28 monster formation. When Jiang Fei stacked enough Ruthless Barrage, Jiang Fei used his AoE ultimate. God's Wrath. Minus 75,369. Minus 150,738. Critical, minus 150,738. Critical. With level suppression system in effect, Jiang Fei's attacks had a higher critical chance. Normal hits would have more than 50% chance of inflicting a critical strike. Minus 1, minus 1, minus 538, minus 475, even though most of the attacks landed as 1 damage, the rest of the monsters had managed to break past Jiang Fei's defense and deal a minute amount of damage. Rain of Fire. Minus 18,245. Minus 19,275. When God's Wrath was unleashed, Rain of Fire came down immediately after. Since she had no need of equipment, Isabella's growth rate was more obvious than Jiang Fei. These level 48 mini-bosses had over 300,000 health points. They were not able to survive long under Jiang Fei and Isabella's powerful attacks. The entire field was cleared in less than 30 seconds. Ding! You have killed Half Moon Dragon. Obtain 1 experience point, 1 gold coin. Ding! You have killed the High Moon Fox. Obtain 1 experience point, 1 gold coin. Ding! You have killed Water Skipping Puma. Obtain 1 experience point, 1 gold coin. Aw man, Jiang Fei sulked. Having a level suppression was good and all, but the obtained loot was immensely reduced to practically nothing. However, the drops were still good. Each of the bosses had dropped 1 level 40 strong blue equipment. Even if it was a consolation prize, it was all good for Jiang Fei. Usually, in the normal and elite difficulty, after the first monsters, there would be monsters coming in waves. What Jiang Fei encountered after the 28 monsters were NPCs, Villager's Wife, Human, Elite, Level 50, Villager's Son, Human, Advanced Elite, Level 50, Villager's Father, Human, Advanced Elite, Level 50. Jiang Fei glanced through their stats and felt odd when the ring did not display anything else but the NPC's level and name. Right then, Jiang Fei remembered that he had a quest. The villager who handed the map to this dungeon had requested Jiang Fei to search for his family. Ah! Finally! Someone is here to rescue us, cried the old man as he saw Jiang Fei coming toward them. Chapter 426, Goddess of the Blue Dawn, Dear Adventurer, are you here to save us? The villager's wife also asked. Yes. At a glance, Jiang Fei could tell that these 3 NPCs had no intelligence, so there was no need to talk nonsense. He immediately answered them in quest language so that he could complete the quest and get things over with. Great, we can finally go home. The villager's son said. Yeah. I've already killed all the monsters at the door, you guys can go home now. Jiang Fei's brows furrowed as he spoke because he still have not received the quest complete prompt. But we still can't go back, because I dropped one of my treasures in the Temple of Deities and Demons. The villager's wife said. Ding! Quest updated, current quest objective, escort the 3 villagers to the main hall. Note, if any of the 3 villagers die, you fail the quest. King Hell. Jiang Fei cursed. He hated these kinds of escort quests the most because he was doing the dungeon solo. Moreover, these 3 NPCs were so weak that they would be half dead even if a monster touched them, let alone a boss. Since Jiang Fei was alone, it was difficult for him to take care of everything. Dear adventurer, let's go. The villager's son said. You're reading on .com, thanks. As they had no intelligence, after the quest updated, the 3 NPCs immediately set out in the direction of the main hall in accordance with the quest. They did not bother to ask for Jiang Fei's opinions. CK. This stupid quest is starting already? Jiang Fei did not dare to lag behind. He quickly chased after the 3 NPCs. Adventurer, the side hall is in front. It has been occupied by monsters, please help. The farmer's wife said. Thank God. The designer of this quest still has some basic human decency. Jiang Fei saw that the 3 NPCs had stopped in their tracks. It seemed like they were waiting for him to clear off the monsters first. This was a relief. Originally, he was afraid that the 3 NPCs would just not care and walk straight into the group of monsters. Come on Bella, let's clear the monsters first. Jiang Fei told Isabella, then immediately charged into the group of monsters. The heroic mode of Temple of Deities and Demons was like a brand new dungeon. The monsters in here were no longer specter monks, but a form of evil life. Fallen, Demon, Elite, Level 45, Health Points 80,000, Attack Power 3,500, Remarks, Servant of the Lord of Sin. This monster was not a whole lot stronger than the monsters in the previous 2 dungeons of lower difficulty. However, these Fallens came in groups of hundreds. There were so many of them that it was terrifying. Looks like you have to be good at freezing. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. As it was such a large group of monsters, it was impossible to tank the damage. An average tank would be killed as soon as they rushed in. So, one had to control the situation with freezing skills, then use area of effect skills to clear the monsters, instead of trying to tank the damage. For Jiang Fei, however, it was not a big problem. His defense was high and there was a big level gap between him and the monsters. These monsters could not damage him at all. He rushed straight into the group of monsters and used God's Wrath. This was followed by Isabella's Rain of Fire, and they easily got rid of these monsters. There are so many monsters. This is really a good place to train. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. It was a pity that his level was too high, so he could not get any experience points. If any party could defeat the 28 generals of the Cloud Terrace before this, then this was definitely a paradise for leveling. After controlling the monsters with freezing skills, they could just use area of effect skills and receive a lot of experience points. It was not difficult to kill these small monsters. Any party that had good teamwork and chemistry could do it. However, not many parties could defeat the gatekeeping monsters. The combination of 28 level 48 vice leaders could definitely discourage 90% of the parties. After clearing more than 10 waves of monsters, Jiang Fei finally arrived in front of the side hall. Damn it, if only I didn't use the Abyss Crystal so early. All this wasted experience, what a pity. Jiang Fei sounded distressed. However, he forgot one thing. If he had not used the Abyss Crystal in order to obtain level suppression over the 28 generals of the Cloud Terrace, he would not even be able to come in here in the first place. After he entered the side hall, the 3 NPCs followed. There were no monsters in the side hall. There was just one boss standing there alone. Goddess of the Blue Dawn, Vice, Demon, Lower Lord, level, 50, health points, 2,500,000, attack power, 17,000, skills, Sword of Retribution, Punish, Silence, Demon form. Sword of Retribution, the Goddess of the Blue Dawn summons a sharp sword to punish the current target, causing a lot of damage. Punish, inflicts the current target with punishment. The current target loses 1% of their total health points per second and the damage received is increased by 5%. Silence, silence all units within a radius of 50 meters for 3 seconds. Demon form, the demon disguised as the Goddess of the Blue Dawn can no longer maintain the disguise. The demon reveals its original face, recovers its health points back to full and gains new skills. Triggered when the boss health points drops to 50%, remarks, a demon tribe had invaded this place and occupied it to carry out inappropriate activities. As expected, there are Lord-ranked bosses in heroic dungeons. Jiang Fei nodded. Let's try it out, come on Bella. Jiang Fei evaluated the boss' strength. This boss was way weaker than the boss on the battlefield. The only uncertainty was in regards to the boss attributes after it returned to its demon form after 50%. So, he planned to fight it in his lifesteal demon form for now. If this was not good enough, he would transform into his Nephilim form during the battle. Thump! After black smoke dispersed, Jiang Fei transformed into his vampire form. Then, he used Wild Charge and charged at the boss. Minus 17,852. After Wild Charge was over, Jiang Fei quickly began stack Ruthless Barrage. Foolish mortal. Jiang Fei's attacks immediately activated the boss. Minus 13,257. The damage from the boss' normal attacks was not enough to pose a deadly threat to Jiang Fei. However, before Jiang Fei even had the time to be happy, the boss gave him a heavy blow. A golden sharp sword suddenly appeared above Jiang Fei's head. Then, it fell swiftly. Minus 47,821. Sword of Retribution, F***CK. Currently, Jiang Fei only had a little more than 61,000 health points. After this attack, he only had around 10,000 health points left. Armored Bulwark. While Jiang Fei attacked and recovered health points through lifesteal, he also activated a shield. Minus 11,423, absorbed, Jiang Fei avoided the next attack. By then, his Ruthless Barrage had stacked 10 times and his attack power soared to nearly 14,000. With each attack, he could absorb nearly 30,000 health points. Moreover, Jiang Fei's attack speed was super high, way higher than the boss attack speed. So, he just had to be careful not to let the boss' normal attack hit him right after the boss used Sword of Retribution. He did not have to worry about anything else. Minus 14,752. Minus 3,000, minus 3,000. At this time, Isabella had also started using her Abyssal Flame. After she leveled up, her damage had increased significantly. Chapter 427, Trickster. As the boss damage over time and silence skills were pretty much useless against Jiang Fei, he only needed to be careful of the boss Sword of Retribution. However, he could easily escape danger by activating Armored Bulwark or Claret Aegis in time. After he leveled up, Jiang Fei's attack power had increased quite a bit. Moreover, Jiang Fei was getting better at using the Nephilim King's Ias weakness exploit. He could land a critical hit once in almost every 2 attacks, so Jiang Fei's current damage output was a lot higher than before. In about 20 seconds or so, the boss health points hit 50%. Damned adventurer, you actually dared to destroy our plans. I want you to die. Following a roar from the boss, the originally dignified and elegant goddess of the Blue Dawn transformed. A demon with horns appeared before Jiang Fei. Galdan the Trickster, Demon, Lower Lord, level, 50, health points, 2,500,000, attack power, 17,500, skills, Shadowbolt Rain, Gate of Sin, Fire Bloom, Chain Lightning. Shadowbolt Rain launches a Shadowbolt at all targets within 50 meters, dealing 4,000 damage. Gate of Sin summons a portal with 500,000 health points. While open, the portal will summon 30 advanced elite Fallens every 10 seconds to help in the battle. Fire Bloom randomly marks 5 non-current targets, dealing 2,000 damage per second and inflicting 5,000 fire damage per second to all players within 5 meters. Chain Lightning shoots a chain of lightning on a random target, causing a total of 40,000 damage. The chain of lightning can arc around up to 6 times and the damage will spread evenly. The maximum arc distance is 5 meters. It will not be cast on players who have been hit by Fire Bloom. Jiang Fei quickly skimmed through the boss skills. In its current form, this first boss was now a whole lot stronger than its previous goddess of the Blue Dawn form. This boss requires extremely lot of teamwork. Players have to change positions during the battle. It's impossible for players to stand at one spot and attack. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. After the boss transformed, it stood still for 2 seconds. However, right after 2 seconds, the boss immediately slashed Jiang Fei with the giant axe in its hand. Minus 16,825. Bella, stop playing around. Hurry up and attack. Jiang Fei assessed the boss' strength. Then, he began to attack with all his might. After all, his lifesteal demon form only lasted for more than 20 seconds. If he did not hurry up and attack, he would be in trouble when his lifesteal demon form was over. Okay. Isabella nodded, then immediately summoned her demon flame and started to attack the boss like crazy from behind. After Isabella summoned her demon flame, her damage output skyrocketed and even surpassed that of Jiang Fei's. When combined, their damage totaled up to more than 50,000 per second. *T. This is not going to work. My lifesteal demon form will be over even before the boss health points reach 50%. Jiang Fei's brows furrowed. His attack power was already really high, but the boss had too much health points. With just 1 minute of his lifesteal demon form, it was impossible to kill the boss. Originally, this dungeon boss was made for a party of 100 people. The fact that Jiang Fei could attempt this boss solo was already quite incredible. If he could kill this boss in tens of seconds like the other bosses in lower difficulty modes, it would make no sense. The enemies are right beside you. While Jiang Fei was busy being worried, the boss suddenly roared. Then, a purple portal appeared behind Jiang Fei. Swoosh! The first batch of 30 small monsters appeared. All of them were advanced elite Fallens. Roar, These Fallens roared, then immediately rushed toward Jiang Fei. Only Jiang Fei and Isabella were involved in the battle. Since Jiang Fei's lifesteal had an area of effect healing, he immediately generated the aggro of these monsters. If an average party came here, the first target of these monsters would definitely be the clerics. So, they had to make sure their sub-tank was ready to generate aggro. Of course, first-timers would definitely not be prepared for this. Sacrificing some lives was the only way to test all the boss skills. Don't worry about the small monsters. Kill the boss! Jiang Fei shouted. He was just going to wait for these monsters to surround him, then use God's wrath. It would be great if the splash effect of his normal attacks could hit these small monsters. As for those that were behind Jiang Fei, he would not bother. The attacks of these small monsters could not break through Jiang Fei's defense at all. So, he could ignore them and focus on attacking the boss. If it was an average party, they not only had to deal with the small monsters, but the attackers in their party also had to switch targets. They had to destroy the portal first, or else there would be more and more monsters and all of them would end up dying. However, Jiang Fei did not have to worry about this. It would not be a problem even if there were 1,000 of these small monsters around him. They dealt no damage to him anyway. In addition to opening the portal, the boss would also launch a wave of Shadow Bolt rain almost every 5 seconds. 4,000 damage was nothing to Jiang Fei and Isabella. However, for an average party, an area of effect damage of 4,000 would place a lot of pressure on the clerics. When its health points fell to 70%, the boss activated its 2 other skills. Haha. You should stay a little further away from each other. Following the boss' laughter, a flaming flower appeared above Isabella's head and Isabella started receiving 2,000 damage per second. Crackle, crackle, Isabella was not taking a lot of damage. However, as she was standing quite close to Jiang Fei, he was receiving 5,000 fire damage per second. Ignore it, continue to attack. As Jiang Fei's lifesteal ability was strong enough, he did not make Isabella change positions. Instead, he continued to attack the boss while he received 5,000 damage per second. Jiang Fei and Isabella could only do this because they were too overpowered. This boss skill was actually an area of effect skill and the boss could mark 5 people. However, the 5 people had to be non-current targets. Hence, only Isabella was hit. If it was an average party, 2 or 3 melee attackers would be marked. Then, they would burn each other and all of them would receive 10,000 to 20,000 damage per second. They might even die before the clerics could heal them. Therefore, under normal circumstances, players had to be fully focused on the battle when fighting this boss. Once they get marked, they have to move away from the other party members immediately. As soon as the 5-second fire bloom was over, the boss skill used another skill. Have you been isolated? Then go to hell! With a roar, a bolt of lightning shot out from the boss' hands and hit Isabella squarely. Then, the lightning continued to be passed on to Jiang Fei. Only 2 of them were part of the battle, so the chain of lightning could not continue to be passed around. Buzz! Buzz, following 2 crisp sounds, a 20,000 damage figure appeared above Jiang Fei and Isabella's heads. This chain lightning could spread to up to 6 people. So, the damage of the skill was naturally very high. Fortunately, however, Jiang Fei and Isabella were both extremely tanky. Hence, although this attack reduced a lot of their health points, it was not enough to kill them. After they survived these 2 skills, the boss health points hit 55%. However, Jiang Fei's lifesteal demon form only had 5 seconds left. Chapter 428, Fooled, Sigh. I'm already level 59, but I still can't clear this dungeon in one breath. Jiang Fei sighed, then activated Demon Morph. The duration of his lifesteal demon form was almost over and it was impossible for him to kill the boss that still had 50% health points left in just 5 seconds. So, Jiang Fei had no other way. Fortunately, heroic mode dungeons reset once a week. So, even if he could not clear the dungeon today, he could continue tomorrow without delaying his progress. A purple thunder struck Jiang Fei. His skin instantly turned purple-red. A pair of horns protruded on the top of his head, and the blazing hammer in his hand became a giant scythe. At a glance, Jiang Fei's Nephilim form looked similar to this boss. They both had horns on their heads, and their bodies glowed with energy. Kill! After Jiang Fei transformed into his demon form, his attack power had doubled. Moreover, his attacks completely ignored the boss defense and everything else like avoidability, parry, and block. He also completely ignored the boss defense reduction. As soon as Jiang Fei transformed, the boss was in trouble. In his demon form, Jiang Fei's attack power soared. When this was paired with Isabella's high damage output, the boss was killed in less than 20 seconds. Ding! You have eliminated Galdan the Trickster. Obtained 2,200,000 experience points. Obtained 1,000 gold coins. As the boss was level 50, it was not more than 10 levels lower than Jiang Fei. So, Jiang Fei could get experience and gold coins as rewards. Sigh. If I knew this would happen, I would have just used Demon Morph at the start. Jiang Fei sighed, then cancelled the transformation. Let's go see if anything good was dropped. Isabella urged him. Okay. At this time, Jiang Fei was also very curious as to what the bosses in this heroic mode dungeon would drop. Swoosh! Red light illuminated, indicating that the boss had dropped an ancient inheritance item. Trickster's Gem, Toy, Ancient Inheritance, use, records the physical characteristics of a player or NPC and use it again to copy the target's appearance and voice onto yourself. Note, if you copy a player, you will appear in that player's enemy list. If you copy a player in the main city and get exposed on the spot, you will be deemed to have attacked the player and NPC guards will punish you. Interesting. Jiang Fei was happy when he saw this item. His first thought was that he could use this item to frame others. It was perfect for such a purpose. Other than the Trickster's Gem, the boss also dropped a level 50 legendary ring. Abyssal Node, Ring, Legendary, Physical Attack plus 475, Strength, plus 40, Vitality, plus 40, Avoidability, plus 5%, Equipment, allows you to acquire the skill Gate of Abyss. Summons a Gate of Abyss with 10,000 health points. While open, the Gate of Abyss will summon 3 elite guards of your level every 3 seconds to fight for you. The Gate of Abyss lasts for a maximum of 1 minute. After the Gate of Abyss is destroyed, the elite guards will last for a maximum of 30 seconds. Skill cooldown time is 10 minutes. Level requirement, 50, not bad. Jiang Fei immediately replaced the ring that had Claret Aegis attached to it. Although this skill was very useful, the equipment level was too low and Jiang Fei did not lack life-saving skills. Currently, Jiang Fei had way too many life-saving skills. He had Armored Bulwark, which was equivalent to 20% of his health points, and Silent Step that gave him 100% avoidability and allowed him to counterattack. He also had Divine Shield, which gave him 15 seconds of invincibility, and Shadow Barrier that made him invincible, which could be used 3 times a day. Moreover, he had the Undying Aegis, which was attached to his blazing hammer. If he factored in the health recovery skill Sacred Light as well, then it was really hard for Jiang Fei to die now even if he wanted to. Other than these two, the boss also dropped another 2 pieces of purple equipment. One was cloth armor and the other was plate armor. However, the Lightbringer's armaments that Jiang Fei had equipped was an equipment set. He would definitely not break up the equipment set just so he could equip a level 50 equipment. Jiang Fei kept the 2 purple pieces of equipment. He might be able to use them later when the level of the players in his guild increased. After picking up the drops, Jiang Fei turned around and immediately broke out in cold sweat. The 3 NPCs that were behind him just moments ago were now gone. Holy sh*T. What happened? There were no other small monsters in the side hall. Also, before this, when the boss died and Jiang Fei looked back at the 3 NPCs, they were absolutely fine. They disappeared so suddenly. How come? Jiang Fei muttered. They were right there just moments ago. Isabella also found it really strange. It was like these 3 NPCs evaporated into thin air. They had suddenly disappeared without a trace. They're probably not dead yet. Let's go and look for them, Jiang Fei said. He had not received a prompt saying that he had failed the quest, which meant that these 3 NPCs were still alive. Jiang Fei searched backward first. However, after searching all the way until he reached the dungeon's entrance, he still did not see the 3 NPCs. This means that they've gone in front. Let's clear the way. Jiang Fei called out to Isabella and began to clear off the monsters in the direction of the main hall. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Fei and Isabella killed all the monsters on the way to the main hall. After entering the main hall, Jiang Fei immediately saw the 3 NPCs. This time, however, the 3 NPCs looked a little miserable. Someone had tied them onto the pillars in the main hall. You 3 have trespassed into the temple of deities and demons. You have committed a grave sin worthy of punishment. Now, I shall execute the 3 of you. Jiang Fei heard this as soon as he walked in. F***CK. Hold your horses. Seeing a man lifting up a huge knife and was about to behead the NPCs, Jiang Fei quickly shouted. At the same time, Jiang Fei used Wild Charge. Thump! Jiang Fei's attack interrupted the man's act of beheading. Emperor Dongyu, Vice, Human, Leader, Level, 50, Health Points, 700,000, Attack Power, 8,500, Skills, Mount Tai Slam, Crushing Burden, Smash. Mount Tai Slam summons a rockfall over an area, dealing a lot of damage to players in the area and stunning them. Crushing Burden reduces the attack power and movement speed of all enemies within 30 meters. Smash immediately deals a powerful blow to the current target. F***CK. Jiang Fei was surprised when he saw this boss. Not because the boss was really strong, but because it was way too weak. This boss was similar to bosses in normal difficulty dungeons. Even if this boss was in a normal difficulty dungeon, it was not strong enough to be the final boss. Dear adventurer, hurry and save us, we're so scared, the 3 NPCs that were tied to the pillars kept on shouting. At this time, however, as Jiang Fei had attacked the boss battle had already begun. So, he had no time to bother about the 3 NPCs. He had to get rid of this boss first. Lifesteal Demon Form. Jiang Fei immediately transformed. As this boss was really weak, it could not resist Jiang Fei's attacks. In just a short time, the boss was already dying. St. Stop! You have been fooled. This time, the boss name suddenly turned yellow and actually started talking. Chapter 429. Are you freaking kidding me? What's going on? Jiang Fei was dumbstruck when he saw that the small boss had suddenly changed into a neutral state. I was originally a monk in this temple. In being controlled by them, before the boss could finish speaking, it spurted out a mouthful of blood, then fell to the ground and died. Moreover, because its death was the kind of death that triggered the storyline, this boss not only did not drop anything, but it also did not give any experience points. Ha ha ha, let me explain, dear adventurers. At this time, a burst of laughter was heard coming from outside the main hall. Jiang Fei turned to look and saw someone walking into the main hall. It was the NPC that initiated the quest back then. However, this roadside villager no longer looked like a farmer. Instead, he was dressed splendidly as he walked into the main hall in an ostentatious manner. The F***CK, what is actually going on? Jiang Fei was shocked. He had a lot of doubts. However, at least, the name of the 4 NPCs present was still green, which meant that they were still in a friendly state. Come to think of it, I really have to thank you adventurers. Although this roadside villager had changed into fancy clothes, he was still the type of NPC that did not have intelligence. So, he simply ignored Jiang Fei and continued reciting his lines. Obviously, the NPC had now entered plot mode. You're reading on .com, thanks. Seeing that there were no more monsters around and that the 4 NPCs present were all friendly targets, Jiang Fei had no choice but to quietly listen to this NPC talk. I originally thought that my plan had failed. First, that damned Galdan betrayed me. Then, our plan was discovered by the true God. The 28 generals of the Cloud Terrace came to stop us, so I had no choice but to escape from the Temple of Deities and Demons. Now, with the help of you adventurers, the 28 generals have been taken care of and the traitor Galdan has also been killed, the roadside villager said. Then, he suddenly turned to Jiang Fei and Isabella and said, "Now, you have outlived your usefulness. It's time for me to get rid of you." As the voice of the roadside villager fell, the names of the 4 NPCs suddenly turned from green to red. The 3 NPCs that were tied to the pillars were also freed from the bonds. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 4 purple lights flashed. All the 4 NPCs that originally looked extremely weak had gone through a magnificent transformation. First of all, the villager's wife transformed into a majestic-looking female demon that was more than 3 meters tall. All 6 of her arms were holding a giant sword each. At a glance, she looked extremely powerful. The High Priestess Shirvala, demon, empowered leader, level 50, health points 1,100,000, attack power 9,800, skills, slam, cleave, darkness heal, life sacrifice. Slam immediately deals a strong blow to the current target. Cleave performs a sweeping attack in a fan-shaped area in front. Darkness heal restores 30% of the health points of an ally within 30 meters. Life sacrifice, after Shirvala's death, the attack power of surrounding allies will increase by 100%. The villager's son had also turned into a demon that was 3 meters tall. His feet were sheep hooves. He also had sharp claws that were more than a foot long on both his hands and a thick large tail. He looked like the stranger from hell. Wrathguard Rodier, demon, empowered leader, level 50, health points 1,500,000. Attack power 12,000. Skills, maim, smash, wound slash, life tribute. Maim randomly maims 5 targets, decreasing their attack speed and casting speed by 100%. Smash immediately deals a powerful blow to the current target. Wound slash, Rodier immediately enters an invisible state and teleports behind a random target, inflicting a bleeding effect on that target which causes 4,000 damage per second. Life tribute, if Rodier is killed, the total health points of nearby allies will increase by 50%. The father had also abandoned his human form long ago. Similarly, his body expanded to more than 3 meters tall. Wings appeared on his back and his whole body was surrounded by green flames. Doombringer Eriduin, demon, empowered leader, level 50, health points 1,100,000, magic attack 14,500, skills, Shadowbolt Rain, demonized skin, War Stomp, life glory. Shadowbolt, the Doombringer launches shadow bolts toward all enemies within 30 meters, dealing 3,000 damage. Demonized skin reduces the magic damage received by the Doombringer by 50%. War Stomp immediately stomps surrounding enemies, causing a lot of damage to nearby enemies, stunning them for 3 seconds. Life Glory, if Eriduin is killed, surrounding allies will immediately enter a frenzied state and their attack power and attack speed will increase by 100%. These 3 bosses were already scary enough. However, the roadside villager was even scarier. At this time, this ordinary human being had transformed into a giant creature that was 5 meters tall. This giant demon walked on all 4s, but there were sturdy arms on its upper body. Its whole body was covered with rough scales, and the scales were burning with dark green flames. The huge knife in his hand that was as wide as a bedboard was even more frightening. Abyssal Demon Anilin, demon, lord, level 50, health points 6,500,000, attack power 16,500, skills, swipe, hellfire, collapse, death harvest, rage. Swipe, Anilin's normal attacks deal damage to all nearby enemies. Hellfire, an island summons blazing flames in a designated area, dealing 5,000 damage per second to all enemies in the area. Collapse, an island's huge body makes the main hull become extremely unstable and the falling ceiling parts will cause 2,000 damage per second to enemies in the area. Death Harvest, whenever a player is killed, his or her soul will become an island's henchman and will attack his or her original teammates. Rage. If the battle lasts for more than 10 minutes and an island has not been killed, or if all 3 of an island's minions have died, an island will enter a frenzied state and its attack power will increase by 500%. Remarks: the final boss of the heroic mode Temple of Deities and Demons. Damn! A real Lord ranked boss and 3 empowered leader minions? Are you freaking kidding me? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. Was this a joke? Who could clear this? Indeed, the final boss of this dungeon was completely different from that trickster previously. The difficulty levels were not comparable at all. This boss was so strong that nobody would find it weird even if it was the final boss of a level 50 party dungeon. Ding! Quest updated. Quest name: make up for your mistakes. Quest description: due to your mistakes, the true God's plan to destroy the demonic forces has failed. Now, the task of exterminating the demons has fallen on your shoulders. Quest rewards: unknown. Ding! You have received the true God's blessing. True God's blessing: when you are in the dungeon Temple of Deities and Demons, your attack speed is increased by 100%, casting speed is increased by 50%, and you will not lose any experience or equipment upon death. Chapter 430, Reward Time. Since I have this true God's blessing buff, I don't have to worry about losing anything if I died, and I can test out the skills of these bosses bit by bit. But, considering the strength of such a boss combination, even a level 50 party with 100 people would not be able to defeat them. Sigh. Jiang Fei shook his head. The final boss of this dungeon was really way too strong. It would be fine if it was just one Lord rank boss. The additional 3 leader rank minions made things troublesome. Moreover, Jiang Fei could not kill the minions first. Every time a minion died, the boss would strengthen a little. If all 3 minions died, the boss would immediately go on a frenzy and its attack power would increase 5 times. The boss would instantly kill anyone with an attack power of nearly 100,000. So, even if a party of 100 players wanted to defeat this boss, it had to at least be a party that was an average of level 55. Furthermore, the players in that party had to have decent equipment. In actuality, Jiang Fei was a little silly. Although the dungeon allowed players to enter after reaching level 40, there was no requirement that only level 40 parties could enter. In heroic mode, the boss has dropped level 50 equipment. This meant that parties that attempted the dungeon were definitely above level 50. Since it's already the last boss, we don't have to save anything for later anymore. Bella, go finish them. Jiang Fei definitely could not defeat this boss. Even if he transformed into his Nephilim form, it was still impossible. If these 4 bosses with over 10,000 attack power surrounded him, he would certainly die. However, Isabella was different. A level 59 demonic Naga like her could definitely crush these level 50 demons. Okay. Isabella nodded and Jiang Fei retreated. He did not want to get involved in the battle. If these 4 bosses with over 10,000 attack power attacked him, he would die instantly. Roar! Following a dragon roar, Isabella showed her true demonic Naga form. After she had reached level 50, her demonic Naga form became bigger and her body was already more than 30 meters long. Isabella also received the effects of the true God's blessing. So, after a short moment of casting in Draconian, a huge black fireball started to form in the air. The moment the black fireball started to form, the boss and its minions were alarmed. It was not just the boss. Even a non-magician player like Jiang Fei could feel the fire and darkness elements filling the atmosphere. Boom! Isabella's abyssal flame hit the Lord rank boss squarely. Minus 887,168. A damage figure of nearly 900,000 appeared above the boss head. Jiang Fei's jaw almost dropped. Holy sh*t. So overpowering. Although he kind of knew how powerful Isabella's demonic Naga form was, Jiang Fei had obviously underestimated Isabella's strength. Plus 1,950,000. However, something that made Jiang Fei even more surprised happened. The High Priestess Shirvala's heal was even more amazing. She could recover 30% of the boss health points with a single heal. If they just ignored the High Priestess Shirvala, they would not be able to win this battle at all. Bella, generate aggro. I'll drag the priestess away. Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Roar! After Isabella's dragon roar, she hit the 3 other bosses with her dragon breath in order to generate initial aggro. She avoided the priestess on purpose. Okay, you can attack now. Jiang Fei attacked the priestess a few times. Then, after he generated aggro, he led the priestess to a place 40 meters away from Isabella. Lifesteal Demon Form. When Jiang Fei was in his lifesteal demon form, this priestess was not a problem at all. Roar! Although the other 3 bosses were quite powerful for Isabella, who was in her demonic Naga form, their attacks were just like tickles. In her demonic Naga form, Isabella not only had enhanced attack power, but her defense had also transformed directly into a Naga attribute. Her total health points was even more terrifying. Boom! Another super abyssal flame smashed onto the abyssal demon Anilan's body. This time, as the priestess was too far away, there was no one who could heal this Lord-ranked boss. Isabella dealt nearly 900,000 damage, causing Anilan's health points to drop by more than 1/8 of the total. Moreover, Isabella's cast time for each abyssal flame was less than 10 seconds. While Jiang Fei was busy attacking the priestess, a status suddenly appeared above his head. Maim, your attack and casting speed is reduced by 50%. F***ck. This is really annoying. Jiang Fei frowned. Then, he looked at Isabella and realized that she had not been affected by Maim. Obviously, the demonic Naga Isabella was immune to this kind of low-level darkness spell. Even though Jiang Fei was affected by the effects of Maim, he had the true god's blessing and the aura from Isabella's optical distortion. So, his attack speed was still higher than usual and the priestess' health points was decreasing rapidly. Toward the end, Jiang Fei started to relax on his attacks. He had to avoid increasing the boss attack power so that the boss would not be able to break through Isabella's defense. It was fine as long as the amount of health points he recovered through his lifesteal could offset the priestess damage and he could stay alive. He had to be careful not to kill the priestess in advance. After Isabella cast a few more abyssal flames, the boss was about to die. Impossible. Who are you? My plan will not fail. Anilan roared in anger. However, his roar obviously could not save him in any way. After Isabella cast another 2 super abyssal flames, the high and mighty Lord rank boss crashed to the ground. Ding! You have eliminated the abyssal demon Anilan. Obtained 2,200,000 experience points. Obtained 1,000 gold coins. After the Lord boss died, the other leader bosses could not even withstand a few more of Isabella's super abyssal flames. Ding! You have eliminated the Wrathguard Roadier. Obtained 1 million experience points. Obtained 800 gold coins. Ding! You have eliminated the Doombringer Araduin. Obtained 1,100,000 experience points. Obtained 800 gold coins. Ding! You have eliminated the High Priestess Shirvala. Obtained 1,000. 000 experience points. Obtained 800 gold coins. After Isabella cleared the small monsters around her, she instantly killed the priestess that was already low on health points. Only then, she changed back to her human form from her demonic Naga form. Bravo! Isabella was looking at Jiang Fei eagerly. Obviously, she wanted Jiang Fei to praise her. So, Jiang Fei quickly gave her a thumbs up and praised her. Quick, let's go see whether they dropped anything good. Isabella said happily. After all, if Jiang Fei became stronger, it was better for her reputation as well. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. He was planning to flip the priestess corpse, as it was the closest to him. Ding! You have eliminated all the bosses in Temple of Deities and Demons, heroic difficulty, dungeon cleared, ding. Since your party is the first party to clear the Temple of Deities and Demons, heroic difficulty, please enter your party name. Before Jiang Fei could even flip the corpse, the dungeon clear system prompt appeared. Chapter 431, Demonic Strike. What should I write this time? Jiang Fei contemplated for a moment before writing his team's name. Ding! Citywide announcement, take a look at my level, you dimwits. Team has successfully cleared the heroic mode of the Temple of Deities and Demons dungeon. Let us congratulate Verger Glider. After a series of system notifications, the players in Dawnlight City no longer felt surprised. After all, Jiang Fei had already cleared the elite mode in the past. There was no surprise in him clearing the heroic mode the very next day. However, Jiang Fei's team name caught the attention of most players who subconsciously opened the level ranking board. D*MN. Level 59, what kind of a sick joke is this, holy sh*T. Wasn't he only level 48 yesterday? How did he suddenly level up more than 10 times, screw me. Could this be a bug? Even if he cleared the dungeon on his own, he could not possibly have gained enough experience points to reach such a high level. Most of the players suddenly felt pangs of jealousy. After all, it was rather difficult to train and increase their levels. Even the players who were fast could only get enough experience points to increase their level once in every 3 to 5 days. For most players, it took at least a week to increase their level once. With Jiang Fei's level suddenly skyrocketing so much, nobody could remain calm. You're reading on .com, thanks. Brother Fei. Please share your secret bug to level up, Brother Fei. If you tell me the bug secretly, I am willing to give up my virginity for you, D*MN. You did not have to use such lowly tactics just to ensure Jiang Fei keeps it a secret, get lost. If you don't stop with your bullsh*T, I'll marry you tonight. Although it had already been 2 hours since Jiang Fei reached level 59, a lot of the players were still checking the level ranking board. Usually, only the high-level players would check the level ranking board after they have leveled up. The only reason they did so was to see if they made it into the list. Most players would normally only take a peek at it once in several days. Therefore, after Jiang Fei bragged about his level through the system's notifications, he had suddenly become the focal point in Dawnlight City yet again. D*MN. Ah Fei, you have stolen my thunder completely. Han Tianyu sent Jiang Fei a message which contained a hint of envy. Although he did not care about levels in general, he was slightly put off by Jiang Fei's popularity in Dawnlight City. Han Tianyu felt undermined by Jiang Fei's fame. Although he had initially played the game to get close to Jiang Fei, he still had a little bit of pride in him which translated into his current state of jealousy. Brother you, if you were as diligent as I am, you would also be able to reach my level. Jiang Fei said and laughed. By now, Han Tianyu had already been eliminated from the level ranking board. Oh, shut up. Be careful with your words. If little she were to hear what you just said, she might go mad. Han Tianyu could not help but roll his eyes when he heard Jiang Fei's words. It was true that Han Tianyu was lazy when it came to training. However, Qin Shi was comparatively much more hardworking. Despite that, she had only managed to reach level 43 the day before. Of course, Qin Shi had also seen the notification about Jiang Fei's success earlier. She also noticed that, to her surprise, he had reached level 59. Qin Shi was utterly dumbfounded. All this while, Jiang Fei had always taken the top spot in the level ranking board. However, he was usually only 1 or 2 levels above Qin Shi. Therefore, Chen Zai's objective every day was to train fervently to exceed Jiang Fei's level. However, ever since the Temple of Deities and Demons dungeon was discovered, Jiang Fei's level skyrocketed tremendously. Qin Shi could not help but feel deflated by this. Regardless of how hard she worked, Her rate of acquiring experience points could never match Jiang Fei's speed of clearing dungeons. On this day, Jiang Fei had suddenly reached level 59, which was 16 levels above her. She was affected so much that she suddenly felt there was a point in training so hard anymore. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, could not care less about the impact his sudden increase in levels had on other players in Dawnlight City. His attention was concentrated fully on the 4 shining corpses before his eyes. He had killed 3 small monsters and 1 big monster in an instant. This was the first time Jiang Fei had done something like this. The corpse closest to Jiang Fei was naturally the High Priestess whom he had dragged towards him earlier. Shuffle! As Jiang Fei flipped the corpse over, a bright golden light shone. D*MN. This is wicked. Even a small monster drops legendary equipment? Jiang Fei felt joy in his heart. Indeed, the higher the difficulty of a dungeon, the greater the rewards from the drops. On top of that, there were additional rewards for being the first to kill these monsters. Therefore, it was not surprising for the 3 small monsters to drop legendary equipment. The ease of victory by Jiang Fei was mostly dependent on Isabella's transformed state. If another group of players around level 55 had attempted to clear the dungeon, they would have been stuck here for at least a month even if they had very good equipment. With such a strong combination of monsters and skills, the requirements of synchronicity between team members were far too great. The 4 monsters would need to be separated, which required many healers and tankers. Moreover, the attackers would have to kill the monsters within 10 minutes, or else the monster's frenzy would have instantly killed the entire group of players. Therefore, the dungeon was not easy to clear despite it allowing the entry of 100 players. However, as Isabella was immensely powerful, Jiang Fei was not hindered by the level of difficulty. It was now Jiang Fei's time to reap the rewards. Demonic Strike, Dagger, Legendary, Physical Damage plus 1700, Agility, plus 40, Strength, plus 20, Critical Damage, plus 5%, Equipped, grants a passive skill Demonic Strength. When you land an attack on your target, there is a 5% chance that your next 3 attacks will hit your target with certainty. The attacks will also be certain critical hits. Level requirement, 50, screw me. This is an amazing item. Jiang Fei was stunned by the invincible attributes of the dagger. Firstly, the dagger provided a shocking boost in one's attack power. Even a level 40 epic 2-handed equipment would only have 1500 attack power. However, this single-handed dagger alone provided an additional 1700 attack power. If this weapon were in the hands of a bandit with high critical damage, he or she could definitely kill someone with a single attack. Moreover, the weapon granted an overwhelmingly powerful skill. Once the special effect is triggered, a bandit player would immediately activate the God mode. Basically, that meant anyone could be killed instantly. Although there was only a 5% chance of activation, the attack rate of the dagger was fast enough for the activation to occur with a high probability. Sigh. Unfortunately, most bandits in this guild are still far away from the level 50 mark. Jiang Fei said as he sighed. It was not the case that the players in Imperial Dragon did not work hard enough. Instead, Jiang Fei was simply too far ahead of everyone else. Once Jiang Fei stored the golden dagger away, Jiang Fei discovered 10 units of demonic blood. The demonic blood was not a kind of ingredient. It was merely a quest item which could be exchanged for reputation points in any of the race factions. This was extremely beneficial for the core players in Imperial Dragon who had chosen the light faction. After all, it was rather difficult to earn reputation points. Chapter 432, The Generation of Battle Mounts. After Jiang Fei kept away the High Priestess dropped items, he walked over to the Wrathguard's corpse. A golden light flashed by as a legendary equipment appeared. Jiang Fei's ultra-high luck attribute always allowed him to obtain the best of dropped items. Galestorm Gem, Gemstone, Legendary, use, embed into a hammer-type weapon. Effect, grants passive skill Galestorm Hammer. Your normal attacks become ranged attacks and deal 100% of your normal attacks as lightning damage. There's a 5% chance to paralyze the target for 1 second. Longest distance of attack is 30 meters. Although the small monster did not drop any equipment, it dropped an even rarer gemstone. Hitherto, Jiang Fei had seen countless rare equipment and even a few holy items. However, he had only ever encountered 2 pieces of high-tier gemstones that can alter attack attributes. One of them was the lunar crystal that he had scammed from a gnome previously, while the other is the Galestorm gem which he found today. The lunar crystal converted physical damage from normal attacks into light magic damage. As it was only an epic grade gemstone, it did not have the ability to change melee attacks into ranged attacks. Even so, Jiang Fei had been reluctant to use it as it cannot be removed once it was embedded on a weapon. This is a great item. Jiang Fei vaguely came up with a plan in his head. Apart from the Galestorm gem, the Wrathguard also dropped several units of demonic blood. Jiang Fei stored these items which could be exchanged for reputation points and thereafter focused his attention on the final small monster Doombringer. A golden light flashed brightly as an accessory appeared in Jiang Fei's hands. Malefic Shackle, accessory, legendary, physical damage plus 525, vitality, plus 40, strength, plus 40, equipped, grants a new skill malicious amplification. Your next skill deals 100% increased damage. Cooldown time is 3 minutes. Equipped, grants a new skill Evil God's Grip. When used, it pulls any target within 50 meters to your side and binds the target for 5 seconds. If it is an enemy, the target will be stunned during the duration of binding. Cooldown time is 3 minutes. Level requirement, 50, such a great item. Jiang Fei's face lit up when he saw the accessory. This was most definitely a godly accessory, since it granted a player 2 new skills. Moreover, the Evil God's Grip was an unbelievably strong disabling skill. The 50 meters casting range allowed Jiang Fei to initiate a ranged skill beyond his normal attacking range. It gave Jiang Fei an absolute advantage on the battlefield regardless of whether it was used to capture enemies or to save friends. Besides, malicious amplification was rather impressive as well. Coupled with Jiang Fei's God's Wrath, his ability to kill monsters would be enhanced significantly. The 2 abilities worked well together strategically for Jiang Fei to kill waves of monsters efficiently. After obtaining the accessory, Jiang Fei immediately removed the Blood Cross. With the Crimson Reaper on, the health point recovery effect of the Blood Cross was almost negligible. The only reason Jiang Fei kept the accessory on was to use the binding skill it offered during battles. Now that Jiang Fei had acquired the formidable Evil God's Grip, he naturally did not need the Blood Cross anymore. Although Jiang Fei no longer needed the accessory, the Blood Cross was still a strong and desirable accessory for most other players. After storing the demonic blood from the Doombringer, Jiang Fei walked over to the master-level boss. Come on! Even the small monsters dropped amazing items. Let's see what you've got. Jiang Fei became very excited as the dropped items from the 3 small monsters earlier had elevated his expectations for what was about to come next. Shuffle! A bright red light flashed by. Indeed! Another ancient grade item. Jiang Fei was delighted. Although an ancient grade item did not differ much from a legendary grade item in terms of its overall attributes, it must have an outstanding quality which separates itself from the rest. The practicality of an ancient grade item would greatly exceed that of a legendary grade item despite the difference in grade. Jiang Fei's juvenile skygliding dragon was a prime example for a mount. The mount was stronger than normal mounts by at least a few hundred times. The only drawback was that Jiang Fei could never change into another mount for the rest of his life. However, although the drawback lowered the grade of the item, it did not impact the effects of the item itself. The same could be said for the Crimson Reaper. Its power was significantly stronger than Jiang Fei's legendary grade psionic cape. However, as equipping the cape would cause one to be viewed as an enemy by the light faction, its item grade became lowered. Despite this, the boost in power to the player who equipped it was still very significant. Now, even Jiang Fei, who was used to seeing good items, could not help but drop his jaws when he saw the ancient grade item. Armor of Destruction, Mount Armor, Ancient, Physical Defense plus 10,000, Magic Defense plus 10,000, Equipped, increases 300 points of physical defense and magic defense for every increased level. Equipped, lowers the damage received by the mount by 50%. Equipped, increases the skill effects of the mount by 100%. Equipped, lowers the mount's movement speed by 10%. Remark, a mount which equips the Armor of Destruction has an increased revival time by 100%. It is actually a mount armor. Jiang Fei exclaimed giddily. Although Jiang Fei had always been known as a dragon knight, he would keep the juvenile sky-gliding dragon away when he was truly engaged in a battle. This was because the mount had an initial defense of 0. Although it had a lot of health points, it was still very vulnerable. Moreover, Jiang Fei usually fought against a large number of opponents, which increased the mount's likelihood of being killed instantly by multiple attacks. Now that Jiang Fei acquired the mount armor, the juvenile sky-gliding dragon would have more than twice the amount of defense Jiang Fei had once he equipped it with the armor. Moreover, it would even have a 50% damage reduction. Most players' attacks could barely even harm it. The only monster in the wild that could break through the mount armor would have to at least be a level 50 master. On top of that, Jiang Fei's lifesteal effect applied to allies in his group. This meant that the mount could also be healed by the lifesteal effect. Therefore, as long as Jiang Fei was in a map where the mount could be summoned, his capabilities would be boosted by at least 10 times. Jiang Fei could finally use the juvenile sky-gliding dragon as a battle mount, since he no longer needed to dismount every time he entered a battle. His dream of becoming a dragon knight could finally be realized on the battlefield. Although the juvenile sky-gliding dragon would need 4 hours to revive after it died with the Armor of Destruction equipped, Jiang Fei was perfectly fine with the drawback. This was because Jiang Fei would not act foolishly to engage in a losing battle. Unless that happened, there were no opponents that could break through the juvenile sky-gliding dragon's Armor of Destruction. Hence, Jiang Fei was extremely excited now. If not for the fact that he was still in a dungeon which did not allow players to summon their mounts, Jiang Fei would have immediately equipped the juvenile sky-gliding dragon with the Armor of Destruction. There's something else. Although Jiang Fei had taken away the highest level ancient grade item, the monster's corpse was still glowing brightly. Chapter 433, Picking a Fight. When Jiang Fei turned the corpse over, he discovered that apart from an even larger amount of demonic blood, there was an additional epic quest item. Demon's Plot, quest item, epic, use, activate a hidden quest Demon's Plot. Level requirement, 60, screw me. It's a level 60 quest. Jiang Fei was stunned. However, in no time at all, he realized that if this dungeon were attempted by normal teams, there would be an average of players above level 55. Therefore, it would not be surprising if level 60 players were included. After storing the quest item safely, Jiang Fei tore open a return scroll. When he returned to Dawnlight City, players were still in a heated discussion about why Jiang Fei was able to increase so many levels. They were debating on whether he used a kind of bug in the system. Jiang Fei was not too bothered by the speculations. The first thing he did was to summon the juvenile sky-gliding dragon and to equip it with the Armor of Destruction. The juvenile sky-gliding dragon initially had a steel armor covering its entire body. With the Armor of Destruction, the original steel armor looked even more terrifying. Moreover, there was a black demonic flame surrounding the armor. Although it did not have any real burning effect, the mount looked even cooler than it did before. Jiang Fei is currently at level 59. The juvenile sky-gliding dragon is linked to Jiang Fei's level. Therefore, it had a total of 59,000 health points, which was lesser than what Jiang Fei had by 6,000 health points. You're reading on. Thanks. However, in terms of defense, the juvenile sky-gliding dragon overtook Jiang Fei by a long shot. After having the Armor of Destruction equipped, the juvenile sky-gliding dragon's physical and magic defense reached a shocking 15,900 points each. Coupled with the 50% damage reduction, most monsters would not even be able to hurt it, let alone normal players. That's amazing. When Jiang Fei saw how strong the juvenile skygliding dragon had become, he could no longer suppress an urge to carry out the plan on his mind. After he opened the jewelry interface, Jiang Fei immediately embedded the Galestorm gem onto the divine blacksmith's blazing hammer. From now on, Jiang Fei's attacks had a range of 30 meters. His normal attacks would hurl Galestorm hammers at enemies in a distance. Apart from that, Jiang Fei's Lightbringer's armaments granted him an additional 100% increase in attack range. As such, his attack range was now increased to 60 meters. This was a feat no skills other than large-scale magic skills could achieve. Moreover, the Lightbringer's armaments gave a splash effect which allowed Jiang Fei to fully utilize the Galestorm hammers. This is the right way of battle for a Dragon Knight. Jiang Fei climbed onto the juvenile skygliding dragon and immediately took Isabella out of the city. He was eager to test his new battle mode on monsters. After getting out of the city, Jiang Fei did not travel too far away. Instead, he located a place with level 10 monsters and started testing his new abilities. Boom! A shining Galestorm hammer was flung towards a crowd of small monsters which then exploded and killed all of the monsters in a 3-meter radius. Although the small monsters were killed instantly due to their low level, Jiang Fei believed that even in the face of strong players, he would be able to kill them very quickly with several attacks and stack damage from his ruthless barrage. As Jiang Fei had a very high attack speed, he was flinging Galestorm hammers effortlessly. The hammers showered upon the monsters and, within a few seconds, a large group of the monsters were killed. This feels awesome, Jiang Fei thought to himself happily. As his attack range was as far as 60 meters, nobody could attack him when he was up in the sky. Even if a magician intended to use a large-scale magic skill to blast him, he could choose to kill the magician or run away at his own will. Fei! You are much stronger than you were before. If Cosmic Dragon were to trouble you again, you would be able to personally teach him a lesson. Isabella chipped in from the side. Although Isabella did not mean to trigger anything, Jiang Fei was suddenly inspired to act when she mentioned Cosmic Dragon's name. Cosmic Dragon had previously beaten the crap out of Jiang Fei due to his profession's advantage. Jiang Fei had not forgotten the prideful look on his face to this day. Now that Isabella brought it up, Jiang Fei immediately recalled the embarrassment inflicted upon him by his nemesis. Why should I wait for him to come to me? Let's go after him. Jiang Fei revealed an evil smile. Although there was not any open teleportation portal between Dawnlight City and Sacred Light City, Jiang Fei did not necessarily need to go through the conventional portals. He had an even more convenient method of traveling. Abyssal Gate, portal, legendary, use, ignores any partition between locations. Opens a teleportation door through the 10 levels of the abyss which lasts for 5 minutes. Remark, the Abyssal Gate can only be used 3 times a day. Jiang Fei immediately activated the Abyssal Gate and entered the 10 levels of the abyss with Isabella. Let's go! We'll head to the Nephilim King's palace. Jiang Fei summoned the juvenile skygliding dragon and took Isabella along as he charged towards the teleportation portal which led to the Nephilim King's palace. Jiang Fei did not have to use the pathway provided by the authorities if he wanted to go to another city. Buzz! A white light flashed by as Jiang Fei reappeared in a dark faction's occupation point somewhere in Sacred Light City. Although the place where Jiang Fei was headed to was a high-level map which was quite a distance away from the city, it would be easier for him once he entered the Sacred Light City's vicinity. Bella! Let's wreck things up! Jiang Fei called out for Isabella and consequently steered the juvenile skygliding dragon towards the Sacred Light City's direction. Ding! Regional broadcast, Cosmic Dragon. Get your ass over here. Didn't you want a surprise? I have come for you. I am located at XXX. I will be waiting for you. Don't be a wuss. A series of regional broadcasts rang through the entire southern gate of the Sacred Light City. This was the most concentrated area where players were gathered, and stalls were set up. Jiang Fei's sudden broadcast attracted everyone's attention. Screw me! Someone got bored of life. He actually dared to come look for Cosmic Dragon to cause trouble. Who is this Verger glider? Why have I never heard of such a person in Sacred Light City? I don't think there is anyone by the name of Verger glider in Dusklight City either. Who cares who he is? Once our Dragon Master arrives, he would still have to kneel before him. Although Jiang Fei was very famous in Dawnlight City and Twilight City, very little people knew about him in Sacred Light City and Dusklight City, which were in the south. This was because the teleportation portal had not been opened yet and not many players have paid attention to activities in the two northern cities. Verger glider. This is such a terrible name. Yeah. He must be some village kid from nowhere. Hold on a second. I vaguely recall seeing this name somewhere. Apparently, Jiang Fei was not completely unknown in the area. Oh? Do you know about him? The players started gathering around. D*M. I remember now. This fellow is the strongest player in Dawnlight City. He was previously bashed by our Dragon Master. He must have returned to pick a fight. The player suddenly said. Isn't the teleportation portal not open yet? How did he get here? Someone else immediately asked. Sigh. If our Dragon Master can travel there, he could naturally travel here as well. Us noobs might not be able to do so, but those advanced players have their ways, so what? He was bashed by our Dragon Master the last time. The same thing will happen to him today. Don't you know that our Dragon Master had completed several repeated quests? He is now level 48 and even obtained an epic grade set of equipment. Set of equipment. Do you understand? It would be too easy for him to bash this fellow again. Another player with rich sources of information chimed in. Chapter 434, Step Up, that guy just announced his position. Let's go and see what's happening. Popcorn time, please. Cosmic Dragon would surely win the match. Let's just enjoy how fast he could beat the shit out of the Verger glider guy, haha. ID just want to see the face of the stupid player who dared to challenge Cosmic Dragon. Some were discussing what would the outcome be, some were betting on it. Either way, almost everyone set out to where Jiang Fei was. Battles between players were rare and were mostly limited to PvP Battle League. Naturally, like real life, if the players were famous, the entry ticket's price would be high. Beside official PvP matches, there would be challenges issued to opponents based on opposite views. However, very few, like Jiang Fei, would go all the way to the opponent's city and openly challenge them to a fight. In the previous event, where Cosmic Dragon challenged Jiang Fei, it was purely coincidental. Jiang Fei did not bother to participate in official PvP matches, hence placing him as a non-professional player. Cosmic Dragon's teleportation gimmick was a random teleportation. He had merely arrived to Dawnlight City randomly and not purposely. When he saw Jiang Fei performed in the war, he felt an itch to fight a strong player like Jiang Fei. The location Jiang Fei revealed was some distance away from the southern gate of St. Light City. It would only take a few minutes after the gate to arrive at where Jiang Fei was. It was considered as far out of the city, hence there would not be any NPC guards patrolling anywhere the area. That gave Jiang Fei a little freedom to fight Cosmic Dragon without being interrupted by an NPC. Jiang Fei was not at the location he announced when he made the announcement. After he was done with the broadcast, Jiang Fei took his time and flew to his chosen place. Having made the broadcast high up in the sky gave him the advantage of stealth. Players would not expect him to be up in the sky. After he waited for a while, the place began to flood with many players of St. Light City. Everyone was either sitting down or had gotten comfortable in their own way. Jiang Fei was not worried about Cosmic Dragon missing his daring announcement. There were so many spectators present then, and surely one of them would have tried to contact Cosmic Dragon. Even though Jiang Fei had not known Cosmic Dragon personally, Jiang Fei knew that he was a rather arrogant and proud man. He knew that if Cosmic Dragon was in the dungeon and was fighting with the last boss, he would ditch his party to fight with Jiang Fei. Even though he would be wasting his daily dungeon entry and might even lose a gold tier equipment drop, Cosmic Dragon would not allow himself to be branded as a coward. After 20 minutes of waiting, Jiang Fei finally saw the shadow of Cosmic Dragon coming from the southern gates of Saint Light City with his cape fluttering in the wind. His cosmetic appearance was golden, and when paired with the pure white unicorn mount, he had presented himself as the white prince in shiny armor that would bring about an orgasmic feeling to most girls. "Oh, my sweet dragon. You're so cool, handsome, come to me, I will bear you a beautiful child for your sake, yo bitch. Am your boyfriend, TSK. Am just spouting nonsense. It's not like Cosmic Dragon would even care to look at me," said the girl who was shouting earlier. However, when his boyfriend had turned the other way, she muttered under her breath, "If Cosmic Dragon would be with me, I would surely leave you in a heartbeat." Besides the orgasmic screaming of Cosmic Dragon's female fans, his male fans had begun to curse at Jiang Fei for being late, not knowing that Jiang Fei was high up in the sky. "The challenged has arrived. Why is the challenger himself is late? What kind of challenger is this guy? Some guy he is. Must be scared and peed his pants, I guess he had left a long time ago. Might be a prankster, no way. Dawnlight City is so far away. Why would he waste all the effort of traveling here just to prank a player? Unless he just has too much time to spare, TSK. What do you know? I'd bet he is already amongst us. Hiding in the crowd. But he must have run away when he heard us talking about how powerful the level 48 Cosmic Dragon was, ha ha. Good one. You're here. I should make my appearance now, said Jiang Fei to himself. His altitude in the sky was too high to hear what the players were discussing about. However, he could still hear the orgasmic scream of the female fans. The more you hope, the more you would be disappointed. Let me teach you a lesson, said Jiang Fei as he pulled the reins of the dragon and rapidly descended. He was a little annoyed at how the female fans of Cosmic Dragon reacted to his presence. When he beat him to a pulp, Jiang Fei wondered what their reactions would be. Huh? What the hell is that? Cried one of the players who was looking into the sky and saw a huge dragon coming down from the sky. Others quickly looked up as well. King Hell. That can't be him. What is it? Now I remember who is Verger Glider. I read a forum thread about a dragon knight appearing in Dawnlight City. A player with a dragon mount. It has to be that guy, no way. A dragon knight? Could Cosmic Dragon be in danger? Relax. So what if he is a dragon knight? It's just a mount. Mounts have zero defense. Cosmic Dragon would take only a few seconds to kill it. Look! Verger Glider is a melee fighter. The last time when Cosmic Dragon defeated him, he had the dragon mount already. But during the fight, he did not use it. The dragon must be useless, TSK, cosmetic appearance means nothing. Looks like we all got worried for no reason. Jiang Fei continued to descend while the players were talking about him. Even though it was an anticipated fight and not an ambush, Jiang Fei should be able to give the crowd a scare by completely trashing Cosmic Dragon. Sigh, Cosmic Dragon let out a disappointed sigh. He was a perfectionist. He wanted everything to be perfect, that included his entrance to the fight. He wanted to beat Jiang Fei in all aspects, even from the angle of coolness. That was how he was able to motivate the crowd to give him the title of the strongest player in Saint Light City. However, no matter how much he had calculated, he had failed to see that Jiang Fei would make a grand entrance to the fight. He had even summoned his own unicorn to flaunt his might. Ho ho! I never thought that you would come to me. Looks like you have improved yourself, my little friend. Let's measure that improvement now, shall we? Even though Cosmic Dragon had to look up to talk to Jiang Fei, his tone and speech manner was still as condescending as ever. Cut with the holier-than-thou act. You won the previous fight merely because your class was a direct counter to mine. However, things have changed. Today, I shall show you how to properly suppress someone, said Jiang Fei whilst laughing. The one thing that Jiang Fei hated the most about Cosmic Dragon was his patronizing attitude. That would be a great lesson indeed. How about I give you a handicap? You will have the first 3 strike undefended, said Cosmic Dragon arrogantly. His grand entrance was robbed by Jiang Fei, and Cosmic Dragon felt annoyed at that simple move. Now that a nameless player had come out of nowhere and challenged him, Cosmic Dragon decided to be ruthless. "Alright. I'll send you to the graveyard in 3 moves then," said Jiang Fei as he bit his lips angrily. Jiang Fei was saying the truth. Pairing God's Wrath and Malicious Amplify would immediately kill the F***er. "Humph. Enough talk. Let our swords decide," said Cosmic Dragon. He would not want to waste any more time talking to a nameless player. "Huh? Why would I want that? I'll just kill you from where I am," said Jiang Fei with a sinister smile as he hurled out a Galestorm's hammer. Wham! Minus 4,237. Cosmic Dragon's magic defense was strong. Strong enough that Jiang Fei's was only able to deal over 4,000 damage. What the? Cosmic Dragon was thrown off guard when he received a ranged attack. Jiang Fei was at least 40 meters up in the air. How was that possible? Cosmic Dragon's own ranged attack could never reach that far. The thing was, some spells could, but it would require a long casting time. Jiang Fei was not seen casting any spell. Chapter 435, The Immortal Celestial Race. How dare you use range advantage in a PvP fight? You have no honor, that's right. How dare you hide in the sky and attack my baby dragon? Sneaky bastard. Come down and fight fair and square. The verbal attacks kept coming even before Cosmic Dragon could make a remark. F***ck off you lot. This is double standards. His class is the natural counter to mine. I don't see you say anything against him. Jiang Fei roared, but none of Cosmic Dragon's fans could hear it. Even if they did, they would not listen. There was no use in rationalizing with them. Might as well direct all his hatred and frustration toward Cosmic Dragon. At first Jiang Fei had only wanted to scare Cosmic Dragon. However, when his fans had started to attack verbally, Jiang Fei threw more attacks like a tornado spewing debris. This cannot continue. My fame would be affected, said Cosmic Dragon to himself. He shielded himself with a magic shield, which could only protect him for a brief amount of time. Defending was not effective this time. Verger Glider. I'm extremely disappointed at this fight. Here I thought that you have improved your fighting capabilities. It would seem that I have misjudged you, said Cosmic Dragon arrogantly even when he could not attack Jiang Fei. You're reading on. Calm thanks. That's true. But do you know that I don't give a f***ck about your approval? Be disappointed, I don't care. What I care is that I would beat you, said Jiang Fei. Up to this point, Jiang Fei had not used a single skill to attack. He had only used his normal attacks and Cosmic Dragon was already in danger. For better or worse, Jiang Fei did not care about the opinion of the mass. As his attacks stacked on, so did Ruthless Barrage. Cosmic Dragon's mana was depleting fast. I didn't want to be ruthless to you, but you gave me no choice. Since you would not fight fair and square, I shall show you my true abilities. Verger Glider, you're not the only one who can fly. Cosmic Dragon was angry. The reason was rather simple. His mana was depleting fast as Jiang Fei's attacks kept rising. Fush! An angelic white pillar came down from the heaven and engulfed Cosmic Dragon. When Jiang Fei's Galestorm's hammer attack landed on him, it did no damage. Only one word popped up in Jiang Fei's vision when it did, invulnerable. Once the pillar of light faded away, feathers dropped down majestically, revealing a pair of white wings from behind Cosmic Dragon's back. The golden armor that he was wearing became more intricate as it covered his entire body from head to toe. Oh my God! An angel! He is truly an angel. I love you. Please let me have your child. Stop that. One more time and I'll leave you. As expected, Cosmic Dragon was immediately showered with praises once he had morphed. The pair of wings fluttered in the wind as Cosmic Dragon soared to the sky and closer to Jiang Fei. I never wanted to use my race advantage against you, but you leave me no choice since you were not fair on the ground, said Cosmic Dragon, all high and mighty. He was extremely confident then. So confident that his facial expression had betrayed him. Using his Celestial Morph skill would make him close to immortal. Celestial Morph came with an automated passive skill, Divine Shield. Within the active duration of Celestial Morph, Cosmic Dragon would be immune to all CC skills and attack. No one could attack him. That would make him the cat and Jiang Fei the mouse. *T. Divine Shield, Jiang Fei was shocked. Jiang Fei recognized it immediately because Jiang Fei possessed the same skill. Demons, or specifically, Nephilims, were the mortal enemies of the Celestials. Nephilims were built to have stronger attack, and the Celestials were built toward defense and invulnerability. Hence the reason why Cosmic Dragon was so sure that he could win the fight once he had used his morphing skill. Verger Glider, know that when I let you go the previous time was due to my benevolent mercy. Now, you have decided to come and attack me with some cheap tricks. You leave me no choice but to deliver you divine punishment, said Cosmic Dragon again with the most annoying holier-than-thou attitude. He was indeed angry when Jiang Fei started throwing hammers from the sky. Ho ho ho. Benevolent mercy, you say? Well then, I shall show you what does it mean to be ruthless, said Jiang Fei as he smiled sinisterly. He withdrew his hammer and stood on top of the dragon. You think you're the only one who can morph, even though Jiang Fei had used the demon morph skill earlier that day. It was already 4 hours ago. The cooldown was over and the skill was ready to be used. Crack! The cloud darkened and a flash of purple lightning struck down on Jiang Fei. In an instant, Jiang Fei morphed. A pair of devilish wings burst out from his back. His skin was marbled with red and purple as a pair of devil horns grew from his forehead. Humph. Jiang Fei grunted as he jumped off the dragon and zoomed toward Cosmic Dragon. What the hell? That dude can fly as well, damn. It pains me to say this, but that Verger Glider guy is kinda cool. Cool? Which part of it is cool? I don't like it. The black. The red. It looks disgusting. Look at Cosmic Dragon. Angelic and divine. Now that's what I call classy. Cosmic Dragon gasped as he saw Jiang Fei's appearance. From that moment, he knew that Jiang Fei was his fated enemy. As mentioned before, the Celestials were always at war with the Nephilims. It went both ways. Today was just part of the war. Die, arrogant bastard, cried Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not know how long Cosmic Dragon could fly, but he knew that he could not fly for a long time. Hence, without wasting any time at all, Jiang Fei made his first attack and sliced Cosmic Dragon with his sickle. Even with the Divine Shield, Jiang Fei's demon form had Chaos attribute which ignored all defense as well as any protective barriers. That included the Mana Shield and the invulnerability providing Divine Shield. Divine Shackle. Cosmic Dragon dared not risk anything and used his CC skill. He could not let Jiang Fei get close to him. Oh ho! Are you scared? Doesn't matter. If I can't get to you, I shall have you come to me. Jiang Fei shouted as he used Evil God's grip. A shadowy cloud formed beside Jiang Fei and a distortion in space opened up. In an instant, a huge devilish hand came out and grabbed Cosmic Dragon toward Jiang Fei. Even though Divine Shield provided immunity towards skills and effects, all of Jiang Fei's attacks had Chaos attributes which ignored all immunity effects. A perfect counter to Cosmic Dragon's immunity. Shring! A bright light flashed once more and allowed Cosmic Dragon to cancel the mini-stun effect of the Evil God's grip. However, the dragging effect of the Evil God's grip could not be dispelled. Goodbye, said Jiang Fei with a smile. God's Wrath. 71,867. A 5-digit damage value popped above Cosmic Dragon's head. Jiang Fei's damage was pure since it was a Chaos attribute. All of Cosmic Dragon defense, magic defense, and shield effects were completely ignored. Ding! A bright golden light flashed again. Jiang Fei looked again and saw that Cosmic Dragon did not die. Instead, his health point gauge was filled up to the brim. What the? Immortality? Jiang Fei was shocked only for a brief moment. He had anticipated Cosmic Dragon to have something like the Undying Aegis. Without wasting any more time, Jiang Fei sliced Cosmic Dragon. Minus 12,294. After morphing, Jiang Fei's attack before Ruthless Barrage had surpassed 10,000. Since he could ignore all defense, his normal attack landed as pure damage. Not even Cosmic Dragon could survive this hit. Cosmic Dragon had good equipment. He had recently just obtained an epic tier level 40 equipment. Even so, it was a magician gear. Even with more superior gear, it would be hard to have more than 10,000 health points. It was expected since all magicians were supposed to rely on their mana shield to negate damage. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fei was a true killer. Mana shield would not be effective against Jiang Fei in his demon form. Hence, when Jiang Fei's sickle cut through Cosmic Dragon, his health point gauge was depleted immediately. Ding! Another golden light flashed again and Cosmic Dragon was back to full health. Oh! I see. You want to suffer the fate of being killed over and over again. Doesn't matter, I shall kill you over and over again. Let's see how many times you can die, said Jiang Fei, laughing so madly that it raised goosebumps even on the Joker himself. Even though the celestial race had vitality that rivaled the earth itself, they must have a limit. Cosmic Dragon may be revived or fully healed, but as long as Jiang Fei could literally kill him with a single slash, he was already satisfied. Chapter 436, Unexpected Turn. Evil God's Grip. Total binding time was only 5 seconds. In that short period of time, Cosmic Dragon was trying his best to counterattack. However, his instant spells were only able to deal less than 1,000 damage points. Cosmic Dragon's magic attack was strong for his level. Jiang Fei was 11 levels higher than him. With level suppression, his attack was held back by 80%. The damage that Cosmic Dragon dealt was so puny that a simple normal hit by Jiang Fei was able to regenerate the amount of health taken away. That only made Cosmic Dragon weaker. 5 seconds might be short, but when you are in a perilous situation, it is stretched out like an eternity. In those 5 seconds, paired with Kylan's fist, Jiang Fei had already killed Cosmic Dragon 8 times over. *T. This might be bad, thought Cosmic Dragon. After morphing, Cosmic Dragon's health gauge was extended by 20 times. Even so, it was not enough to hold off Jiang Fei's ruthless attacks. Flash! Once Evil God's grip was over, Cosmic Dragon immediately blinked away and tried to kite Jiang Fei around. However, even after creating a reasonably safe distance from Jiang Fei, what happened next shocked Cosmic Dragon to the core. "Hey brat! Don't get distracted," said Jiang Fei from where he stood. He did not bother to give a chase as he hurled out the sickle that was in his hand. Buzz! A streak of lightning flashed as the sickle instantly flew toward Cosmic Dragon and dealt over 37,000 damage. Another life gauge was taken away. Jiang Fei's weapon had changed into sickle when he morphed, but the weapon itself did not change its properties. Hence, the Galestorm's hammer effect was still active. It merely changed its appearance. 60 meters of attack range was more superior than Cosmic Dragon, and since he had been attacking continuously for so long, Jiang Fei's Ruthless Barrage had already stacked to its maximum capacity. If Jiang Fei aimed his attacks at a certain angle, the cleave effect would ultimately kill even the spectators. Is it me, or something is incredibly wrong with the fight? I'm seeing it too. How is the brat beating Cosmic Dragon? The spectators were dumbfounded. They were expecting their Lord and Savior to defeat Jiang Fei brutally, but instead, all they saw was Cosmic Dragon flashing gold light as he was being forced to a corner. Even though he did not die, the look of desperation and rage were on his face. Humph. Jiang Fei grunted as he threw his sickle continuously without stopping. *T. Cosmic Dragon had indeed gotten desperate. His outworldly confidence was solely based on the passive invulnerable effect. However, something was wrong because the effect did not work. He was being pressured from every possible angle. Attack-wise, Cosmic Dragon was obviously at a disadvantage while he was instantly killed when Jiang Fei made only a single slash. Less mentioning attack range. Jiang Fei could even attack at 50 meters where Cosmic Dragon had only 40 meters range. It was like using an axe to fight a spear user. The battle was already over when Cosmic Dragon could not attack Jiang Fei. If he wanted to escape, there was no way he could shake off Jiang Fei from his flying mount. From the looks of things, the best way to avoid death was to surrender. However, Cosmic Dragon's ego would never allow that to happen. As the one-sided fight continued, Cosmic Dragon descended from the sky and touched the ground. Jiang Fei followed closely. What the hell is with this guy's health? Does he have the skill auto-revive? Does he have the multiple undying Aegis? Or does he have 100 health bars like a boss? Jiang Fei wondered. Although he was definitely beating Cosmic Dragon, he got annoyed at the flashing golden light. He had thought that the man might have 9 lives like a cat, but Jiang Fei had counted 17 times. He was still standing. Everyone grouped together. We cannot allow that freak show of a man to bully our baby dragon. Out of a sudden, a voice came howling from the masses. That's right. Protect Dragon. Everyone, surround that bastard and kill him, cried another female player from amongst the crowd. When Jiang Fei and Cosmic Dragon were fighting, they were in the air and the female fans could do nothing but watch while chewing their nails off. Now that Cosmic Dragon had landed on the ground, the fans gathered around him and protected him from Jiang Fei. Kill the F***er. This time, the male players followed since they could not allow the female players to take the spotlight. Some of them were just playing heroes since there were girls present. Some of them were genuine Cosmic Dragon's fans. Most of the other players were just there to take advantage of the situation. Both Jiang Fei and Cosmic Dragon were recognized as strong players. They must have strong equipment as well. If one of them died, they could swoop in like a vulture and take whatever they could get their hands on. Noting that there was a crowd of interrupters coming together to stop him, Jiang Fei merely smiled. Back when he was still level 40, he never feared grouped attack of over tens of thousands of players. Now that there were only a few hundreds of them. "Humph, come to me, sky-gliding dragon," cried Jiang Fei as he whistled loudly. Both Isabella and the dragon came diving from the sky at supersonic speed. In a split second, Jiang Fei grabbed the fluttering reins and mounted the dragon. Without stopping, Jiang Fei continued to dive nose first. Once he was almost close to the ground, Jiang Fei pulled the reins of the dragon. Growl! With a loud roar, the dragon spat a blast of fire. Searing breath. Minus 73,145, minus 73,258. Searing breath damage was twice Jiang Fei's total damage output. And since a pet's damage was considered as the player's own damage, it carried with it the damage ignore properties as well as the ruthless barrage damage increase effect. With a single attack, all players were instantly killed. The only player left standing was Cosmic Dragon with his golden light flashing again. What was left of the other players were ashes and their dropped equipment. A beast! Dawnlight City players have come to Saint Light City to attack us all, call the players in the city. We cannot allow someone to just attack another city on a whim. The players that were killed revived in the city and started to spread false accusation to everyone else in the city. The news about it spread faster than wildfire and tens of thousands of players came gushing out of the southern gates toward Jiang Fei. So you can't defeat me in a solo fight and now you want to rely on the strength of tens of thousands of players? Well, guess what? I don't give a f***ck. After he had cleared the annoying audience, Jiang Fei called off his dragon and attacked Cosmic Dragon by himself. Ding! You have killed Cosmic Dragon. Obtain 2,000 honor points, King finally. After dying for 20 times, Cosmic Dragon finally fell to the ground, dead. No more annoying golden flashes of light. Ding! You have killed the successor of the celestial race. Obtain 4,000 Nephilim race reputation, ding. Server announcement: the successor of the celestial race has been killed by the successor of the Nephilim race. Information about War of the Celestials and Nephilims will be released earlier. 30 days until information would be released. I killed him as a simple act of revenge. Who would have thought that this sort of event might happen? Jiang Fei was shocked at the revelation. Him killing Cosmic Dragon was purely an act of revenge. Looked like 30 days until the release of the next game patch was not a long time at all. Frankly, the game developers had planned to release the patch news when average players had reached level 80. The content of the patch would minimize the concept of strength of individual cities and increase the importance of light and dark factions. The problem was 30 days of prep time was too short. Kill him. When Jiang Fei thoughts dwelled on the content of the next patch, Jiang Fei could hear the roars of the incoming crowd. He turned around to look and was rather shocked. The players of St. Light City were rather efficient in responding to an invasion attack. In such a short time, they had already gathered a few tens of thousands of players and surrounded him. Chapter 437, Shadow Cloudfall. When the massive army was approaching from afar, Jiang Fei took the time and picked up as many equipment that were dropped by the players that he had killed. Naturally, he prioritized the equipment from the highest to the lowest tier. Cosmic Dragon's equipment were all left untouched. He had his reason in doing so. Even though Cosmic Dragon was annoying and arrogant, he did let Jiang Fei walk away after the first fight. Jiang Fei did not force himself to fight back. If he wanted to go all out, Jiang Fei could have just let Isabella kill him easily. Nevertheless, since Cosmic Dragon had shown mercy, it was only fair if he had spared him, even if it was just his equipment. The second reason for not picking his equipment was Cosmic Dragon's equipment suitability. Heavy armor magicians were rare and no ordinary magicians would want that. Magic attack plate armor could not be worn by just any average player. Even the healer-based knight was only wearing the chain armor instead of plate armor. The attribute of Cosmic Dragon's armor was not suitable for others as well. Picking them up would be a waste of space since no one would want them. Jiang Fei had shown him mercy by not picking up the trash equipment, giving the impression that he was giving a chance to Cosmic Dragon. While Jiang Fei was picking up the rest of the players' dropped equipment, the large army had already arrived and surrounded Jiang Fei from all directions. Even though the system notification was intriguing, most of the attention was placed on Jiang Fei. Verger Glider has gone too far. He could kill other players in another city. This is outrageous. Despite killing only a small number of players, the entire mass was led to believe that Jiang Fei had purposely killed the players as an attack on St. Light City. Their assumption was only made stronger since Jiang Fei had publicly announced his challenge. Damn! Where did that bastard go? How dare he come to make a mess in St. Light City? Well, show him who's boss here. One man against a whole city? Like hell we would lose. Almost all players who were surrounding Jiang Fei were pug players. Only a handful of them were members of smaller guilds. Larger and more organized guilds would not send out their members for something as menial as this. Any group of players that resembled a proper guild would have a proper scout team. Their roles were as simple as observing and reporting to the guild master. Before facing any challenges, the scout team would take into account the threat level, success rate, cost, benefits, and planning before taking further actions. Naturally, players of St. Light City did not know Jiang Fei that well. However, the efficient ones immediately logged out of the game to do some research on him on the internet. In no time at all, larger guilds had gotten some information about Jiang Fei's estimated strength. They now know that Jiang Fei had a pet dragon and had the ability to summon a black dragon that possessed a forbidden spell that would kill over 100,000 players instantly. With that information in hand, the larger guilds had made their decision. Winning would only bring them fame. If they included the other pug players, they might stand a chance. However, the likelihood of Jiang Fei using the forbidden spell was high. Hence, their decision was not to interfere with whatever Jiang Fei was doing. In the worst-case scenario where Jiang Fei attacked the city directly, they would mobilize their entire guild to retaliate. Currently, Those who had surrounded Jiang Fei were either brainless or emotional players who could not think for even a second about the consequences of their actions. The total number of players then had easily exceeded 100,000, but neither one of them had started to attack. The reason was simple. Even though Jiang Fei had only just returned to his normal form after his demon form had expired, the dragon that was beside him was scary. A huge 8-meter-long armored dragon was not something that any Tom, Dick, and Harry could kill. Jiang Fei rode the juvenile sky-gliding dragon and hovered in the sky with a hammer that was still crackling with lightning. Even though he was surrounded by a sea of angry mob, he was not scared. His dominating aura was so powerful that he could frighten the weak-hearted easily with a single look. The mass was led by nothing but their common objective to kill Jiang Fei. They did not have a leader or anyone who resembled a commander. Like a chicken coop, the map was filled with noisy yelling and angry cries. Out of the blue, Jiang Fei could hear a whistle. It was the sound of a very fast-moving object. He turned around and saw a small black dot. Someone was coming toward him on a flying mount. To be honest, Jiang Fei had never seen anyone else with a flying mount. Up until then, Jiang Fei had thought that he was the only one who had a mount capable of both aerial and ground movements. Not even Cosmic Dragon nor Han Tianyu had a mount like that. The mount of just a griffin. Nothing as cool and attractive as Jiang Fei's dragon. Even so, the beast was peculiar. It had feathers that reflected 5 different colors and the head of an eagle. The horns it had were that of a deer. Weirdly enough, besides wing, it also had 4 limbs. The front were claws and the rear were hooves. Riding on top of the griffin was a cute elven girl. What drew Jiang Fei's attention was the weapon that she was carrying behind her back. It was a bow, but it had wing-like features that made the girl herself look like she had wings on her back. Look! It's Cloudfall. Shadow Cloudfall has arrived, Kya. It's Sister Cloudfall. She's here. She's here to kill that bastard. Impossible. Not even Cosmic Dragon stood a chance against Jiang Fei. Shadow Cloudfall might not stand a chance. What do you think we are doing here? Are you saying you are going to let Cloudfall fight that bastard alone? Where's your team spirit? From the looks of it, the spectators' hope in defeating Jiang Fei grew. 100,000 players and one strong newcomer was surely enough to defeat a single player. The reason why Shadow Cloudfall was so loved by the mass was due to her stature in the game. She was one of the profession players who sided with the mass. In this era of gaming, people who wanted to earn a living via gaming would automatically sign up to a guild or a company to gain sponsors and wages. In which case, they would form a guild where the guild master would be their employer. Shadow Cloudfall was a rare case where, besides official PvP events of which she was sponsored for, she had positioned herself to be amongst the pug players as well. As such, she was recognized and acknowledged by the mass. Although she was not as strong as Cosmic Dragon, she did, however, had more fame than him. Shadow Cloudfall did not want to mess with Jiang Fei. She had merely arrived at the scene because she saw the public announcement that Jiang Fei had made and wanted to see the fight. However, when the announcement was made, she was in the middle of a fight with a dungeon boss. She had thought that she might be able to rush over after the boss was defeated, since a professional fight would last longer than usual. From what she had gathered, Jiang Fei and Cosmic Dragon had exchanged a few words and started to fight. Jiang Fei had conquered the entire fight and completely crushed Cosmic Dragon from all angles. Hence, when Shadow Cloudfall finally defeated the boss, the match was over. He had never expected to hear Jiang Fei attacking the mass when the match was over. Chapter 438, Violence is the Answer. When Shadow Cloudfall appeared, the masses rejoiced. No doubt, everyone had elected her as their leader. Even the middle or low-tier guild masters would not dare to voice their complaints. Even though they wanted to be the leader of the impromptu army, they could not compete with her reputation. If they tried to take over, it might backfire on them. Now that she had obtained the support of the crowd, Shadow Cloudfall headed toward Jiang Fei. Verger Glider, you have earned my respect and admiration for defeating Cosmic Dragon. However, Why did you kill the innocent bystanders? Said Cloudfall. She was angry as she was a player of Saint Light City. The act of killing players in her own city was similar to looking down and bullying. Ho ho. You are correct about two things. Yes, I defeated Cosmic Dragon. Yes, I killed the players. But had you asked the players whom I have killed if they were really innocent? My fight with Cosmic Dragon was fair and square. I didn't use my pet nor my mount to attack, and neither did he. The innocent bystanders that you said. They were not bystanders at all. When the battle was about to end, they had voluntarily come in to take advantage of the situation, trying to fight me when I was fighting Cosmic Dragon. Naturally, nothing can stand in my way. Tell me, who is to be blamed? Asked Jiang Fei as he laughed coldly in the face of 100,000 players. There was no shred of fear in his expression, only confidence. So you say, said Cloudfall. Even though she was stoic in appearance, Jiang Fei could see a twitch in her face. She was hesitating. What she heard from the players were different from what Jiang Fei said. What she heard was after the defeat of Cosmic Dragon, Jiang Fei's bloodlust could not be sated. He then directed his lust for blood toward the spectators present. If Jiang Fei was speaking the truth, that would mean that he did not simply attack the mass. It was the fault of those players who had butted into the fight. F***CKU. Own up to your actions. You think you could lie your way out of killing our brothers and sisters? Think again, cried one of the players from the ground. There were many players who were not amongst those whom Jiang Fei had killed. It was when they saw that Cloudfall was hesitating that they had jumped onto the bandwagon. It does not matter who killed who. The fact is that you came here from Dawnlight and killed our men and women. Right now, we will have our revenge. You're reading on. Calm, thanks. These players dared to say empty words because of the power of the crowd. They thought that with 100,000 players, victory would be at hand. Hence, be it earning points or bringing justice to a bully, the mass had gathered just to defeat Jiang Fei. An eye for an eye, blood for blood, more and more players joined the noisy chants. Jiang Fei was not in a good position to defend himself. The perpetrator was amongst their own people. Naturally, the people would protect their own. When the players had started to include Saint Light and Dawnlight, Jiang Fei knew that he could never explain himself out of this conundrum. No one would believe him anyway. Verger Glider. There's nothing else to talk about. You are in Saint Light City's territory. I don't care about what you have done, but you have broken the society conform and must pay the price. Cloudfall steeled her decision when she saw just how the crowd reacted to the situation. Although she understood the situation and sided with Jiang Fei, she could not reveal that. She was a professional player with sponsors. Her reputation and fame in the game would directly affect her salary. If she had decided to act on her own will instead of following the mass, her fame and reputation might drop and that would only result in her salary deduction. At this point, the only safe way to act was to subjugate the intruder known as Verger Glider. Ho ho. It seems that the city is rotten to the core. No matter. If reason and logic could not move you, my fist would, said Jiang Fei as he smiled. Ever since he had gotten involved with the metahumans, he had understood the cold truth about the world. Power means power. Nothing else mattered. I'm sorry that you have to reach that conclusion. Hence, I must first apologize to you. If you could escape here alive, I would really want to be your friend, said Shadow Cloudfall as she bowed apologetically to Jiang Fei. With haste, she turned around and flew toward the back of the army. Ha ha ha. Escape? Who do you think you're talking to? Let's see who would be the one who would be escaping, said Jiang Fei with a sinister smile. Kill, down on the ground, where Shadow Cloudfall had landed, she raised her bow and shot an arrow. The arrow whistled across the sky, leaving behind a trail of green aura as it pierced through the heavens. What the? Jiang Fei was shocked. She was at least 80 meters away from him, yet she was still able to attack. She had a further attack range than Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei maneuvered the dragon and dodged the arrow. Even though arrows are considered to be projectile-based attacks, they were not the same as spells. It did not have an auto-lock, auto-target system. That means, the further the target, the more likely the targeted player could dodge. Shush! What the hell? The arrow bent miraculously in the air and flew toward Jiang Fei even after he was sure that he could dodge the arrow. -825, the arrow landed on Jiang Fei, but it only managed to deal under 1,000 damage. That made Shadow Cloudfall frown. Her magic-based skill, the homing arrow, was supposed to have the ability to instantly kill a target. If she attacked an unguarded magician, she could deal more than 10,000 damage. While that was supposed to be the case, her arrow had only managed to scratch Jiang Fei. The fact that she was able to deal damage to Jiang Fei proved that Shadow Cloudfall had an incredibly high attack power. She was only level 44 while Jiang Fei was level 59. The two had 15 level gap, which should suppress her attack down to only 1. Jiang Fei's down defense was ungodly high due to his legendary level 40 plate armor equipment set. Jiang Fei would have praised Shadow Cloudfall if she was able to deal more than 1,000 damage. Although Cloudfall had only shot one arrow, it was seen by the mass as the order of attack. Once the arrow landed on Jiang Fei, all 100,000 players started to rush toward Jiang Fei. Even though all of the melee players could not attack Jiang Fei since he was high in the air, the magicians and other ranged attackers had begun their attacks. Looks like violence is the answer here. No matter. Let the bloodshed begin, said Jiang Fei as he cracked a smile. With Jiang Fei's control, he dived and used searing breath on the players and managed to instantly kill a few hundred at one go. At the same time, Isabella had started to cast Rain of Fire. Paired with the dragon's attack, Jiang Fei had already killed a few hundred of players before even starting to attack on his own. Isabella could not equip any equipment like the other players. She only needed to gain levels to become stronger. Her attack power right now was so strong that she was the bane of all level 40 players. Rain of Fire's attack coverage was not as large as the forbidden spell, only at around 10 meters wide. However, since the dragon was flying around, she was killing players around simply by casting at one area, like an eraser on a chalkboard. Everywhere the dragon flew, it would leave a trail of dead players in its wake. All players besides Shadow Cloudfall alone could not attack Jiang Fei. They could, but they were only able to attack the dragon or Isabella, and even that only dealt a pitiful 1 damage point. Most of them were so low level that their attacks missed. It was not a battle. Not even a butcher. It was a completely one-sided massacre. Chapter 439, Jiang Fei's Melancholy. Jiang Fei's entire duration of Berserk was not long. It was not that a strong player came around, or was it because he suddenly felt sympathy toward the players of Saint Light City. It was the simple fact that when the players had seen Jiang Fei's first strike against the so-called first wave of attack, they got scared. Within seconds, everyone changed their mindset from being patriotic to their city to every man for themselves. Isabella's AoE attack, the Rain of Fire, coupled with the sky-gliding dragon's searing breath, displayed a killing speed of destroying tens of thousands of players. As mentioned earlier, most of the players who had joined the fray were pug players and only a few smaller guilds. Pug players were different from guilds since they had to replenish what they had lost themselves. Experience points and equipment were hard to replace once they were gone. Hence, when they realized that Jiang Fei was overwhelmingly powerful, they could not risk their own well-being and decided to leave. The trio, Jiang Fei, Isabella, and the sky-gliding dragon, had proved to be too strong that it was not a matter of number but a matter of strength. Come 1,000,000 or 10,000,000, Jiang Fei could still defeat all the pug players. They were merely ants in Jiang Fei's presence. In only 5 minutes, there were dead bodies everywhere, and the only 2 players left standing on the field were Jiang Fei and Shadow Cloudfall. "Didn't I tell you, the one who would be escaping would not be me?" taunted Jiang Fei as he stood still, looking down at the players of Saint Light City escaping for their lives. Although they had wronged Jiang Fei felt that it was only a petty mistake. Chasing after them would not do him any good. Even the equipment that was on the ground were ignored. Cloudfall could not bring herself to say anything. She had snapped. At the beginning of the fight, when she had sniped Jiang Fei with her homing arrow, she was already dumbfounded when she realized that her arrow that was meant to kill had merely scratched him. After that, when Jiang Fei descended and brought hell upon earth, that was when Cloudfall truly realized just how small and petty she was. You're reading on. Thanks. Oh well. Better watch out from now. Take care, Shadow Cloudfall. Jiang Fei walked away from the field as he waved the stunned Shadow Cloudfall goodbye. Without waiting for a response, Jiang Fei hopped onto the dragon with Isabella and soared to the sky. Only when Cloudfall realized the eerie silence of the battlefield did she find Jiang Fei already high up in the sky. The last thing that she could recall was seeing Jiang Fei's shadow as he zoomed away toward the horizon. Jiang Fei was strong. He had single-handedly redefined the meaning of strength. From her point of view, she had met with many strong players who had given her headaches in the past. Yet, she managed to push through the hurdle. If Jiang Fei decided to take part in the PvP League, there was no doubt that he would garner a winning streak, the likes no one had ever seen. Till this day, the 4 main cities in the game were still separated via the incompletion of the intercity teleportation circle. Due to that fact, the PvP League had yet to start officially. PvP Leagues would be the working place of the profession-sponsored players. Jiang Fei appearing out of nowhere and wiping the entire battlefield clean, along with the defeat of the strongest player in St. Light City, would only cause an uproar amongst the PvP participants. When Jiang Fei left St. Light, he did not realize that his simple act of revenge would cause that much of an impact. He also did not know that his appearance would gravely affect PvP participants. Perhaps he was naive, or perhaps he was even oblivious to that. All he felt right then was just bliss and satisfaction. Jiang Fei had completely vented his suppressed rage by beating the living hell out of Cosmic Dragon. Almost all of the anger and resentment was gone after the fight. With that negativity gone from his chest, he felt light and happy as he opened the abyssal gate to the Nephilim's King Palace and took the Dawnlight City portal back home. By the time he reached, he realized that he had not much time left until the server shut down. Since it had been a long day, Jiang Fei felt like doing nothing and decided to just stroll around the city. The teleportation circle that connected the north and the south cities was not ready yet. Hence, the news about Jiang Fei rampaging around St. Light City had not spread to Dawnlight. Players could only obtain information through the forums under Jiang Fei's name. At 6 a.m. sharp, Jiang Fei logged out of the game. Despite moving a lot in the game, Jiang Fei felt refreshed for the rest of night of the system's forced deep sleep. "Brother, could you get a hold of my school and help me take a month's leave?" asked Jiang Fei on the phone. A few days back, Jiang Fei had nothing to do at home or outside. He could still go to school and waste his time there. However, he had the 4 martial arts skill books in hand. Wasting his time in school would genuinely be a waste of time. Not a problem, Han Tianyu had accompanied Jiang Fei to exchange the skill books. Naturally, he knew the reason why Jiang Fei wanted to take a month-long leave. It was not a big deal for him. The most troublesome thing for him to do was to pick up the phone and inform the school administration who he was and what he wanted to do. It was that simple. What mattered to Jiang Fei was that he was the only one who could keep that from his parents. After hanging up, Jiang Fei headed straight to the training room and started to warm up. When he came to the training room, he changed his clothes, put on training gears, and took out the skill books. Thunder Palm, Pulse Cessation Finger Technique, Tornado Kick, Gliding Saint Step. Jiang Fei placed them all in a line and started to ponder. 0541, which do you think I should start training with? Judging from the difficulty factor, the easiest one would be the Thunder Palm. It would be the easiest to master, hence it should be the priority. From the perspective of actual usage, the next to train first would be the Gliding Saint Step. This Qigong technique has the best strength increase for you, HM. How about cultivating the skill? Do you have any tips and tricks? Cultivation would require massive calculations, which require a powerful supercomputer. I am currently able to calculate said problem in approximately 3,700 hours. If you could retrieve the data management center of the ship, the calculation would be a fraction of my previous calculation duration. In 3,700 hours of my current processing power, I am able to produce a simplified version of the skill book as well as the means of cultivation, said 0541. Forget I asked. I can't wait for half a year, said Jiang Fei as he rolled his eyes. His current problem was the steep learning curve of the martial arts skills. It would be troublesome without a teacher to assist him. He knew his capabilities. He was not the kind of person who could immediately understand the content of a book in just one reading. Hence, without guidance, training on his own would only be a waste of time. Where am I going to find a teacher? Jiang Fei sat on the floor, cross-legged, and frowned. Han Tianyu might be a martial artist, but he was too weak. The skill books were not overly strong nor complicated, but Han Tianyu was only a level 2 fighter. At the very least, he needed someone of level 3 or higher to assist him. The thing was, there were not many level 3 fighters that he knew of. Naturally, he would not want to approach Old Hai or the other elders to help him. Those old foxes would surely have some tricks to bait him into doing the Alliance's bidding without him even realizing it. Oh well. Might as well just start with the training myself. After thinking of all the possibilities, Jiang Fei had decided to first rule out the alliances. He could not fathom the thought of him asking the elders for their guidance. Without anyone's help, Jiang Fei chose to learn the Thunder Palm. Even though it was supposed to be the easiest, learning step by step from the book was not as simple as it seemed. Learning the Nameless Fist style from Old Hai directly was even faster compared to the Thunder Palm. Chapter 440, Trouble Came Knocking. 1 week passed by as Jiang Fei trained on his own accord. There was nothing much going on in the game. Most of it was due to Jiang Fei's high level. The most difficult dungeon then had not become any easier, but the experience points were low. As for his training, Jiang Fei's mastery of Thunder Palm was not showing much progress. In 1 week, Jiang Fei had only managed to get accustomed to the acupoints. He did read the other 3 books and found that it was much harder to find and master the acupoints. Although Jiang Fei felt he was slow, compared to others, he was doing well. Most importantly, no one was there to guide him. Most of the people of the Alliance shared one common thought. With a level 5 master, how could Jiang Fei ask for guidance? The thing was that Jiang Fei had no master. He understood that and he would have to live with that fact. Even so, with daily training, his mastery of the skill grew. He understood the true hardship that every martial artist had been through. The blood and sweat that went into the training was not as simple as gaining strength simply by putting on armor and weapon from the game. One fine day, when Jiang Fei was training Thunder Palm, Han Tianyu called Jiang Fei, bringing revelating news. "Brother, I have good news and bad news." "Which do you want to hear first?" asked Han Tianyu nonchalantly. It did not seem too grave at that moment. "Good news, please," said Jiang Fei. "Remember the twins? Remember that you promised them to play with them in 1 month's time?" "Yeah, they could not make it," said Han Tianyu with a smile. "Oh! That's good news indeed," said Jiang Fei happily. On one end, he did feel a little disappointed. Back then, when Han Tianyu planted obscene ideas inside his head, he felt a little intrigued on how to tackle a girl. Hence, he had begun to plan the day and was looking forward to the day the twin arrived. While he was disappointed at not being able to meet them, he was more than happy to escape their grasps. He remembered how the girls were rather troublesome and a date with them would not be worth the trouble. "What about the bad news?" asked Jiang Fei. "Okay. Ready? The bad news is, both Yang Pe and Yang Qing will be coming to your class tomorrow." They had already transferred in, huh? Wait. What? How? When? Huuh, ha ha ha. You got too excited too early, bro. Jiang Fei dropped to his knees. If he could cry right then, he would. Just when he thought that the twins would be out of his life, they had come back harder and stronger. ID just bought an apartment for them in Manda Square. They are living right opposite your house. On the same floor. Han Tianyu was trying really hard not to burst out in laughter. And oh. Jiang Fei shouted weirdly as if he was shouting with an opera-level vibrato. How could you agree to this? Cried Jiang Fei after he was done shouting at the top of his lungs. He had no idea what to do then. When Han Tianyu mentioned that the twins had transferred into his school, he had a mini heart attack. He calmed down after that since he realized that he had not been in class for a long time and it would not matter if they did. The real reason to panic was when Han Tianyu said that they were going to live right next door. There was nowhere to run now. The worst fear was having either Yang Po or Yang Qing accidentally snitching on him, telling his parents what he had done and had been doing. Come on, man. Put yourself in my shoes. Who am I? I'm just a second-rate fighter. The twins are the next successor of a powerful sect. How could I reject their request? Explained Han Tianyu as he laughed bitterly. Even though he was powerful amongst the normal people, he was only second-rate in the alliance. What the F***ck do you want me to do? What else? The girls are knocking at your door. Listen to me, open the door and take them in, said Han Tianyu blatantly. If it was as easy as it sounds, said Jiang Fei under his breath. When Han Tianyu was talking about the girls, Jiang Fei had thought that he could be all manly with the girls. Little did he know that when the girls came knocking on his doors, his balls literally shrank. The poor boy had never really flirted with girls before. Relax, I got you, man. Listen to my advice and no girls would be able to resist your charms, said Han Tianyu as he tried to encourage Jiang Fei. He had already known that Jiang Fei would be depending on him most of the time. The stronger Jiang Fei got, the better the benefits Han Tianyu would gain. In the future, when the twins had taken over the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace, Jiang Fei would have courted them. When that happened, Han Tianyu would have another side chicks to depend on. It was the reason why he wanted Jiang Fei to court the girls. If Han Tianyu had not been weaker than them, he would have already courted both the successors of the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace. However, realistically speaking, the girls were standing on a stage that Han Tianyu could never ascend to. Be it his background or personal strength, Han Tianyu could only hope but never act on them. Luckily for him, he could place his hope on Jiang Fei. As a naive young man, Jiang Fei's thoughts were not as creative nor as mischievous as Han Tianyu's. He still thought that the man was genuinely helping him out. Moreover, the girls were really just too cute that no man could ever resist their temptations. With a slight push from Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei gave in. At this point, Jiang Fei was akin to the Japanese's herbivore man. Even though he had 1,000 ideas to try and conquer the girls, when it came to actually talking to them, Jiang Fei would crack immediately and fail, like the pathetic coward, antisocial man he was. Unless the girls had come up to him personally and shackled him to them, Jiang Fei would never be the person to take the initiative. Naturally, Han Tianyu knew just what kind of man Jiang Fei was. He could not stand aside and let Jiang Fei continue being passive when it came to girls. He had purposely treated the girls like queens in order to have Jiang Fei succeed in courting them. Even though he had Jiang Fei's level 5 master in hand, a pair of twins being the successor of a powerful sect would be just as good. If Jiang Fei continued being the man he was, it would be years until the girls would be in his hands. The situation was complicated. Even though the twins of the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace had come to town with purposes of their own, Han Tianyu could not just leave it to the girls to have Jiang Fei taking the first move. He was just a naive little boy when it came to girls. When the dream girls appeared and even plastered themselves to him and Jiang Fei was still passive, that was when Han Tianyu would just give everything up. Might as well ask the boy to be a eunuch. Han Tianyu wanted Jiang Fei to take the bait and get the girls. That way, Jiang Fei could be upgraded from a tiny pistol to a war cannon. The problem was that Jiang Fei was a naive little boy. Almost everything had to be planned by Han Tianyu. You stupid little brother. You'd better become a successful overlord in the future. Or else, you'd better kneel down and beg for forgiveness for me losing my brain cells, said Han Tianyu to himself after he was done talking to Jiang Fei. Oh man. What am I going to do? Jiang Fei panicked. He was an otaku for too long that he had developed the one weakness: whenever he dealt with girls, he would freeze and start to act on a whim. Sun Mingming was the same. What more when he dealt with the pretty pair of twins? Jiang Fei started to think. Of all the females whom he talked to, excluding his mother, the only one that he could talk to without getting into a fit of spasm would be the pool girl, Si Tying. Chapter 441, Jiang Fei's Baseline. Great. Now I'm supposed to welcome them with open arms? Jiang Fei grunted. Suddenly, 0541 chimed in. Captain sir, there's actually something useful about them. Oh? Do tell, said Jiang Fei. There was a spark of hope. A silver lining. Even though Han Tianyu had promised to help him, it was impossible to think that he would be by his side 24/7. Hence, Jiang Fei was still worried. If 0541 could come up with something useful, Jiang Fei would be more relaxed. Sorry, I'm afraid the answer you are expecting is not what I am proposing. Even before the crash of the ship, I do not possess any means of emotional support. Jiang Fei facepalmed and shook his head. Well then, what is it that you are proposing? Asked Jiang Fei. The twin, Yang Pe and Yang Qing, are level 3 fighters. With them by your side, you could learn the 4 martial skills by having them guide you, suggested 0541. Obviously, 0541 did not care about Jiang Fei's emotional well-being. From its perspective, 0541 only wanted Jiang Fei to become stronger in order to speed up the recovery of the ship. Huh. You're right about that. I'd never thought about it that way, cried Jiang Fei. Even though the girls were hard to deal with, but with them around, he could ask for their help whenever he faced a hiccup in training. The 4 martial skills were not too difficult, and since they level 3 fighters, they might be able to help Jiang Fei. Right. All that's left for me to do is to attend class tomorrow. I should take the lead and greet them instead. I cannot let them disturb my parents and my own private life, said Jiang Fei to himself. When the time was nigh, Jiang Fei packed his stuff and headed home. Just when his hand was about to grab the handle of the door, he felt something was terribly wrong. Oh no, Jiang Fei frowned. Despite being almost inaudible, Jiang Fei's keen senses allowed him to hear faint chattering from inside the door. There was someone talking to his mother. Bracing himself, Jiang Fei pulled the door open, and lo and behold, there were the twins talking to his mother. The girls, Yang Pe and Yang Qing, were there, sitting on the sofa casually talking to his mother. The usual cold Yang Pe was rather good-looking today. Even though she was quiet and stoic when Jiang Fei first met her, she was different today. She was sitting down elegantly without any signs of her being cold and stoic. She was just a shy, bashful girl. Yang Qing was being herself. Usually, she was jumpy and energetic. As she was talking with Jiang Fei's mother, the effect doubled. Even his mother was engaged in the conversation. Oh! It's Jiang Fei. These two are your new classmates. Guess what? They are living right opposite our place. What a coincidence, said Jiang Fei's mother as her eyes lit up. Oh yeah. What a coincidence, said Jiang Fei as he could feel his face cramping. The two were arranged to live there by Han Tianyu. Of course it would be such a coincidence. Ha. Hello big brother Jiang Fei. Your mother and I were just talking about you when you were younger, said Yang Qing as she showed a photo album with a tag written Jiang Fei's baby pictures. Jiang Fei would very like to cringe, but he withheld that emotion as hard as he could. When Yang Qing called him big brother, it was so fakely cute that Jiang Fei could cringe his face off. Mom! How could you expose my dark history to a stranger? Exclaimed Jiang Fei. His own mother. Showing his embarrassing pictures to a complete stranger. Might as well upload the entire album onto Baidu and let the whole of China know his past. It was the same when Sun Mingming came over. His mother would gladly talk about anything. This simple act of friendly conversation had led him to avoid Sun Mingming at all cost. In class, whenever Sun Mingming even tried to approach him, he would slide across the classroom like a snake and disappear into the crowd. It was so embarrassing for him that he could never talk to Sun Mingming anymore. Now that his mother had done the same thing with the twins, Jiang Fei had finally accepted his fate and gave in trying to resist. "Ah, you guys have your chat. This old lady will now make dinner. Please stay with us for dinner," said Jiang Fei's mother as she walked away into the kitchen. When Jiang Fei's mother was out of sight, Jiang Fei immediately gestured the twins to leave his house. Even though he had agreed with Han Tianyu to try and get the girls, he could not allow his family to be involved in this hostile society. Yang Qing clearly saw and understood Jiang Fei's gesture. She stood up and smiled but rushed straight into the kitchen. "Yay! Thanks, Auntie. I want to help out too," cried Yang Qing as she disappeared into the kitchen. Jiang Fei turned to Yangpa, who was smiling calmly and sweetly, and said, "Come with me." Once Jiang Fei led Yangpa into his room, he sat down on his bed, crossed his legs and asked, "What is your goal here? What are the two of you doing in my house?" Jiang Fei was desperate. There were many things that he could solve on his own and sometimes with the help of Han Tianyu. However, when it came to the safety of his parents, Jiang Fei would not compromise anything to ensure his parents' well-being. Yangpa hummed. She sat down on Jiang Fei's desk and smiled. It was an innocent smile. The same kind of smile that Yang Qing had always had on her face. The difference was huge. Unlike Yang Qing, who was always smiling, seeing Yangpa, who never smiled, was a refreshing feeling. She looked beautiful when she smiled. Jiang Fei could not help but stare at her, and his heart skipped a beat. Cough. Jiang Fei realized that he was losing his ground when he stared at her and decided to just brush it off. "Jiang Fei, rest assured that we had no intention to cause any harm to your parents. They were merely there when we came to the house to talk to you. In front of your parents, we would be normal girls. We are nothing but classmates. That is all your mother would know," said Yangpa calmly. Contrary to her explanation, their plan was to get through his parents in order to secure Jiang Fei. However, when Yangpa saw just how desperate Jiang Fei was when his parents were only slightly involved, Yangpa changed her mind. The original plan was to slowly make contact and establish a close relationship with Jiang Fei's parents. Once they were close enough, the twins would introduce them to the world of metahumans. Through the protection and assistance of the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace, they wanted to provide Jiang Fei's parents with benefits that even they could not reject. Alas, once it all worked out smoothly, Jiang Fei would be directly involved with them. "Listen to me very closely. My parents are not going to know about anything related to the Alliance, martial arts, fights, mutant, and all the crap that are in this F***ed-up society. Whatever you want to do not involve my parents. Do you understand?" said Jiang Fei slowly and clearly. "I understand. Like I said, we are nothing but classmates and a good neighbor. That is all we will ever be," said Yangpa as she smiled once more. "Big brother Jiang Fei! Sister! Where are you guys?" cried Yang Qing from the living room. "I don't need to say this twice now. Control your sister, or else," said Jiang Fei threateningly. "Or what?" Yangpa interrupted immediately. At this moment, the door opened and Yang Qing came in. "Brother Jiang Fei, you shouldn't be threatening a girl. That's not very gentlemanlike, is it?" Translator note: in most Asian countries such as Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, Japan, China, and many others, people do not directly address an acquaintance's mother via their names. Instead, they would address someone's mother as auntie and father as uncle. Chapter 442, Literal Human Shield. When Yangpa and Yang Qing agreed to behave normally in front of Jiang Fei's parent, Jiang Fei agreed to not avoid them intentionally. Once they came to that agreement, Jiang Fei could finally breathe normally. His parents were as normal as anyone else's in the world could be. There would be nothing but bad endings when it came to this society of bloodthirsty metahumans. During dinner, the sisters were normal. Yang Qing, the little sister, was well behaved and had already gotten the love of Jiang Fei's mother. Jiang Fei could not help but tense up whenever his mother giggled at the cutesy act of Yang Qing. If that was not the first time they met, his mother would have accepted the girl as her stepdaughter in a heartbeat. After enduring the horrid dinner session, Jiang Fei found an excuse and got the twins out of the house. Even though they had an agreement, he did not want the fighters to be in his house chattering cutely and laughing with his mother. Fei! How about that? The girls are cute and pretty, aren't they? I think they perfect, said his mother when the twins had left. As expected of his own mother, she could pick up the subtle unease Jiang Fei had during dinner and the obvious act of him kicking them out of the house. No comment, Jiang Fei froze. He had no idea that his mother would say something like that. Ah, I see what's going here. You're afraid that Sun Mingming would be jealous. Haha. I understand. I'll keep my mouth shut about Yang Pe and Yang Qing. It seemed that his mother had gravely misunderstood the entire ordeal. The true issue was that she was smiling happily. When she turned around into the kitchen to clean things up, she had said something under her breath. Thank God my child has begun to be interested in girls. I thought that he had become a nerd, Mom. I think you've got the wrong message here. Those girls are just my classmates, said Jiang Fei, with a pale face. Relax. I'm not going to tell anyone. Your father will, even if I told him, he wouldn't care, said his mother, still in the kitchen. No. It's URGH, Jiang Fei gave up trying to explain his way out of this predicament. He was sure that there was no way to clear the misunderstanding. Back in his room, Jiang Fei sat down on his bed. He pressed his temples as he felt a painful headache. Since he could not think of a solution, he called Han Tianyu. Brother you gotta help me, man. The girls, those twins, they're already infiltrated my house and got my mom on their side, said Jiang Fei as he laughed bitterly. What? Does Auntie know about your other life? Asked Han Tianyu, stunned and a little happy. If Jiang Fei's parents were now involved with Jiang Fei's hidden life, Han Tianyu might have a chance. He was really afraid that he would wrong Jiang Fei if he had tried doing what the girls did. No. That's not what I meant. My mom is infatuated by the girls. They were deliberately charming my mother, said Jiang Fei as if his mother's one weakness was cute girls. It did happen before with Sun Mingming. Well, there is literally nothing I could do for you now, said Han Tianyu as he breathed a sigh of relief to show his concern to Jiang Fei. In truth, he was a little disappointed. What do you think I should do tomorrow? Asked Jiang Fei. Tomorrow was the day when the sisters would come to his class. Tomorrow. I think you should just attend for once. Why should I? I just got news from Old Hai. Listen closely. Those girls came to this town not just to get you in their hands, but to also use you as a, how do I put this? A literal human shield, huh? There's going to be a shootout? Asked Jiang Fei, panicked. No. Wait. Let me explain. Those two girls were so beautiful and cute that there were plenty of guys in the alliances who had tried to have their ways with them. Most of them had gone into Aquamoon Heavenly Palace and tried their luck there. There were two kids who had never given up on them since. Due to their own backgrounds, the sect dared not reject them directly. Hence, the two girls came to this place to escape them. Coincidentally, you appeared. Got the picture? So technically speaking, they think that I'm such a pushover and could use me as their shield. Bingo. Who are the two kids? Yi Zhangfa, the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Soaring Clouds sect, and Bai Zhongwei, the young master of the Snow Mountain sect. Jiang Fei frowned when he heard the way Han Tianyu explained their identities. From the way you said it, it seems that those two sects you mentioned are strong. Well, they're not weak. That's for sure. They are both from strong sects, or else Yang Pe and Yang Qing would have not backed down, said Han Tianyu as he laughed. From his perspective, Jiang Fei had a level 5 master to back him up. His place amongst the martial artists in China was either higher or the same as the two kids. Never lower. That was why he did not worry about Jiang Fei being a human shield for the twin. Ugh, so troublesome, cried Jiang Fei as he frowned. He knew that his words carried no weight since the level 5 master Zhuge Shanzhen was fake. He had never wanted to bring up that name, but everyone else would not stop talking about it. That was one of the reasons why he did not want to participate in any of the activities of the Martial Artists Alliance. Eventually, he would step on his own tail and fall. Oh right. Since tomorrow you'll be going to class to meet the twins, I want you to pay attention to the two guys who are coming along as well. Bai Zhongwei is a man of honor and would only fight you in a fair match. If he wanted trouble with you, you could expect a proper letter from him. The one you should be worried about is Yi Zhangfa. That boy is nothing but immature and rash, said Han Tianyu. What am I supposed to do then? Take the hit and walk away? Asked Jiang Fei. I am not in the right place to help you with that. All I can do right now is to give you advice. You of all people should know that I am but an ant in the alliance, said Han Tianyu. Even if helping Jiang Fei was beneficial for him, it was all on the basis that Han Tianyu would not be harmed. If it was Bai Zhongwei, Han Tianyu would not mind standing behind Jiang Fei, telling him what to do directly. However, Yi Zhangfa was going to be there. He would not want his entire family wiped out of existence just because he interfered with Yi Zhangfa's conflict with Jiang Fei. Okay then. I'll give you a call when things get out of hand, said Jiang Fei. If the level 5 master of his was real, Jiang Fei would reassure Han Tianyu, allowing him to safely plot plans. The problem was, there was no master. He had only relied on lies and fabricated truths to be safe. What could he depend on to ensure Han Tianyu's safety? When Han Tianyu rejected Jiang Fei's help for assistance, there was nothing he could do. Sigh. 0541, what do you think I should do? I am truly sorry. I am unable to interfere with any of your emotional predicaments. I am unable to advise anything in this matter. However, I will increase my sensitivity to danger. If anyone has plans to assassinate you, I could pick up the signal and inform you before the perpetrator could strike. That is as much as you could do. It's fine. Either way, let's see how those two good-for-nothing thugs react to me standing in the way of the twins. Chapter 443, Death Scar, Arg. What happens, happens. I can't give any more thoughts about it. Let's see what does tomorrow have for me, said Jiang Fei as he gave up trying to think of anything else. He understood that there was no way he could come up with any plan all by himself. All he could do then was to wait until the 4 troublemakers appeared tomorrow. Once everything was set aside, Jiang Fei headed to bed and logged into the game. When he got into the game, he looked down at his experience gauge and sulked. It had been a week since he reached level 59 and he had not made much progress. Approximately 1/3 of his gauge still empty. Sigh, leveling sure is a hellish grind, said Jiang Fei to himself. Even though it was not fair, he did understand the suffering of the pug players. All management of the guild was done smoothly by Rosette Rose. There was literally nothing that Jiang Fei could do to improve the guild. He came by the guild territory and went down to the secret dungeon to retrieve ant eggs and ant milk. After depositing most of them in his own private bank storage, he took out a selected few and passed them to Lady Casanova. Since it had been a week, players across the city had broke past the average level of 40. Most of Imperial Dragon players were either level 40 or higher. The elite squad and the main party of the guild had already entered the normal difficulty of Temple of Deities and Demons. With Jiang Fei's carefully crafted strategy, members who took part in the raid of Temple of Deities and Demons had an easy time in. It was relative since they did have trouble trying to defeat the first 2 bosses. However, after a few trials and errors of mastering the timing of the boss's skills, the dungeon became easier. Naturally, the party would have to be comprised of the correct lineup. Other than that would be the basic controls and reaction speed. Imperial Dragon's elite squad was given the pet egg. Each member had a pet with them, and even though they were merely green-gray ant soldiers, they were able to deal up to half the player's damage. In simple terms, a full party of 20 players would have the total DPS of a 30-player party. 3 days ago, 3 elite squads were led by Lady Casanova and 7-star warrior to conquer the normal difficulty Temple of Deities and Demons. Even though it was the main party of the guild that consisted of several parties, it had failed to completely clear the dungeon. At most, they were able to survive past the second boss and fail at the third. Still, they were still able to have a good haul. The dungeon had been through its first clear to daily farming. At this point, there was no need to keep the dungeon's entry a secret anymore. The boss had been cleared many times and the drops were consistently crappy. Since the average level of players in Dawnlight City had reached above level 40, the dungeon, Temple of Deities and Demons, had become a hotspot for level farming. Imperial Dragon was having a good time farming their levels there. The aristocrats were not doing too good, but at least they had the strategy from Jiang Fei, which allowed them to raid the dungeon with minor preparations. Naturally, they were not as strong as Imperial Dragon, but they could still circumvent a full party wipe at the first boss. Other guilds had it worse, as they could not even survive past the first monster. Since there was nothing to be worried about the guild, Jiang Fei headed out with Isabella to farm for some experience. Unlike the others, Jiang Fei's grinding spot was a place that no one could enter. It was a level 65 map called the Death Scar. It was a map that was still being patrolled by NPCs. The safety level was only 3. Every 4 hours, there would be an NPC patrolling. Sadly, their routes were fixed. If players were to have a PvP match somewhere far from the routes, the NPCs would not find out. The reason Jiang Fei came to this map was due to the abundance of experience points per monster slain. Furthermore, the monsters here were specters. It gave Jiang Fei the upper hand since his weapon had exorcism enhanced, granting him the extra 30% damage as well as a fixed chance to stun an enemy. Naturally, Jiang Fei's speed at clearing monsters was faster than usual. There was a lich boss located in the dead center of the map. Jiang Fei had spent a few days on this map, yet he had not killed the boss. The reason was rather odd. He feared that once he had killed the boss, the smaller monsters would not spawn anymore. If the spawning stopped, he would have to spend some time before he could find another farming spot. As of today, he was still farming on the same map. In a week of killing the same monsters, Jiang Fei had discovered a new killing method. All he needed to do was to mount the dragon on running mode and kite as many monsters as possible and kill all of them in one good use of God's wrath. Stomp tramples across a target with high speed. Deals 20% of maximum health points as damage. Stuns for 1 second. Effect can only be used on the same target once every 5 seconds. Requires mount to be in running mode. This skill allowed Jiang Fei to generate constant aggro on the monsters that he had kite. After gathering many monsters together, he would then use Malicious Amplify and God's Wrath to wipe the field clean. This combo was so effective since it could deal as much as 140,000 damage. Not even an elite tier level 65 monster could survive that strike. Faster. Faster. Gotta go faster. Jiang Fei could not afford to be slow. Each time he kited the monster, he would have to run in between the monsters or he would be stopped in his tracks. Since the dragon had very high defense, the monsters could only deal a minimal amount of damage. Roughly after 1 minute of running around amok, Jiang Fei would have kited more than 100 elite tier monster in one run. Malicious Amplify. God's Wrath. Minus 142,751, minus 139,872. It was always so satisfying to see the entire screen filled with red damage text. Ding! You have killed elite skeletal soldier. Obtain 12,000 experience points. Ding! You have killed elite skeletal soldier. Obtain 12,000 experience points. 100 monster equals to over 1,000,000 experience points, but the experience gauge would not budge. It did, but it was unnoticeable. This is so frustrating. How is it that farming experience points in an open field this hard and tiring? Just how could normal level 50 players level up like this? Must I really repeat dungeons every day now? Wondered Jiang Fei as he grunted. Open field monsters' experience points would never be as good as monsters inside a dungeon. The monsters inside the Temple of Deities and Demons could provide over tens of thousands of experience points each. they were only level 45. Compared to level 65 monsters' feeble 12,000 experience points, the difference was shockingly disappointing. The only difference was that the dungeon had a daily entry limit while open field monsters would spawn indefinitely. Sadly, Jiang Fei could only receive 1 experience points per monster since he had overshot the level limit. "Arg, this is so boring," cried Jiang Fei. It had been 3 hours since the daily farming had begun. He felt that if he continued doing this meaningless grind, he would literally vomit in his bed. After another 3 hours, Jiang Fei gazed at his experience gauge only to find it fill up ever so slightly. Even though each wave of monsters that he killed would grant him over 1,000,000 experience points, it was still too slow. Sadly, there was no one he could blame. His current level was just too high. 1,000,000 experience points were nothing but a tiny cup of water trying to fill up a giant water tank. F***ck it. "Today's the day," cried Jiang Fei when he saw the lich that was standing a few meters away from him. Chapter 444, The Doomsday Army's Plot. After he had gotten so sick of fighting the same monsters over and over again, Jiang Fei had his eyes on the boss monster. Alak the Summoner, Lich, Enhanced Leader, Level 65, Health Points 2,000,000, Magic Attack 9,500, Skills, Frost Arrow, Frost Nova, Frost Protection, Frost Armor, Berserk Summon. Frost Arrow, fires a frozen arrow after chanting for 5 seconds. Deals powerful magical damage to a target. Lowers movement speed by 20%. Frost Nova, deals weakened damage to all target within 8 meters. Freezes all targets for 3 seconds. Frost Protection, gains invulnerability for a short period of time. Caster is unable to move, attack, or cast any spell. After invulnerability has ended, Alak will gain 20% magic attack for 5 seconds. Frost Armor, reduces all incoming damage by 10%. Increases caster's attack, attack speed, and movement speed by 20%. Berserk Summon, summons Spectre Soldiers once every 10 seconds. Summoned monsters will be stronger after each summon. Summoned monsters will increase in quantity after each summon. Note, the frontline general of the Doomsday Army in Death Scar. "Isabella, let's kill this lich," said Jiang Fei after he was done reading the boss stats. The boss was nothing but a small fry to Jiang Fei. Although it was an enhanced leader tier, it was still only a mini-boss at level 65. The boss should be stronger, but there would not be any suppression by the system. Galestorm's Hammer. -6012, Jiang Fei hurled his hammer and a streak of cracking lightning zoomed toward the lich. When the hammer struck the boss, sparkles of lightning exploded. That was Jiang Fei's first attack, hence, Ruthless Barrage's damage buff would not be effective. Searing Breath. -18,052, the dragon spewed a long trail of flame instead of a cone-shape attack. When Jiang Fei used the dragon for a mass attack, the attack would spread out evenly. Naturally, when facing an individual boss, Jiang Fei had switched the attack to concentrate on the boss itself. Once Ruthless Barrage 300% damage buff kicked in, Jiang Fei was able to deal more than 20,000 damage in one hit. The Sky-Gliding Dragon's attack had even burnt the grass where the boss was standing. "I smell the smell of a living human," cried the boss as its opening speech. 5 seconds later, a bolt of blue arrow flew across the field and struck the Sky-Gliding Dragon. -506, easy peasy. Even though the boss attack could penetrate the dragon's defense, it was nothing but a scratch. The Sky-Gliding Dragon had a total of 16,000 magic defense as well as a 50% damage reduction passive. To be fair, it was not even a scratch. It was a lover's pat. Isabella, the dragon, and Jiang Fei were a force to be reckoned with. Once Jiang Fei's Ruthless Barrage was stacked full, the boss would have nothing to look forward to. "My child. It is your mealtime." 10 seconds into the fight, the boss had started to summon its minions. The sound of bones rattling filled the ground. No sooner more than 10 level 60 elite tier skeletal soldier came out of the ground and charged at Jiang Fei. Searing Breath. minus 36,254, minus 37,205. Jiang Fei manually adjusted the dragon and attacked all the summoned minions to generate aggro onto the dragon. Once they had all surrounded the dragon, Jiang Fei left them there and focused his attack on the boss. The boss did activate several other skills during the fight. Frost protection was supposed to be powerful, but to Jiang Fei, it was merely a 5 seconds of resting time. 30 seconds into the fight, the boss had already lost 95% of its health points. Malicious Amplify. God's Wrath. Minus 165,781, minus 168,241. The screen was filled with damaged text and all hostile targets were defeated. Ding! You have killed elite skeletal soldier. Obtain 12,000 experience points. Ding! You have killed elite skeletal guard. Obtain 13,500 experience points. Ding! You have killed Alak the Summoner. Obtain 150,000 experience points, 600 gold coins. Ding! The frontline General Alak the Summoner has been killed. The invasion of the Doomsday Army has been foiled. You have obtained 1,000 reputation point of the faction you are in. You have lost 5,000 reputation points in the Doomsday Army. Ding! You have slain over 10,000 Doomsday Army member. You have obtained the title Doomsday's Slayer. Ho ho! What a surprise! Jiang Fei smiled. He had already started to lose interest in killing any more skeletons, and after the Lich was killed, he had received a title reward from the system. Although the bonus attribute was insignificant, it was still a victory. Verger Glider, check out what did Boney dropped, said Isabella as she kicked the remains of the Lich playfully. Oh yes. Jiang Fei nodded. A purple light flashed when Jiang Fei reached the boss corpse. It was only a violet teardrop. It could not be helped. It was only an enhanced leader tier and there was no such thing as first kill for an open field boss. Ice Cold Crown of Intelligence, Cloth Armor, Epic, Magic Defense plus 125, Physical Defense plus 125, Intelligence plus 80, Spirit plus 80, Magic Attack plus 525, Equip, increases your most used spells casting speed by 50%. Requirement, 500 Intelligence. Not bad, thought Jiang Fei to himself. Jiang Fei had no hope in obtaining any good drops from this boss. After all, it was only a level 65 mini-boss. The drops would not be able to be used by anyone so far. This was the first time Jiang Fei saw an equipment that did not have a level requirement but an attribute requirement. 500 intelligence was not a small amount. To put in perspective, if players had built their magician the pure intelligence way, a fully naked level 40 magician would have only over 200 intelligence. With a full set of blue tier equipment from head to toe, they might be able to gain up to 300 intelligence. No more, no less. Theoretically speaking, this equipment could be worn by a level 40 magician. Helmet usually did not have attack increase stat. This ice crown had over 500 magic attack and an 80 intelligence boost. Technically speaking, if a player had over 500 intelligence and was able to put on the crown, his magic attack would soar up to be the strongest in the game. The key factor of this crown was the casting speed increase. Naturally, compared to increased magic range or spell enhancement buff, casting speed was only an average buff. However, increasing the casting speed of a player's most used spell was important in PvP battle as well as in dungeon. Technically speaking, it would increase the DPS of the magician by 200% if the most used spell was a damaging spell. Jiang Fei did not care much about the crown truthfully. He stashed it in his inventory and picked up a scroll. Doomsday Army's plot, quest item, fine, use, activates a hidden quest. Level requirement, 55, ho ho. I am able to take this. Let's hope that this quest would grant me more experience points to reach level 60. Less save me the time to search for a new farming ground, said Jiang Fei as he immediately opened the scroll. Chapter 445, an explosive quest, ding. You have accepted a new quest. Quest name, Doomsday Army's plot. Quest description, take this scroll that contains the plot of the Doomsday's army to XXX, and hand it over to Officer Uma. Quest reward, unknown. Let's head out, said Jiang Fei as he called out to Isabella and left the site. All of the Spectre monsters in the vicinity had reverted to normal tier level 60 monsters after the death of Boss. The spawning speed had also reduced down by a notch. Experience points as well as coin drops had also been significantly lowered. Luckily, Jiang Fei was going away from this place. It would be a headache if he still had his eyes on the same place. The location that the hidden quest had given Jiang Fei was quite a distance away from Death Scar. Even though Jiang Fei could fly at extreme speed, it took him half an hour to reach his destination. The location given was a large, cold, and eerie canyon. From the bird's eye view, the mountain range was steep and sharp. The curves were jagged sharply, and from afar, it was rather nice to look at. Jiang Fei followed the bleep on his minimap and came to a small cave. "Ha! Young adventurer, how did you manage to wander to this godforsaken place?" asked Officer Uma Alucard welcomingly. Sadly, this NPC was like any other common NPC that did not possess higher artificial intelligence. "Officer, I have unintentionally acquired this scroll. I think you could use this," said Jiang Fei as he handed the scroll to the NPC. Since this NPC was dumb, there was nothing much that he would say that would be interesting. This is of the Doomsday Army." "How did you find it?" exclaimed Officer Uma after opening the scroll and reading it briefly. It was obvious that the conversion was scripted. The NPC had only glanced at the scroll for less than a second before knowing that it was related to the Doomsday Army. Without even waiting for an answer from Jiang Fei, the NPC turned around and walked deeper into the cave. There, at a corner, was a makeshift table with many papers and documents scattered on top of it. Officer Uma swiped his hand on the table and pushed all the other papers from the table and placed the scroll on it. After opening the scroll, he conjured a bottle out of thin air and poured green liquid on the scroll. SZZ. When the greenish liquid was smeared all over the scroll, the paper sizzled a little as green smoke appeared. No sooner, meaningful symbols began to move around the scroll and started to rearrange themselves. "Curses! The Doomsday Army is making their move. We must stop them now, or it would be too late for us all," said Officer Uma as he slammed the table. "Adventurer! The Doomsday Army had a plot against humanity. If they had their way with it, the whole world would be doomed. The reinforcements are on their way, but it would be long before they get here. There's not much time. I need you to help me," said Officer Uma as he stood in front of Jiang Fei. Ding! Quest update, quest name, Doomsday Army's plot 2, quest description, follow Officer Uma Alucard to complete an epic journey of combat. Quest reward, unknown. "I am glad to be of service, Officer Uma," said Jiang Fei as he accepted the quest. "Very good, young lad. The mission will be tough and exciting." "Have you made your preparation?" asked Officer Uma. "I am ready." "At your command, sir," said Jiang Fei. "Very well then. The Doomsday Army is now conducting a summoning ritual on the other side of this canyon. We must go and stop them," said Officer Uma. "Are we going to stop them, just the two of us?" said Jiang Fei. "Missions were fine, but a suicidal mission was a no-go. Keep calm, young one. I have prepared a secret weapon specifically for this mission," said Officer Uma as he went to another corner of the cave and took out a crate. Holy Water Grenade, quest item, use, detonates holy water that spreads out 30 meters to purify all specters. "Wow! This is powerful," commented Jiang Fei. "Our mission is to drop this from the air. This should be enough to eliminate all those disgusting specters," said Officer Uma. Just as he was done talking, 2 griffins spawned at the entrance of the cave. The griffin had wings like an eagle and the body of a lion. It was the same as the sky-gliding dragon, a flying mount. Naturally, the combat ability of the griffin was not as strong as the dragon. The griffins were spawned specifically for the quest. Once the quest was finished, the mount would be removed from the game. This is it, young adventurer. Are you ready? We will take off now, said Officer Uma as he moved the crate of holy water grenade to the back of the griffin. Sir, may I use my own flying mount? Asked Jiang Fei. Sure, if you have one, said Officer Uma. The developers of the game had in mind that players might have already possessed a flying mount when they accepted the level 55 hidden quest. Right, I am ready, said Jiang Fei as he took a few of the holy water grenades. The reason why he wanted to ride his own mount was simple. The griffin could not carry two at the same time. Isabella would never want to go back into the pet slot, hence Jiang Fei had to find a way to make sure she could sit with him. Young adventurer. Let's depart. Since the NPC was not programmed to have much intelligence, he had failed to see that Jiang Fei was a dragon knight. He had merely seen the dragon as a typical mount. Following closely behind Officer Uma, Jiang Fei flew across the canyon and toward the other side of the mountain. Naturally, Jiang Fei was much faster than Officer Uma. He did not need to worry about being left behind. After flying for 15 minutes, Jiang Fei had automatically entered combat state. Haha. This is it. The exciting mission is about to start. Remember to dodge the enemy's attack. Watch out for the giant spears, bellowed Officer Uma. Jiang Fei looked down and saw a sea of Spectre army. The warning was a little too late as the monsters had already readied their spears in hand and were ready to throw them high up. No sooner, the spears were already whistling through the air toward Jiang Fei. All Jiang Fei had to do then was to descend until the enemies were in bombing range whilst dodging all the incoming attacks. Young one. Good evading there, but don't forget to drop the bombs on them. We need to kill at least half of the entire army in order to break the core barrier. Or else, we would not be able to enter the core to stop the summoning ritual. The entire procedure was done in tutorial mode. Jiang Fei's controls were taken over by the system in order to teach Jiang Fei how to evade enemies' attack and the buttons to press to drop the bombs. Phew! Boom! One by one, Jiang Fei dropped the bombs across the battlefield. Once the bombs exploded, glittering water burst out everywhere, and when the Spectre monsters touched them, they cried out loud before turning into ash. One holy water grenade was extremely effective in instant killing all Spectre monsters within a 30-meter range. Here, let us enjoy this together, said Jiang Fei as he gave the crate to Isabella and let her drop them. That was one of the benefits of having a dual-player flying mount. Jiang Fei could fully focus on dodging all the incoming spears while Isabella could focus on dropping the grenades to the ground. A perfect aerial attack combination. Chapter 446, Evil Ritual. In the beginning, Jiang Fei's bombing mission was smooth. All the attacks hurled toward Jiang Fei were avoided. He had even had the time to chat with Isabella. However, things got serious when Jiang Fei and Officer Uma approached the core of the army. The air defense had gotten wilder. Jiang Fei had to pay attention to the attacks as the white bone spears that were whistling through the air toward Jiang Fei had gotten faster and more accurate. The sound when one of the bone spears flew a few inches away from Jiang Fei was scary. Wham! -1,000, alas, even Jiang Fei, who was good in dodging attacks, had made a mistake and got hit. It was reasonable. The air defense of the Doomsday Army was superb. Rains of spears came in like a storm. Even if Jiang Fei paid full attention, there was no way he could dodge all of them. Crap, Jiang Fei frowned. He knew that the further he proceeded, the more vicious the attack would be. If he was down there instead of flying in the air, he would have survived easily since he could depend on attacks and lifesteal to sustain his health. Flying forbade that. It was at least 150 meters away from ground level. There was no way his attacks could reach any of the monsters. It would make sense that he should just descend to attacking range and attack. But the problem was the fact that the enemies would be much closer to him. The speed and ferocity of the attacks would put holes in Jiang Fei before he could even land an attack. Careful, young lad. Watch where you're going, warned Officer Uma. He was not being attacked by a single spear since he was part of the quest lineup. Bella, try as best as you can to land the grenade on the area with the most enemies. I'm afraid that we might not last that long, said Jiang Fei. He had to rely on her. Before the dragon fell, he had to make sure that he had killed enough of the skeletal army in order to break the barrier. I understand, Isabella nodded and tried aiming her drops instead of randomly throwing the grenades of the dragon. One by one, the grenades were thrown off the dragon and detonated among the concentrated gatherings of the enemy. Damn, so many monsters are dying yet there are no experience points, cried Jiang Fei as he frowned disappointingly. The bombing quest was part of the quest lineup and this method of killing was too simple and easy. Hence, even killing higher-tier Spectre monsters would not grant Jiang Fei any experience points. Keep it going, young one. The barrier is almost breaking, said Officer Uma. It had been 10 minutes or so since the beginning of the bombing. Phew. Might as well. Jiang Fei sighed a breath of relief. The sky-gliding dragon had already taken several hits. If it not because Jiang Fei had a high level, he would have long lost the dragon. Right then, something happened. GRH. Officer Uma grunted painfully. A long white bone spear had pierced the griffin that Officer Uma was on. The spear had also pierced through the mount and into Officer Uma. What the hell? What is going on? Jiang Fei was shocked. The NPC had been dodging the attacks perfectly since the beginning yet he was instantly killed in one strike? Young lad. I'm done for. The barrier has been weakened. You would have to be the one to stop them, said Officer Uma as he left Jiang Fei with his last words. It was clear to Jiang Fei then that the event was part of the quest. Officer Uma's role in the quest was only as a guide for Jiang Fei to reach the core of the Doomsday Army. Now that the barrier had been weakened, there was no use for a guide. Based on the quest development, Jiang Fei would have to be the one to kill all the army. Bella, save some of the grenades for later. There's no need to throw them now. Brace yourself. We are going in hard, said Jiang Fei. He had no time to catch the falling Officer Uma, especially since the barrier had broken and the attacks had gotten more intense. Without the guidance of Officer Uma, Jiang Fei did not have to remain slow. Jiang Fei zoomed speedily across the battlefield and into the barrier. At the same time, Jiang Fei had taken 2 more hits. Luckily, the dragon was armored heavily, which allowed it to withstand the attacks and not die like the NPC. Whoosh! Once Jiang Fei had entered the barrier, he was greeted with a pleasant scene. The disgusting skeletal army was still there, but they were not equipped with the annoying long spear. Far ahead, there was an altar with 4 large liches that were chanting and channeling their magic at the center that looked like a magic circle. Spectre Elite Guard, Spectre, Advanced Elite, Level, 70, Health Points, 580,000, Attack Power, 11,000, Note, the main force of the Doomsday Army. Jiang Fei glanced through the army and got a little worried. The monsters were level 70 Advanced Elite tier and their numbers were no less than 10,000. This sort of formation was tough. It was close to impossible to fight them alone. Bella, how many more of those grenades do we have left? Enough to kill them all if we use them correctly, said Isabella as she did a quick calculation. That's enough for me, said Jiang Fei as he headed straight for the 4 liches. Frost Lich, Spectre, Enhanced Leader, Level, 65, Health Points, 2 million, Magic Attack, 9,500, Skills, Frost Protection, Frost Arrow, Frost Nova. Shadow Lich, Spectre, Enhanced Leader, Level, 65, Health Points, 2 million, Magic Attack, 9,500, Skills, Shadow Arrow, Shadow Barrier, Shadow Rage. Cursed Lich, Spectre, Enhanced Leader, Level, 65, Health Points, 2 million, Magic Attack, 9,500, Skills, Curse of Pain, Excruciating Pain, Doomsday Bind. Plague Lich, Spectre, Enhanced Leader, Level, 65, Health Points, 9,500, Attack Power, 9,500, Skills, Infect, Blood Poison, infectious spread. Easy. Those 4 bosses are weak, said Jiang Fei as he felt relieved. It looked like the quest was manageable at this point. All he had to do was to clear all the smaller minions with the holy water grenades and kill the bosses himself to end the summoning ritual. Initially, he had already thrown 1 bomb at the bosses, but they did not take any damage. From that little experiment, Jiang Fei knew that the bombs were ineffective against the bosses. There was no way for him to be lazy. Bella, time to clean the entire field, said Jiang Fei as he made a U-turn in the air. Once he kited them all in one nice concentrated circle. Isabella dropped the holy water grenades and killed all the Spectre soldiers easily. All that was left for Jiang Fei to kill were the 4 liches. Chapter 447, Air Force Breeding Ground, Bella. Let's go, said Jiang Fei as he flew toward the 4 bosses. Curse you, adventurer. You shall not interfere with the summoning ritual. Out of nowhere, a loud voice bellowed. The Frost Lich alone stopped the incantation and turned to Jiang Fei. That's lucky, said Jiang Fei as he was surprised to see only one of the bosses turning to him. He had already made his preparation to unleash his full potential. It seemed that the quest was designed to be completed easily by a level 60 player or a team of 3 lower level players. The minions were all made to be level 70 advanced elite so that players were forced to use the holy water grenades instead of killing them themselves. It was not meant to allow players to farm experience points. The bosses were lower leveled since the quest scroll was only a fine tier item. If all the bosses had attacked at the same time, it would make the quest difficulty to be an epic tier hidden quest. 1 by 1? I like it, said Jiang Fei with a smile. Without even needing to worry about anything else, Jiang Fei hurled his hammer and started the fight. Boss fight and PvP battle differ by attack choices. Players could choose to attack whomever they want, while monsters could only attack whoever was on the top of the aggro list. Since a player's mount was tied closely with the owner's aggro, bosses and monsters alike would prioritize whoever possessed the biggest threat. Hence, they would attack whichever with the highest aggro as well as the biggest sized. The dragon had inevitably become Jiang Fei's personal meat shield. On any map that Jiang Fei was able to summon a mount to battle, Jiang Fei would gain 3 times the defense value, hypothetically. Not long after, Jiang Fei and Isabella had killed the first lich, followed very closely by the second and third. All 4 bosses were killed within just 5 minutes. Curse you, adventurer! You have foiled my plans. You shall not get away with this. The same loud voice boomed when all 4 liches had perished. The magic circle that the 4 liches had maintained a while ago started to shrink. Not long after, the circle shrank to the size of a small plate and vanished in a puff of smoke. Ding! Quest updated. Quest name, Doomsday Army's Plot 3. Quest description, you have successfully stopped the plot of the Doomsday Army. Take the evil gemstone on the altar and bring it to Air Force Marshal Rico at XXX. XXX to report what had happened. Quest reward, unknown. Evil gemstone, Jiang Fei arched an eyebrow and peeked at the now empty altar. He walked up to the center of it and found a small, thumb-sized black-colored crystal. Evil gemstone, quest item, embedding effect, unknown. Nothing to see here, let's proceed with the quest, said Jiang Fei after he picked up the black crystal. Without wasting any time, Jiang Fei and Isabella mounted the dragon and soared to the sky. From a low altitude, he could see a sea of skeletal soldiers coming from the horizon in his general direction. It was supposedly the reinforcement soldiers that would swarm the altar. It was meant to force the players who took this quest to leave the area to proceed with the quest. Once Jiang Fei was already 500 meters high up in the air, he was out of the skeletal army's attacking range. The dreadful feeling of being chased after had subsided. The coordinates should be that way, said Jiang Fei as he pointed to a certain direction. The map which Air Force Marshal Rico was on was a level 65 map. The place was surrounded by ranges of mountains. The precise location of Air Force Marshal Rico was a small encampment. The monsters that spawned in the area were griffins and hippogriffs. Ding! You do not have permission to enter the Air Force breeding ground. When Jiang Fei was trying to enter the encampment, there a barrier suddenly appeared to stop Jiang Fei from proceeding. What? There's a barrier here too? How am I supposed to finish the quest? Wondered Jiang Fei as he frowned. Without any ways to enter, Jiang Fei tried descending to see if there was a doorway to enter the encampment there. No sooner, his movement was noticed by a few NPCs on ground level. Not long after, 2 officers riding their flying mounts came up. This is no place for adventurers to wander around. Please leave, said one of the officers. I have matters which I would have to discuss with Marshal Rico, said Jiang Fei. Air Force Marshal Rico? What business do you have with the Marshal? Asked the other officer. I can only speak with him and him alone, said Jiang Fei instantly. The 2 officers turned to exchange looks for a brief moment. It's about the Doomsday Army. It is important for me to speak with Marshal Rico, said Jiang Fei when he noticed that the 2 officers were not letting him pass. Their eyes widened immediately when Jiang Fei mentioned Doomsday Army. One of them nodded to the other and turned to Jiang Fei. Wait here. That officer descended swiftly. 5 minutes later, the same officer came back. Please follow our aerial path. Do not stray from us or you will be shot down immediately, said one of the officers. The other officer then flew behind Jiang Fei, sandwiching him between the officers. Good lads. They are being careful, thought Jiang Fei. As he entered the barrier, he saw countless of griffins and hippogriffs flying around in the encampment. Those were higher-tier flying mounts. It was reasonable to have the NPCs guarding the encampment tightly. If only I could catch them and sell them to the players. That would instantly make me rich, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Even though he was itching to try and steal one, he dared not move away from the aerial path. The NPCs sandwiching him were level 75 advanced elite. On the ground, there were many anti-air weapons scattered around the place. Jiang Fei had not finished the quest yet and he did not want to try and finish it right then. After flying for a short while, Jiang Fei came up to a high castle. There were many towers surrounding the castle with large empty platforms on top of them. No sooner, the NPCs led Jiang Fei to one of the towers and landed there. Once Jiang Fei landed, Jiang Fei's dragon was instantly unsummoned. Jiang Fei and Isabella then followed the NPCs into the castle. They continued down a spiral staircase and once they reached the ground level, the NPC stopped Jiang Fei. Please wait here, said the NPC as he went in through a door. Soon, the NPC came through the open door and welcomed Jiang Fei. It was a huge grand hall. At the end of the hall was a long table with the Air Force Marshal sitting at the other end. Air Force Marshal Rico, human, Lord, level 80, note, Dawnlight City Air Force General Commander. Since the NPC was an ally, the information that Jiang Fei could see was only minimal. Even so, it was enough to know just how strong the NPC was. Young man, I hear that you bring news about the Doomsday's army, said Officer Rico. Yes, Marshal Rico. It started when I acquired a scroll. Jiang Fei proceeded to reveal the entirety of the quest that he had gone through. Chapter 448, The Pale Skeletal Ghoul. Such a shame, said Air Marshal Rico after Jiang Fei was done explaining. Lord Uma was a brave soldier and a hero of our time, Jiang Fei added. Some of the first few conversations he had with this NPC, he recognized that Rico was programmed with higher intelligence. If Jiang Fei's judgment was right, he had better talk a little more about Uma. Perhaps, if Jiang Fei got Rico to like him more, the end reward might be better. Sigh. Please leave us alone, said Rico to the officers who had escorted Jiang Fei into his castle. Once they were alone in the hall, Rico turned to Jiang Fei and said quietly, "This plot is truly shocking even from my point of view. I need to know, who else besides you and Uma knew about this?" No one. It was a matter of emergency. Lord Uma could not afford to wait for reinforcement. There were only the 2 of us, said Jiang Fei as he replied in the same manner of tone. He did not understand why Rico whispered to him like that even though they were alone in the hall. Either there were ears on the walls or something was wrong. I see, Rico sighed. In that case, young adventurer, do you know what is this gemstone for? Rico played with the black gemstone in his hands as he showed it to Jiang Fei. I have no idea to what it is or what it does, said Jiang Fei. You will, said Rico as he smiled sinisterly. Jiang Fei quickly noticed something was wrong. He looked up to Rico and saw his eyes were glowing with the same hue that all Spectre had. The sinister green hue. Oh no, thought Jiang Fei as he quickly jumped a few feet back. Whoosh! A barrier was erected and sealed the entire hall. There was no way Jiang Fei was getting out of the hall. Sigh. What a waste of effort. Curse Uma and you for ruining the plan. No matter. You have brought me this gemstone and that is your price, said Rico menacingly. He then forcefully stuck the gemstone on his forehead and began to merge with it. His eyes glowed brighter before it burst into green flames. The sinister smile quickly turned vile when the flesh around his face and body rotted away. He was not the Air Force Marshal Rico. Pale skeletal ghoul Rico, Spectre, Lord, level 80, health points 21 million, attack power 35,000. Note, the corrupted form of Air Force Marshal Rico. Jiang Fei understood by the description of his character that Rico was corrupted and had become the bad guy. The main problem was that he was level 80 Lord tier Spectre boss. Zay ha ha ha. The intruding Uma is gone. Now it's your turn to join him in the afterlife. What a shame for you, adventurer, said Rico. Level 80 Lord tier boss. Guess he was right about me dying, said Jiang Fei to himself. Despite his calm composure, Jiang Fei was at the brink of going mad. The hidden quest was only a blue tier difficulty. No way he was supposed to fight a level 80 Lord tier boss and walk away to tell the tale. After thinking it through, Jiang Fei felt something odd about the quest. He got anxious when he saw the boss level, but when he focused closely, he noticed the boss name tag was not green or red. It was the neutral stance, yellow. Phew, it's not a battle, Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. If he was forced to fight in a room where he cannot summon his mount, he might lose the battle even if he used 2 of his transforming skills. Young man, do not be conceited just because you are an adventurer. I am giving you a choice. If you join the Doomsday Army, you will be able to live for our sake. Reject this offer and we will hunt you down for the rest of your miserable life, said the pale skeletal ghoul Rico. Ding! Pale skeletal ghoul Rico has invited you to join the Doomsday Army. Do you accept it? Ding! System notification. Joining the Doomsday Army would automatically brand you as a traitor of your previous race, rendering you an enemy to all that oppose the Doomsday Army. Thank God for the early notification, said Jiang Fei. He was about to click on yes before another notification popped up. He immediately changed his mind after reading the second notification. In the beginning, he was willing to join the Doomsday Army since no matter which faction one joined, there would be a probation period. Jiang Fei was too reckless since he wanted to finish the quest as soon as possible to get his reward and experience points to level up. However, he changed his mind immediately when he read the second notification. Traitor to the previous race? What did that mean? Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, a traitor to a previous race would relinquish a player's strongest or rarest race as well as being the public enemy to all players. Jiang Fei did not know this. All he knew was that if he betrayed either the dark faction or the demon race, Isabella would definitely have a word about this. She might even break off with Jiang Fei. The second thing was the fact that the Doomsday Army faction was not friends with anyone else. Joining the army would ultimately be making enemies with the entire world. The game Dawn Break had designed most of the players as well as NPC to be in the neutral faction. Most of the Grand War would only involve the Dark and Light faction. It was the first time Jiang Fei had come across a new faction that was enemies with both the Dark and Light faction. Knowing this, one would only be a fool to join the Doomsday Army. Verger Glider. A member of the Nephilim race would never bow to an evil existence such as the Doomsday Army. Bring your army, bring your swords, I will oppose you till the day I die, said Jiang Fei heroically. You dare reject? Rico was obviously fuming then. He had thought that a young man such as Jiang Fei might join the Doomsday Army in the face of death itself. Heh! Well said. Just as Rico was about to strike Jiang Fei, a loud laugh bellowed from outside the barrier. The barrier that was erected was a thin magic wall that was green and black in color. A finger was seen poking through the barrier, and the next thing Jiang Fei saw was a display of pure strength. A large man came in after tearing the barrier away with only his fingers, as if the barrier was made of paper. The man was at least 2 meters tall, with a deep violet skin marbled with crimson blood. His eyes were glowing as red as fresh blood. Wearing a black-colored armor, the man came in, dignified. Aside from the missing horns, the man looked about the same as Jiang Fei when he was in his demon form. Otis, Royal Nephilim, Middle Tier Overlord, Level 95, Health Points 120 million. Note: the Royal Nephilim Elder Price. Big brother, cried Isabella happily. Ha ha ha. My little sister, you have yourself a fine young man right there, said Otis as he laughed happily. He then looked at Jiang Fei and gave him a big smile as well as a thumbs up of approval. WTF? Jiang Fei was genuinely surprised to see Isabella's eldest brother appearing out of nowhere. At first, he wanted to use the abyssal door right after he had rejected Rico's invitation. However, as the table had turned, Otis, the great big overlord boss, had appeared to save his skin at the very last minute. Chapter 449, Title Challenge. Alas, when all hope was lost, the light of day shines the brightest. When Otis made his entrance, Rico was completely suppressed. Perhaps it was lucky for Rico, since he was all bones and rotten flesh. He might have peed himself when Otis appeared. Big brother, why are you here? Asked Isabella as her curiosity was about to explode. Ho ho! We have been keeping an eye on this lot for a long time now. The Doomsday Army really thought that they had the perfect cover, that they did not realize that we had no problem tracking them down, said Otis, laughing proudly. The appearance of Otis was designed by the game developers. Once a player had reached this point of the quest, the appearance of an ally boss would appear. It was impossible to have a player under level 60 to fight a level 80 boss. However, there would be a difference in the ally boss that appeared. It depended on the faction that the player was in. Since Jiang Fei was part of the Shadow faction, the boss that appeared would be Otis. If one was in a light faction, a celestial boss would appear to aid the player. However, the appearance of an ally boss relied on the player's choice of joining the Doomsday Army. If a player had joined the army, the quest would move toward a different route. Jiang Fei was part of the rare demon race, that was why he rejected the notion of betraying his race. If he was just a part of the normal race, there might be a chance that he might actually join the Doomsday Army. Either way, what was done was done. Now that Otis had appeared, Rico, the level 80 boss, would be put down. Bind. Otis raised his hands and shot a light shackle that flew across the hall and bound Rico. After that, he vanished in an instant. Perhaps Otis had teleported him to the base of the demon race for interrogation. Big brother! You have successfully obtained proof that Rico had been corrupted. It is all thanks to us, said Isabella to claim her victory. That's entirely true, little sister. This little bug had been hiding. Initially, we had our suspicions about Rico, but we could never prove that he was part of the Doomsday Army. Incidentally, you have brought him the gemstone which revealed his identity, said Otis as he patted Isabella's tiny head. Little one, said Otis as he called out to Jiang Fei. You did well. In the name of the king, I represent the demon race to reward you for your deed, said Otis proudly. It was all thanks to Jiang Fei's heroic speech that made Otis proud of him. Ding! Doomsday Army's plot quest completed. Ding! You have obtained 2,000 demon race reputation points. Ding! You have obtained 1,000 reputation points for all races in the Shadow faction. Ding! You have obtained 700 gold coins. Ding! You have obtained 80 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 60. All attributes +1. Obtain 5 attribution points. a string of system notification blasted on Jiang Fei's feed. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 60. Title Challenge Quest has begun. Ding! Quest updated. Quest name, The True Brave One, 1. Quest objective, defeat the 9-headed Hydra in XXX, and retrieve the treasure map. Find the treasure according to the treasure map. Quest reward, title Explorer. What is this? Jiang Fei was surprised for a bit there but quickly recalled something. In the internet, Jiang Fei recalled something about the player's title. Before reaching level 60, all NPCs would only address players as adventurers. However, from level 60 and onward, there would be title challenge quests that could be taken. Title Challenge Quest was a long-term quest that would automatically be registered in a player's quest list once they hit a certain level. The player would have the option to undergo the quest or completely ignore it. There would not be any penalty for ignoring the quest. According to the internet, a player's default title would be Adventurer. The subsequent titles would be Explorer, Elite Explorer, Dragon Slayer, Valiant Dragon Slayer, and the final title would be Celestial's Adversary and Celestial's Challenger. Including Adventurer, there would be a total of 7 titles that a player could obtain. Besides the default Adventurer title, all other titles could only be obtained through a quest that had to be completed alone. The quest was hard and dangerous. However, if one failed the quest, there was nothing to lose. All one had to do was to start from scratch. Even though he had received the title challenge quest, Jiang Fei put it at the back of his mind. Otis was still there with Isabella. He could not leave at once without even trying to talk to him. Fortunately, Otis seemed to be very busy. After exchanging a few words with Jiang Fei and Isabella, Otis left in a flash. No one knew where he went. It could be to the place where Rico was to interrogate him or other places where he was needed most. At this point, groups of NPCs came into the castle. It seemed that someone was sent in from Dawnlight City to replace Rico. Jiang Fei still wanted to linger around since there were so many flying mounts around. Sadly, they were not something that Jiang Fei could just capture. It's probably time for us to leave as well, said Jiang Fei. Isabella nodded. Her hair that was tied up nicely was in a mess as Otis had run his gigantic hands across her head. Jiang Fei tore a piece of Return Town scroll and vanished instantly from the hall and into Dawnlight City. Jiang Fei had wanted to fly toward the location of the 9-headed Hydra to see what it was like and whether it was easy enough to defeat it in a short time. Sadly, even if the Hydra could be defeated in one hit, there was not enough time left for him to travel. For better or worse, there was not enough time to do anything at all. In the end, Jiang Fei waited until it was 6 in the morning and logged out. When Jiang Fei got up from the bed and looked outside the house window, he remembered something incredibly unpleasant: the Yang sisters. In the game, he would forget all his troubles and play with nothing holding him back. However, when he came back to the real world, the real problems piled on his shoulders. There was no escaping the Yang sisters from harassing him at school. Han Tianyu had informed Jiang Fei about the 2 guys who were coming after Yang Pe and Yang Qing, Yi Zhengfa and Bai Zhongwei. Even though Jiang Fei had never seen the 2 guys, anyone who came out from a powerful sect must be strong to a certain extent. Jiang Fei felt butterflies in his stomach when he thought of the 4 people whom he had to face later. Unwilling and disgruntled, Jiang Fei still had to attend class in order to satiate the girls' wants of him. While he was walking to class, Jiang Fei received a call from Han Tianyu. Remember what I told you. Be extra cautious about Yi Zhengfa. Chapter 450, Transfer Student, Restless and Anxious. Jiang Fei could not calm himself until he reached his seat in the lively classroom. Just as he placed his bag down and sat down calmly, Zhao Feng came in like a hawk and hugged him from behind. It's Jiang Fei! The rarest Pokemon, cried Zhao Feng. What brought you back to reality? He asked. Sigh. I wouldn't if I could, said Jiang Fei as he sighed heavily. It was Zhao Feng, his best friend since childhood. He treated him almost like his own brother. He never wanted any danger to befall on the fatty. Listen to me, there would be some newcomers to the school. Please, for the love of God, stay away from them. If I end up clashing with them, get away from me and do not interfere, said Jiang Fei. Judging from the tone of yours, I sense trouble. You mind telling me more about it? Asked Zhao Feng as he returned to his seat. Those people, how do I put this, are dangerous. They come from afar and complicated backgrounds. There are too many things that I can't really put my finger on. Just stay away from them. Trouble may come, but don't provoke them or anything, said Jiang Fei. I get it. Don't worry, said Zhao Feng as he nodded and remained quiet. From the day of the basketball competition, Zhao Feng recognized that Jiang Fei had changed, both physically and mentally. He knew Jiang Fei well enough to know that if there was something he could not tell him, it must be for a good reason. From a certain point of view, he understood that Jiang Fei had been mixing with Han Tianyu for some time and had gotten influenced by his upscale lifestyle. When Jiang Fei mentioned that the newcomers came from a complicated background, Zhao Feng understood that they might be part of a large family with power and authority much higher than Han Tianyu. Zhao Feng might not be scholarly inclined, but he understood how the world and the society worked. Even though news and media outlets did not report anything, there would be people hidden in the social hierarchy who would kill anyone without thinking. The reason no one was chasing after them was simple. They covered their tracks well. Hence, when Jiang Fei warned Zhao Feng about what was to come, he prepared himself. Even so, he was oblivious to the existence of the metahumans and the chaos that they could bring. Minutes passed and the classroom was filled with students. The homeroom teacher walked in and the first period started. The homeroom teacher was a woman of over 50 years of age instead of the young and beautiful woman that everyone wished for. Everyone, take your seats. Before I start today's lesson, I have 2 new transfer students to introduce, said the teacher. You may come in now, said the teacher as she spoke louder toward the door. Jiang Fei did not even bother to look, he knew that it was the twins. Please introduce yourselves, said the teacher. Yang Pa and Yang Qing came to the front of the class and bowed simultaneously. Hi everyone. I'm Yang Qing, hello. My name is Yang Pa. I am happy to be here. I'll be in your care. Jiang Fei frowned worriedly. He remembered that Han Tianyu had informed him that there would be 2 guys coming in. Were they placed in a different class? That would be absurd. If they were as Han Tianyu claimed they were, the boys could enter any class they wanted to. Oh you damn. It's a beauty. A pair of beautiful twins, said Zhao Feng as he tapped Jiang Fei's shoulder and whispered to him. Remember what I said. Stay away from them, said Jiang Fei angrily. Even though the twins were not as dangerous as they could be, they were still level 3 high-tier fighters. Jiang Fei did not want Zhao Feng to lose an arm or a leg. Wait a minute here. Bro Fei. I understand what's happening now, said Zhao Feng as if he had uncovered the truth about the twins. Don't worry. Bro code rule number 1, brothers before hoes. I won't interfere with your hunt, said Zhao Feng as he smiled from ear to ear. Hunt my ass. Just stay away from them, said Jiang Fei nervously. If Zhao Feng got the wrong idea, he and Jiang Fei might be in deep trouble. Especially since He Zhangfa and Bai Zhongwei were onto the girls. Jiang Fei and Zhao Feng were not the only 2 students in the class who were whispering about the girls. The rest of the class were already deep in their own discussions. The guys were especially rowdier than usual. It could not be helped, it was rare enough to have a transfer student want more twin girls. Everyone was at the age where curiosity and lust were just introduced by puberty. After Yang Qing and Yang Pa had done their introductions, the teacher started to arrange their seats. Before she could do so, Wang Huairan came into the class abruptly. What is Fatty Wang doing here? That was the thought that almost everyone in the class, including the homeroom teacher, was thinking. Clearly, no one liked that man. Miss Zhang, there are 2 more transfer students here for you. Please take them in, said Wang Huairan with a smile. Since the incident of the Japanese students, this man was beaten to a pulp. However, The entire event was covered up, hence he could not do anything about it. After Wang Huairan left in a hurry, 2 boys came into the class. Oh damn! They're so handsome. Before Jiang Fei could even warn Jiao Feng about the boys, Jiao Feng had already chimed in with his own opinion. Hey, the girls are troublesome, but those guys are on a different level. Don't talk to them, don't look at them. I cannot protect you if things went south, said Jiang Fei. He knew that Jiao Feng was an outgoing man who liked to make friends. That problem was that those 2 were not. Especially that boy named Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei could not be on guard 24 hours to protect Jiao Feng and his family. Okay. Got it, said Jiao Feng as he quietened down immediately. Whether it was jealousy or Jiang Fei's warning, Jiao Feng glared at them with hostility. Kaya. Those boys are so handsome. If all the girls in class thoughts could be broadcasted, that would what it sounded like. Truth be told, Jiang Fei had to admit that they were handsome. Both Yi Zhengfa and Bai Zhongwei were perfect from head to toe. Jiang Fei could not even stand at the same level as them. Still, there was a clear difference between the 2. Bai Zhongwei had a stoic look, brimming with dignity and pride. Yi Zhengfa had the quiet, cool look. The kind of person who did not want to talk to anyone. Much like those main characters in Japanese RPGs. That must be Yi Zhengfa, thought Jiang Fei as he recognized which one that he must be prepared for. Even though it was the first time Jiang Fei saw the 2, he understood which was which based on the information Han Tianyu had given him. Please introduce yourself to the class, said the homeroom teacher. Even though she did not like the idea of having too many students in her class, there was nothing she could do about it. At most, she had to arrange their seats and make her complaint to the headmaster after school was over. Greetings to all. I am Bai Zhongwei. From today onward, we are classmates. I am most honored to be in your care, said Bai Zhongwei loudly as he bowed. When he straightened his back, his eyes landed on Yang Pe. That was caught by Jiang Fei. Right then, he knew that Zhongwei was eyeing Yang Pe. Yi Zhengfa. Ah, little Qing. What a coincidence to be classmates again. Please, let's get along with each other. Compared to Bai Zhongwei, Yi Zhengfa had only mentioned his name before turning to Yang Qing. His attitude was a mix of arrogant and pride. Obviously, he did not care about the rest of the class but Yang Qing. Clap. The teacher did not like the way Yi Zhengfa presented himself in front of the whole class and clapped loudly to gather everyone's attention. All right, time waits for no man. Please choose your own seats and we will start the first lesson for today, said the homeroom teacher. She was being lazy. If she had arranged the seats of the class, it would take too much effort and time. Hence, she thought that they should just find their own seats and be done with it.